Hello, hi Ninja, hi. All right, we're back. We're gonna be playing Mistonia again today. We are now starting Edward's Route. We have about 6 hours, I think. I'm hoping I can get to the start of chapter 3. Whatever happens, I'm not stopping until I get to 11 to 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2, 3, 3 to 4. 6 hours. 6 hours should be my solid time today. So regardless of how far I'm progressing, it's not like I'm trying to get to an end of a certain chapter and then stop. Unless it feels right, which we do sometimes, but 6 hours is my stream today. So I'm hoping we'll get to the start of chapter 3 for Edward, and that way we can try and do similarly what we did yesterday, which is finishing Alfred's route. But my dream is a little bit further into chapter 3 so that we're a little bit further along and it's not as long. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Right now, I have a guide pulled up from Atomic Kitten so that I can cheat, as one does. I also don't know if I had my bar on yesterday at all. Fun fact, I just realized I didn't have it on and I was like, was that all day? It could have been. But yeah, how is your day going, guys? I meant to start earlier, but when I got up, the BTS stuff had been announced and I was busy. I was a busy girl. All right, so it says from the title screen, go to chapter 3:3. Just finished lunch. What did you get for lunch? I had a bag of chips. That's all I had today. And then I want to get that bad ending. But that might be if my stuff's so low. I wonder. I'm just gonna test it. We'll see. Lemon, pepper, turkey, and smoked cheddar sandwich on sourdough. That sounds beautiful. With pesto and pepper relish. I watched your silhouette fade into the dusk and sighed softly. I might have a corn dog today. That's I was like, hey, it's 99-cent corn dogs at Sonic. Yo, let's get one. We'll see. We'll see though. I wonder if you really get it, my lady. You're charging straight forward towards your biggest obstacle with no hesitation. The queen's stronger, pure fae. Pure and more terrifying than any demi-fae. She stands at the top of the hierarchy. One mistake and you'll be consumed. That'll be the end. I gripped the watch in my pocket. The Robin, who had disappeared without a word regarding my objection, filled me with a sense of helplessness. There was nothing I could do. I pushed these thoughts from my mind and repeated my mission out loud, my eyes shut as if reminding myself of my purpose. What I'm supposed to do hasn't changed. I just need to complete my task. I want to know if that's like the ideal type right there. For me, he's not my ideal type, but like he looks a lot like Jack, which I keep calling him Jack by accident because his name's John, which is just another way of saying Jack in my mind. But like they look very similar. They have kind of a similar personality where they're a little aloof. You can't really tell what their allegiance is towards, even though we're supposed to be with us, but like that doesn't mean he really is. I'm sure he is to a point, but at the same time, is he though? There was no response. I thought I heard the faintest sound of flapping in the distance. This could be where it goes. This is not getting to his route. I just want to see if I can get that other ending real quick. I remember making this choice and he seemed to not like it last time. This isn't a skill that can be mastered overnight from what I can tell. Is he suspicious? I suppose it doesn't matter. There's a great deal for you to learn. He seemed satisfied. I picked it because it seemed not like the best answer, so let's see. Everyone's dancing with me. Lucas has danced with me. I think of my brother. I dance with Alfred. I go out here. Did I get it? Did I get it or not? I can't click on flow chart from here. What if I just ended it? Oh no, I have to do it. See, the first time they did this, I assumed, and maybe that's just me, like based on what you do, you might lock something out and not pick something up, but it seemed like there was no way to miss anything. Like no matter what you did, you would just get there. I thought he'd be suspicious of me and kill me like he did that one time, but it didn't happen. Just get all of the things. Me stocking papers, just getting to people's stuff. Oh my goodness. When you're just trying to get through it, man. Have I talked to him before on here? I guess I have. I'm still very suspicious of this guy too. I'm sure Philip and technically Lily both have something going on. Which maybe it pops up in Edward's route, although the engagement thing I guess was something. But again, I felt like maybe there was a way you'd accidentally miss getting all the shards, but I feel like that never happened. And this only happens in this part of the game. There's no other part where it matters, so. Okay. I still can't see flowchart. My days working as a maid in the Bernstein residence passed peacefully on the surface, yet impatient gnawed away at my heart. I haven't found decisive evidence that proves who certainly was involved 8 years ago. Maybe I should broaden my scope. Determined and inspired, I decided to try something new. I want to see the flowchart. Where are you going at this ungodly hour? It looked like we won't have enough cheese for breakfast tomorrow. I'm purchasing some. I wanted to sneak out to the night streets to investigate, but Evelyn stumbled upon me that lie was the best I could do. At night, the shops are probably closed. If you insist on going, use a carriage. It's dangerous to walk there. Understood, I shall do that. Rejecting Evelyn's suggestion might have aroused even more suspicion. I had to accept. I arranged a carriage just like she suggested, but alighted the vehicle one street corner early, telling the driver I'd be back soon. Because of the darkness and the thin fog, the light of the gas street lamps was hazy and dispersed, like I had entered another world. Getting cold feet won't do me any good. It's my first time walking outside so late. I don't have much time. Stay observant. Hey, delightful. Trying my luck outside of the residence had been a whim, and based on what I could see, it hadn't been a fruitless idea. The underclass of society had crawled out from beneath the rock. Some looked wild. This is another truth of this country, a vivid picture of the Queen's misgovernment. As I was about to look down another street, was that a scream? I thought I'd heard a small clipped cry, followed by the heavy sound of something falling. I scanned the alley beside me. It's too risky to get involved. I was about to turn on my heel. Help. Oh, I heard a call for help and I grew restless. I looked around, but no one else seemed to notice. The alley's directly connected to the main street. I should be safe if I'm vigilant. Shouldn't I? Straining my back, I stepped into the narrow darkness. Did I? Are you alright? When I spotted the collapsed man, I rushed to his side. Laying chest down, he struggled to lift his head and move his lips. My wings. W wings? Oh, wings. Moment I deciphered his stilted statement, a chill ran down my spine. I swiftly glanced over the man's back where he must have once had wings. Sorry, a random banner popped up on my streams chat. That was weird. Where he must have once had wings. Don't tell me someone harvested his wings. I couldn't stay here. I edged back to return to the main road, unable to tear my eyes away from the man's back. Then I steeled. Calm down. Right now, I'm a humane. No one can see my wings. I shouldn't be a target. I'll fetch help. Please wait here. I believed that I was being rational, but the next moment I was taught a painful lesson about the fidelity of belief. Someone swung down a blade at me from behind. Having noticed their presence by a hair's breadth, I raised my arm to shield my body. The knife carved into my flesh, and I fell from the weight of the impact. Ow. The abrupt pain brought on fear and confusion, and my vision blurred. Ignoring the bleeding arms, I crawled towards the escape. Run, get out of here. I need to leave this place at once. I heard the sound of something snapping, but I didn't have the luxury of paying attention. If I distance myself, the attackers shouldn't give chase. In my current state, I'm not a target for the wing hunter. The next moment, I spotted a color that shouldn't have been possible here. Huh? As rose, my hair was close to black, but now the strands flowing down my shoulder were a gold that gleamed even in the night. Why? That was when I finally realized the sound earlier had been the snapping of my pocket watch chain. Therefore, I was currently... What splendid wings! With these I can. I felt a shock on my back that was on a whole other level from the pain before. It was different from the dull pang of a kick or the sharp string of a slashing bag. It was a deep, heavy stab, as if someone was gouging something precious from my body. Now I couldn't lift even a single finger. My body was heavy as lead, as if underwater. The moment I realized that my wings had been hunted, my consciousness went black. What a weird ending. All right. What a weird ending. I guess become a victim. She who disappeared unnoticed. That's not the right one. It's this one. The retainer's anxiety. Yeah, I guess. All right, so from here, this is where we're actually going to get to Edward's route. It says to click 3-3 and go high, high, low. High, high, low. And then I learned from a textbook, which seems sus, but it's what it says to pick here. And then we're going to collect all the shards and select all the shards. This also might be the spot where we get a save, and it could turn into Ascot too. And I'm going to close that because I don't need it for the rest of it. We don't use that to actually get through the story. We get what we get, and then we figure it out after that. It's great when you've already read it all. It makes it really easy right here. I want to know how the guy knew her pocket watch was hiding her face stuff. Like, I don't know. Some of it's kind of silly. I don't think she would change that easily back to her normal self, but maybe she would. Oh my goodness, all these guys. Also, her getting restless is a bit crazy. Like, she's been training for this moment And I get that they're trying to have stuff happen this year, right? But let's be so real. She could be a maid for a year or two before actually, getting revenge. Because patience is a virtue, and murdering people takes time. But poison is fast acting if you're careful enough. And I'm just saying, you could kill a few people without it being much of a problem. But yeah, I have under the assumption that based on the way this little mini game played out, that you could get different endings. And I don't think that's kind of fair that there's no way to get it differently, really. Just is what it is. Ascot, Edward. Okay, yeah, all of them are here. So we're gonna save that one. After the end of Alfred, before that. Alright, perfect. My hubby bought me date everything. You would love it. I know, and it's over here, but I'm so behind. It's okay though. I'm gonna add date everything to my extra day streams because I'm gonna start having those soon. Oh, is that what happened? Did you resubscribe and it did like a pop-up, but it didn't actually say you subscribed. That's so weird. Like that I paused because I saw like in a notification, but the notification just said keep it going, and that's all it said. It didn't give like notification on the screen. That's weird. Why did it do that? Well, thank you for subscribing again. If it's possible, I'd like to try and ask Lord Edward.
エドを選んでくれるの？とってもいい選択ね。それなら私から頼んでおくわ。
You're going with Ed. Excellent choice. I'll go ahead and ask him on your behalf. Lily beamed at me and then went off to arrange with Edward. Oh, that's right. We have to go. Gotta go pick up my jewelry. After hearing me out, Edward quickly arranged a carriage and took me to the city. He got out of the carriage and offered me his hand to escort me. The last time I went out like this was when I received that gift. After hearing all sorts of things from Evelyn and Charlotte, I became overly aware of the looks of those around us. I hesitated to take his hand. I'm a servant of House Bernstein. I don't need an escort. I'm perfectly capable of walking by myself. She's like, bro, don't do it. Don't treat me like I'm a good person. Really? Well then, shall we get going? Yeah, sure. Edward didn't seem upset that I refused to take his hand. Matching my pace, he cheerfully struck up conversation. I heard you were borrowing my sister's tiara, but your look will feel incomplete with that alone. So I'm thinking of getting you a white flower accessory to match your white dress. What do you think? I don't quite understand. I'll just leave it to you. After giving a modest answer, I realized something. Did you just say you're going to get it for me? To be honest, I didn't assume in any of the other ones she was paying for her stuff because she's just a servant. You know what I mean? Like, you invited her to this thing, you're getting her a dress. Why wouldn't they also pay for her accessories? I don't know. We've come here together to choose something, and I'd like to get it as a gift for you. I'm afraid that's not possible. Her ladyship said that House Bernstein will handle all of the preparations. So what I'm saying is, wait a second. What's the difference between having House Bernstein prepare everything and Edward giving me the accessory directly? Either way, House Bernstein was still taking care of it. I placed my hand on my forehead, trying to steady my thoughts. Then I heard Edward's voice, which was filled with concern. Don't worry too much about it. I just want to give you a gift, that's all. Never mind all that. Come here, there's plenty of accessories that will suit you. Hoo-hoo! Edward led me to the front of a shop. My eyes was drawn to a lovely flower accessory. Since your hair color is so muted, I believe a white flower would look great on you. The only problem is choosing the right design. Edward's serious eyes were fixed on me. When I accidentally met his eyes, I felt a strange flutter in my chest. I can't seem to pull myself together when I'm with him. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't resist sneaking a glance at his profile. My own reaction left me bewildered.
こんなところにいたんだね。
So this is where you've been. I lifted my gaze when I heard a voice filled with concern. There stood Edward. Are you perhaps looking for me, Lord Edward? I asked confusedly. Edward dropped his gaze, his eyes filled with remorse.
本当にすまない。姉上のわがままでこんなところまで君を引っ張り出してしまって。
I'm truly sorry. My sister's selfishness has dragged you all the way here.
嫌な気持ちにさせたのではないかな。
After all that, I was wondering if I made you feel uncomfortable. So he was aware of this possibility, but he apologized so openly. Now I feel even more awkward. So she has the flower accessory, she has the necklace. I understand that each one of these guys like help pick her something out, right? But I would like if it was only one or the other. Like the flower accessory shouldn't have been there when she was with Linus or with Alfred. The necklace shouldn't have been there. You know, like, I don't know. I was unsure how to reply. Edward lifted his downcast eyes and smiled gently.
謝っても、ますます君を居心地悪くさせてしまうのは分かっているんだ。
I know apologizing like this will make you even more uncomfortable,
私は君を楽しませようと思う。
so I'll make sure that you have fun. Huh? The suggestion was unexpected and surprised me. Edward shed his noble demeanor and flashed a mischievous
これだけ
grin.
人がたくさんいればね。誰がどんな立場かなんて、本当はみんなよく分かっている
With so many people around, no one knows who truly holds that title.
だから、ただ一人の女性として、ただの男。
We're merely a
エドワ
man
ー
and
ド
a
と
woman
踊って
here.
くれないかな。
Would you like to dance with me? I found myself in high spirits despite myself captivated by his youthful smile. I took his hand and stepped into the center of the ballroom. A lively waltz took over and I started to dance. Then I was suddenly overcome with anxiety. I've been thinking about it for a while, but it's hard for me to see you as a man without any titles.
そうかな。そんなことはないよ。
Oh, I don't think so. Edward laughed nonchalantly, but I felt the gaze of those around us. It wasn't just my imagination. Though there was no doubt some people had noticed that Edward Bernstein was dancing with a woman. Given his popularity, it's to be expected. Edward, the very embodiment of nobility, stood out even more when he danced. It was as though he emitted a dazzling light.
周りが気になる。でも今は、私とのダンスに集中してほしいな。
Are you troubled by people watching? I'd prefer if you focus on our dance for now. Suddenly, he pulled me in by the waist with strong arms. I felt my heart was about to burst out of my chest. She likes him. This is the most she likes a guy so far. Lord Edward, I believe you're a little too close.
ワルツだからこんなものだよ。
This is only normal when you waltz. Is it merely my imagination, or is he smiling more than usual? Seeing how much he enjoyed the situation, I couldn't help but ask something. Lord Edward, could it be that you enjoy dancing, and not merely a little, but quite a lot? Edward seemed slightly surprised, and he laughed again, this time with greater mirth.
好きかもしれない。踊っている間は余計なことを考えなくて済むし。
He's supposed to imply that he doesn't like dancing. He likes dancing with you. I didn't do that. Missed a golden opportunity. I suppose I do. I don't have to think about anything when
何よ
dancing.
り今は、君が私の相手だか
There
ら
we
ね。
go. There we go.
もしかしたら私は、こういう機会を待っていたのかな。
Above all, I enjoyed this because it's you who is dancing with me. Perhaps I've been waiting for such an opportunity. What does he mean by that? I stayed on guard, putting up a wall around my heart, and pondered his words. That's what I thought I was doing, at least. Despite that, my heart stirred. Then, as if he had timed it perfectly, Edward touched my hair and
きちんと
smiled.
伝えていなかったけれど、今日の君はとても綺麗だ。
I haven't mentioned it, but you look absolutely gorgeous today. The floral ornament suits you well. What in the world is he trying to do? If this was how noblemen normally behave, then I was in serious trouble. Trying to calm the turmoil in my heart, I told myself that I never wanted this to happen again. That's my girl. All right, there we are. Edward chapter 1. We did it. And 25 minutes in. Some of the music in this game reminds me of Labyrinth. Like right here, this is like, it's such a pale moon. Like that. It gives that vibe. There's another one in this too that makes me think of it too. Edward Bernstein, was only 10 years old during the last exhibition. House Randolph was supposed to have handled the exhibition. House Bernstein and the other 5 houses took charge, however, and put together a dazzling event. I was proud of my father, Edmund, who was the key figure among the 5 houses involved in the event.
ニックの目を盗んで見に来て正解だった。昨日よりもずっと楽しい。
Sneaking away from Nick and coming here was totally worth it. It was more fun than yesterday. As the eldest son of House Bernstein, I had toured the venue before it had opened to the public, but the atmosphere was completely different today. I didn't know so many people lived in Grand Albion. I remember the strong urge to never forget this scene. As someone who was expected to inherit the household one day, and there was one other thing, an event from this time that that left a lasting impression on me. Wait! You can't catch me! Whoa! A boy accidentally ran into me. The sparkling water he held spilled on my clothes. Sorry. Daijoubu. It's okay. I smiled automatically, but deep down I panicked a little. Nick's gonna be mad. I don't think I can hide that I snuck out here now. Do you want to use this? A bright voice called out to me and I spun around. A girl with chestnut-colored hair and pigtails stood before me holding an embroidered handkerchief. You got what, didn't you? Here, take this. Thanks. They don't have a voice, so is it me? But I don't have that color hair, naturally. I couldn't help but smile at the cheerful girl who puffed out her cheeks proudly. No need to thank me. Helping people in need is just what nobly thingy doing is all about. Nobly what? Oh, I get it. I think she's just not using the right word for it. Do you mean noblesse oblige by any chance? Yeah, that one. Even after realizing her slip-up and feeling a bit embarrassed, the girl was still kind. Hurry up, if you don't get the water wiped off, you'll catch a cold. I'll do it for you, so stay still. I could do it myself. Don't move! You're such a handful. She was probably mimicking her mother. Her oddly mature way of speaking was so funny that I laughed. Her eyes widened in surprise. Did I say something weird? No, you're fine. Sorry for laughing. If you say so. There, all done. With that, the girl unfolded the handkerchief gracefully. Ah! A gust of wind blew, sweeping the handkerchief away. I think I can do this much. A small nudge of my scythe power changed the wind's direction. The handkerchief spun once before returning safely to my hand. Wow, that's amazing. Did you do that? I think the wind just changed directions. It was just luck. I hastily made up an excuse, not wanting her to know who I was, but the girl only looked at me with sparkling eyes. Then you must be loved by the wind. You're like a wind fae. Eh? I was taken aback by how accurately she described me. Despite my attempt to cover it up, she clearly didn't know who I was, though, and only spoke figuratively. My brother's calling me. I have to go. I caught sight of who seemed to be a family member off in the distance. A man, likely her father, or someone I guessed to be her brother, waved at her. Well, wait, let me wash this and give it back to you. What's your name? Don't worry about it. The handkerchief is yours now. Oop, I mean farewell. Did they change my look before? Was I not a blonde the whole time? She knows about noblesse oblige and is doing her best to sound refined, so she's likely the daughter of a noble. A noble lady wouldn't wipe off someone else's clothes on a whim, though. I wonder where she's from. I watched the girl walk away, still wondering about her, when I noticed her stagger a little as if she tripped. Min, could you help her? I summoned my scythe powers once again and let her body float gently. She ran happily towards her father, not noticing what had occurred.
身が軽くて自由に飛び回れそうだな。あの子の方が俺よりもずっと風の妖精みたいだ。
She looks so light, like she could fly. That girl's far more wind fae than I am. When that thought crossed my
そこ
mind,
にいるのはエドワードか。
is that you, Edward? A shadow suddenly appeared, and I felt the presence of someone behind me. I stiffened, then turned to face a voice I recognized.
父上。
Father,
お前一人か。ここで何をしている？
are you by yourself? What are you doing here? Cold eyes looked down on me, and the world that had been so bright moments ago swiftly lost its hue. I was just a boy, and while I was proud of my father, I also found him terrifying. When I looked into those eyes, the fear of knowing I wasn't loved overwhelmed me. Oh! A few days after the ball, I visited Goneril's store to gather information about House
あのお
Bernstein.
坊ちゃんと公爵閣下の仲は最悪だね。それもお坊ちゃんが子供の頃かららしいから。
The young master and the Marquez don't get along at all. Seems like they've been at odds ever since he was young. It's pretty serious. I'm well aware those two don't get along. Edward himself said so. I'm looking for new information. When I urged Goneril to move past the same old story, she flashed a smile at me.
まあまあ。
Easy
そう
now.
焦るんじゃないよ。
No need to rush.
私は今子供の頃からって言っただろ。
I did say since he was young, didn't I?
そこが気になって何がきっかけだったのか調べてみたら面白いことが分かったのさ。
I got curious about what sparked it, so I did a little digging. What I found was pretty interesting.
だからじらすなよ。あんたの悪い癖だ。
Then stop dragging it out. That's a bad habit.
情緒ってもんを知らない子たちだね。今話すよ。
You
それが
guys.
本当にきっかけかは分からないけど。
You guys in your lack of
8
girl.
年くらい前にひどい言い争いをしたらしい。
You guys and your lack of emotional intelligence, fine. I'll tell you. I'm not sure if it's the actual cause, but apparently they had a nasty argument 8 years ago.
この情報は当時バーンスタイン家に勤めてた下男から買ったから
I
信
got-
憑性はかなり高いよ。
I got this information from a servant who worked at House Bernstein back then, so it's pretty reliable. 8 years ago, could it be? John and I exchanged glances, caught off guard by the sudden mention of a familiar name.
無関係。
Familiar subject.
お坊ちゃんの
Oops. The timing's too perfect to be unrelated. It might have something to do with the Altbeak incident. What was the argument
ほら
about?
何があった教えてくれとか言って公爵閣下を追求してる感じだったみたいだね。
Looks like the young master pressed the Marquez, asking things like what happened and tell me.
公爵閣下は知らなくていいって突っぱねてたそうだ。ほら、面白い話だっただろ。
The Marquez apparently shut down and refused to speak on the matter. See, interesting, right? Thank you for the valuable information, Goneril. Interesting or not, looks like there's still more to investigate. The information Goneril provided led me to a single conclusion. John, I'm going to focus on Edward.
バーンスタインの息子と懇意になって情報を引き出すつもりか。
Are you thinking of getting friendly with the Bernstein son to get more information? Yes, 8 years ago, Edward was 15, and he was too young to be involved in the attack. The head of the House Bernstein at the time was Edmund. If Bernstein was involved in the incident, Edmund would have been at the center of it. The problem is that going after him is tricky since he's close to the queen.
そうそう。前にも言ったけど、下手に近寄らないのが無難だね。
Yep, like I said before, it's better to just stay away.
それで息子の方を狙うか。しかもあいつは8年前の件で公爵と対立した節があると来てる。
So you're going after the son, and it turns out he clashed with the Marquez over that incident 8 years ago.
確かに情報を引き出し、あわよくば味方に引き入れは難しいか。
Getting information
だ
out
が
of
可能性
him
があるとも言えるな。
and maybe even turning him to our side might be tricky, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. That's unexpected. I figured John would be against it. He's always such a worrywart. It didn't take long for the thought to vanish. John immediately went into his usual mode, bombarding Goneril with questions.
だがお嬢が安全に動くには情報が足りない。もっとバーンスタイン家内部のことで新しい情報はないのか？
We need more information for your safety. Got any fresh info on what's going on inside House
家族、
Bernstein?
使用人、とにかく屋敷にいるやつ全員の情報が欲しい。お嬢に危険を及ぼす可能性が少しでもあるなら。
I need
徹底的に対
details.
策を講じたい。
I need details on everyone in the mansion, family, servants, all of them. If there's even the smallest risk they could harm you, I'll take every precaution necessary. John's questioned all fired up, but Goneril muttered something that didn't really help
ジ
us.
ョン・ボーや前からさちょくちょく思ってはいたけど
John boy, I've been
お嬢
meaning
ち
to
ゃんの
say
母
this.
親みたいだね
You're kind of like a mother hen, you know?
はあ
Come again.
誰が母親だ。俺はお嬢の。
Who are you calling mother? I'm not her. You're my childhood friend and my protector, and my brother's dead. Okay, I get it. Now calm down. John jumped to his feet, ready to argue. I tried to talk him down, but he held his face in his hands, looking like he'd been hit by something unexpected.
そうだけど。
Yes, but
そうじゃない。
it's not like that. Don't tease him too much. Oh wait, I forgot to check. What's the love triangle? Oh really, Linus. Linus. So it stays the same. Interesting. Don't tease him too much, Goneril. I snapped at Goneril, whose shoulders shook with laughter. She shrugged.
ごめんごめんからかったお詫びに特別サービスで追加の情報はタダで教えてやるよ
Oops, sorry. I'll give you some extra info for free as an apology for teasing you.
警戒するのはエドマンドだけじゃない白百合の君に近づく時も用心するんだね
Edmund isn't the only one you should be wary of. You better be cautious around the White Lily, too. White Lily? You mean Lily? Why is that? My impression of her was that she was the sort of person who would actually follow through on wild ideas, like dragging me to the ball. To me, she was merely a naive young lady. Besides...
そうですね。
ランドルフ家の実は
We're not doing flashbacks.
そうい
A sheltered young lady unknowingly flaunting her ignorance. I thought she said cruel things without any malice, but is that really true? I waited for Goneril to continue, hoping to uncover the truth, but what she said wasn't quite what I had
それ
anticipated.
はね公爵閣下ですら白百合の君には手を焼いてるからさちなみにただのわがまま娘だからってわけじゃないよ
Even the Marquess himself finds the White Lily difficult to deal with, and just so you know, it's not because she's a pampered
あ
brat.
の女は心中騒ぎを起こして実家に戻ったバーンスタイン家にとってこれは醜聞以外の何者でもない
The woman caused an uproar with the lover murder suicide attempt and was sent back to her estate. It was an embarrassment for House Bernstein. Edmund might find her difficult, but I don't see why that means I should be on guard. I couldn't figure out where Goneril was heading with her story, so I threw her a question. She shot me a knowing look.
そんな厄介な娘普通は手元から遠ざけるとは思わない
Wouldn't anyone normally distance themselves from such a troublesome girl?
ああ、言われてみればそうだな。下手をすれば自分の地位を脅かしかねない存在にもなりうる。
It makes sense when you put it that way. If he isn't careful, she could easily become a threat to his position. She nodded at John's comment, puffing on her pipe.
だろ
Exactly.
じゃあなぜ手元に置いているの
So why does he keep her around then? She paused, then raised a finger to draw our attention.
それはあの女が女王のお気に入りだからさしかも結婚前はマドンナリリーなんて呼ばれて社交界でもチヤホヤされてた
That's because she's the queen's favorite. Before her marriage, she was even called Madonna Lily. Society adored
そ
her.
の影響力は今でも健在だなんと言っても女王の後ろ盾があるからね
Her influence is still as strong as ever. After all, she has the queen's backing. It's clear that she's good friends with the queen. I saw them together at the ball myself, so I can tell you firsthand. But is that so-called influence actually at play within House Bernstein? I hadn't come across anything like that from what I had seen in my brief time as a servant.
いいかいバーンスタイン家の3人は本人たちがどれだけ意識してるかはわからないけど微妙な力関係で成り立ってるんだよ
Here's the thing, I don't know how aware you are of it, but the relationship with the three members of House Bernstein run on a delicate balance of
公爵閣
power.
下は白百合の君を扱いあぐねる一方で、お坊ちゃんには高圧的。けど、お坊ちゃんも公爵閣下にやられっぱなしってわけでもない。
The Marquez has a hard time handling the White Lily, but is domineering towards the young lord. He's not exactly helpless against the Marquez.
そのお坊ちゃんも白百合の君には強く出たりしない。つまり、男二人が対等に見えるのに対して、白百合の君は一人蚊帳の外。
That said, the young lord doesn't try to act tough with the White Lily, so while the two men seem equal, she is left out of the picture
のよう
entirely.
に見えて、実は一人優先と女王との交流を楽しんでる。さ
But-
あ、この中で一番強いのは。
But despite appearances, she's off enjoying her bond with the queen. Now, who do you think is really the most powerful there? So you're saying it's Lily. I thought she just wasn't interested in Edmund or Edward's conflict. I answered hesitantly, only to be met with Goneril's sharp, accusatory glare.
そんな風に思うのは、お嬢ちゃんがまだまだ甘ちゃんな証拠さね。
Thinking that way is just proof that you're still naive, my dear.
女っていうのはね、男とは違うやり方で、時に男よりも狡猾に立ち回るものなのさ。
Women tend to operate differently. At times, they move more cunningly than men ever could. I felt something different in Goneril's spiteful remark and had been about to jump to a conclusion when John
ま
interrupted.
ああんたの話でそいつが厄介な相手だというのはよくわかった。
She sounds like quite a handful from what you've said.
お嬢、対立して距離がある公爵よりも白百合は息子のそばにいる機会が多いんだよな。
Is it true that the White Lily spends more time with the Marquez's son than the Marquez himself? Yeah, I've seen them together a few times.
当面の間は公爵よりもその女を警戒しろ。息子に取り入るにしても白百合が近くにいるときは行動を控えろよ。
Then you should be more cautious of her than the Marquez for the time being. If you're trying to get closer to Edward, make sure you hold back when the White Lily is nearby. Got it. A brief silence
さ
fell.
て、私は仕事の時間だから店を開けるよ。店番は任せたからね、ジャンボーや。
Alright. I've got to work to do, so I'm heading out. You've got the store covered, right, John boy? John looked at Goneril with suspicion when he heard the unnatural cheerfulness in her voice.
ああ、わかったよ。けど、仕事にかこつけて飲みすぎるな。後で俺が迷惑する。
She gives Lady in Red from Black Butler vibes. I'm trying to remember if I've gotten that far. We started rewatching it because we never actually finished it. I don't think I've met Lady in Red. Okay, got it. Just don't go overboard with the drinking, alright? I'll be the one dealing with the consequences later. She makes me think of not Madam, or Mad Moxie. Mad Moxie.
あんたは私の母親も気取る気かい？まあ、忠告は心に留めておくよ。
Are you trying to act like my mother? I'll remember your advice. Goneril spoke cheerfully. She stood, waved, and left the store. Once the door closed, John spoke up
お
again.
嬢もそろそろ行かなくていいのか？
Shouldn't you be leaving soon too, my lady? I snuck out of the mansion on an errand and I have to return soon, but I'd like to know more about Sife's power in practical terms. No fairy tales about battling the Fremdelin, something more grounded. I wonder what Edmund and Edward can do with that power. Do you think Obrion knows?
ああ、それでゴネリルには言わなかったのか。よし、一応聞いてみるか。
That's why you didn't ask Gonrel. Alright, I'll try asking him. John didn't expect much when he took out his pocket watch, but to his surprise, the bird popped out right away.
聞いてたぞ。シルフの力が知りたいんだって。
I hear you want to know about Sif's power. I do. If that power is strong, then I want to know what it's capable of. I'd like to hear tales from Sif's feats, if you know any. I figured he'd answer right away if I asked,
あ
but
あ、なんでそんなこと教えなきゃいけないんだ。勝手に調べろよ。
why do I have to tell you that? Figure it out on your own. Eh? Obrion jumped up and flopped his wings at me. Hold on, stop it, Obrion. I closed my eyes and covered my face. With my hands unable to bear it, John's calm voice soon reached my ears.
もういないぞ。
He's gone. Huh? I opened my eyes and saw John was telling the truth. It was just as unexpected as the reaction from Obrion as him showing up at all. The bird had vanished. All that had been left behind was the wind caused by his wings. What was Obrion even trying to do?
さあ、俺にもわからないな。
Who knows? No idea. After that, the Fae King didn't appear, no matter how much we called out to the pocket watch.
紅茶をありがとう、ローズ。仕事を増やしてすまないね。
Thanks for the tea, Rose. I apologize for making your workload heavier. It's no trouble at all. Please let me know if you need any refill.
そうだね。もしかしたら頼むかもしれない。どうしても結論の出ない議題があって長引いているから。
I might end up asking for one. So there's this issue you can't resolve, and we can't resolve, and it's dragging on forever. Edward, who spoke concernedly, was met with Linus's unusually harsh gaze.
長引いてるのはエドのせいだろ。
This is dragging on because of
手
you,
始めに
Ed.
落日の渡りガラスを叩けば、ローアンの治安は良くなるって何度も言ってるのに。
Rowan's security would be better if we dealt with the Twilight Ravens first. I've been saying this for like
それに
forever.
君が気にかけてるエデンは、あいつらの拠点があるかもしれないと俺は睨んでる。
Plus, I
優しさを
suspect
見せ
that
るのではなく、取り締まるべきだ。
Plus, I suspect that Eden, which you're concerned about, might be their base. You should be cracking down on them, not showing them
マスコ
showering
ッ
them
ト
with
さんもル
kindness.
ーカスさんも反対しなかったのに、エドがなかなか譲らないから話が終わらないんだよ。
Neither Ascot nor Lucas objects. Your refusal to compromise is why the conversation is dragging on like
そう
this.
は言っても、ライナの意見は過激すぎる。それに私は落日の渡りガラスだけでなく、
Your suggestion is way too extreme, and it's not just the Twilight Ravens. The Wing Hunters concern me too.
あの事件の犯人は弱者を狙っている。そして狙われている者の多くはエデンの住民だ。
The criminal behind that incident is targeting the weak. Maybe many of those affected are residents of
彼ら
Eden.
に今必要なのは私たちが味方であると見せ
I
るこ
was
とだ。
also one of those targets.
そうすることで両方の事件の解決につながるはずだ。
Right now, we need to make it clear that we're their allies. That should help resolve both incidents. I thought they were close, but it turns out that they have pretty different views. As I figured out their dynamic, the conversation turned to Alfred.
アルフレッドさんもエデンには触れない方がいいって言ってましたけど、つまり俺のやり方に反対ってことですか？
Alfred, you said it's better not to mess with Eden. Does that mean you're against the way I'm handling things?
お前のやり方は少々過激だ。そもそもお前たちはエデンにばかり目が向きすぎている。
Your approach is a bit too extreme. Honestly, all of you focus on Eden way too
問題は
much.
他にも山積みなんだ。あまり一つの考えにとらわれすぎるな。チェンジリングの件もある。
Many other problems need to be dealt with too. Don't focus on one thing too much. There's also the issue with the changelings.
おっしゃる通りですね。なら、膠着状態を脱する一案として、
He's right. How about we get a third party's opinion to break the stalemate? Edward's bright eyes found me, and he smiled faintly. I found myself confused and realized his intention. Is the third party you're referring to me, my lord? I didn't catch everything, so I'm not certain what to say. Truly confused, I shared my thoughts. Edward explained how things had
今
unfolded.
私たちは博覧会開催に向けてローアンの治安改善に力を注いでいるところなんだ。
We're currently working hard to improve Ruin's security in time for the exhibition.
落日の渡りガラスという反女王派と思われる組織と羽狩りという弱いユニークたちを狙った事件を特に気にしている。
At the moment, we're particularly concerned with the anti-royalists, the Twilight Ravens, and the Wing Hunters incidents targeting the weak
アラ
demi-fae.
さんが口にしたチェンジリングに絡む問題などもあるんだけれど、
There's also the issue with the changelings that Alfred mentioned, but
私とライナの意見が対立したのは前半で述べた2つの件がどちらもエデン絡みであることが原因だ。
my disagreement with Lynn comes from the fact that both issues I raised earlier are related to Eden. The thing where you wanted to show them that we're on their side while Lord Linus insists on enforcing control.
そうだよ。あの場所に暮らす人々への対応として、私たちは正反対の主張をしている。
That's it. We have completely opposing views when it comes to how we should approach the people living there. Edward glanced at Linus before turning his gaze back to me.
私は姉狩りの被害者である彼らに寄り添うことで、犯人につながる情報を得て、ロアンの治安回復を図りたいと考えているんだ。
I want to stand by the wing hunter's victims and gather information that could lead us to the perpetrator to fix Rowan's security.
一方、ライナはエデンの住民と落日の渡りガラスとの関係をはっきりさせれば、ロアンの治安が回復すると主張している。
However, Lynn argues that clarifying the ties between the residents of Eden and the Twilight Ravens will help restore Rowan's security.
アルさんはこの件には中立のようだし、よければ君の意見も参考にさせてくれないかな。
Alfred seems to be neutral about this, so if you're willing, I take your opinion into account as well. I understand, then I think I should probably agree with Edward if I want to become closer to him, but his perspective seems a little naive, maybe because of his upbringing. Was being honest for the best? I pondered how it might influence Edward's view. After much thought, I gave him my answer. Well, gee, I wonder what Edward would like to hear. You're right, my lord. I believe we should support the weak. However, there is an undeniable gap between those living in places like Eden and you, my lord. I doubt they'd open their hearts easily. Closing that distance will undoubtedly take time. As such, I don't believe this case will be resolved in a single day. I agreed, but raised a point of concern. Edward nodded.
君の指摘はもっともだね。私も自分のやり方は長期戦になると見ているよ。
You have a point. I expect my approach will be long term.
のんきだな、エドは。博覧会もそれを襲撃したがる過激派も待ってはくれないよ。
You're too relaxed, Ed. The exhibition and those radicals who want to attack the event won't wait for you. Linus let out an unexpected sigh. Edward gave him a mischievous look.
もちろん承知している。だけどライナ、私には君がいるだろ。
Of course I understand that, but you're here with me, aren't you, Linus?
意見が反対でも私たちは協力できる。やり方さえ間違えなければね。
We can work together even if our opinions differ, so long as no one makes a
とい
mistake.
うわけで、私とライナ、
How about we head to Eden, just the three of us? The parlor was enveloped in heavy silence.
は3人って。
Wait, why three? Am I being included? Both Linus and I were taken aback by the unexpected suggestion. Edward remained calm.
できれば協力してくれたら嬉しいよ。
I'd be happy if you could help
私
out.
は羽狩りの件でエデンの住民へ協力を仰ぐ。その際に不審な者がいれば、ライナ
I'll
を
ask
捕
the
えれば
people of Eden for their cooperation in the wing hunting case. If anyone suspicious shows up, Linus will handle them.
そしてローズ、君には私たちがまずいやり方をしている、あるいはやりすぎていると感じたら、ストッ
And
プをか
Rose,
けて
I
ほ
want
し
you
い
to
んだ。
stop us if you feel like we're handling things poorly or going too far.
先ほどの意見を聞いて、君は冷静な判断ができる人だと思ったよ。だから頼まれてくれないかな。
After hearing what you said, I figured you're pretty clear-headed, so would you mind helping us out? This is a chance to spend time with Edward. It's more than I hoped for, I have to accept. Just as I was about to respond, Alfred, who had been listening quietly, spoke up, his tone
つい
bitter.
さっきエデンばかりに目を向けるなと言ったはずだが、しかも使用人を同行させるとはどういうつもりだ。
Didn't I just tell you not to be so fixated on Eden? And why are you bringing a servant with you?
事件を早く解決するには、このやり方がベストだと思ったんですよ。
I think this is the fastest way to resolve the
うまくい
issue.
けば、羽狩りと落日の渡りガラス、二つの件で同時に成果を上げられるかもしれません。
If everything works out, we might be able to make progress in both the wing hunting and Twilight Raven's cases all at
それから
once.
彼女を同行させる意味は、彼女が指摘した通りです。
I'm bringing her along because of that exact reason she laid out. Edward spoke in his usual tone, despite Alfred furrowing his brow.
私ではエデンの住民たちの心を開くのに時間がかかる。
It'll take it'll take me a while to get Eden's residents to trust me. I get why they're
そし
cautious.
てライナであってもそれは同じとなれば貴族ではない者の存在が
Linus is no different. Given this, having someone who isn't a noble come along could ease the tension a
な
bit.
るほど。筋は通っている。だがその間、チェンジリングやその他の懸案事項は
I see this makes sense. But are we just going to ignore the changeling and other issues for now?
5家の代表は私とライナだけではないでしょアルさんあなたも入れてあと3人もいる違いますか
Linus and I aren't the only representatives of the five houses. You are too, Al, and there are 2 others as well, right? Edward spoke with unwavering confidence, his smile ever present. Alfred's expression softened at long last.
言うようになったな。いいだろう。しばらくは各々の持ち場でことに当たるとしよう。
You've gotten bold with your words. Very well, we shall each attend to our own duties for the time being.
この中で優先事案が出た場合には、5家の総力を挙げてこれに取り組む。それでどうだ取りまとめ役。
If a top priority issue comes up, we'll refocus all of our efforts on it. Does that work for you, Mr. Coordinator?
いいと思いますライナたちはこの案をどう思う
It sounds good to me. How about you, Linus? Faced with eyes full of hope and enthusiasm, Linus raised his hand in
そこまで
surrender.
流暢に語られたら反論の余地もないよ。わかった。君に従うよ。
There's a room for me to argue when you put it that smoothly. Fine, I'll go along with it. I would be honored to take on the task, though I'm not sure if I can be of much assistance. As I lowered my head respectfully, I couldn't help but rethink how I viewed Edward. I've been wrong to think Edward as someone who just talks about ideals. He's much more thoughtful than he seems. He's also got leadership skills. He can bring together those with complaints and opposing views without causing a scene, guiding them to a single conclusion. Since I was trying to get closer to him, I figured I should keep this in mind. That night, I informed John about the trip to Eden and with Edward. Then I turned to my pocket watch and decided to handle that issue too. Obrion, come out. I need you to tell me more about Sif's powers. I called out softly, then after a moment of silence.
お前もしつこいな。そんなに聞きたいなら教えてやらないこともないが。
You're really persistent. Fine. If you're so keen to know, then I'll tell you. But Obrion appeared and glanced around cautiously as if on guard. I raised an eyebrow, wondering what this was all
ここ
about.
はお前の部屋だよな。
Are we in your room? Obviously, I wouldn't call you in front of people. What's going on?
別にならいい。それでもあまり大声で話すなよ。屋敷の奴らに気取られたら面倒だ。
Nothing. Just don't get too loud, all right? We don't want others in the mansion to notice. Why is he bringing this up now? He should know that I don't want to be noticed more than anyone. I had a question, but I didn't want him to disappear like last time and got to the point. Will you tell me now?
シルフがどの程度のことができるかだったよな。まあそれくらいなら大した手間でもない。話してやるよ。
You want to know what Sif's power can do, right? That's no trouble. I'll explain. Obrion, who seemed to be in high spirits, puffed up his chest out like a bird and launched into a
シルフの
speech.
力の特徴
Like that.
シンプルに風だ。大気に渦巻く風に呼びかけて、その力をほぼ無尽蔵に扱える。人を吹き飛ばすのもわけない。
When is the defining trait of those with Sif powers? They can call on and control the air around them pretty much without limit and knock someone off their feet with
この家
ease.
の末裔で現状最も強いのは、実中ハック、当主のエドマンドだろうさ。
The head of the household, Edmund, is probably the strongest. The young lord is most likely the second
自然の強
strongest.
風程度のものを想定するなよ。風ってのは細かく扱えば、対象を切り刻む殺傷性があるんだからな。
Don't go thinking it's just a regular strong wind. The wind becomes a lethal weapon, sharp enough to shred its targets when controlled with finesse. I see, so the wind can be a pretty dangerous weapon too.
だが奴らが最も得意としているのは、対人戦よりも軍隊相手の戦い方だな。
Indeed, but they're way better at fighting armies than they are in taking on
例えば、
individuals.
トツクニが海から攻めてきたとする。その艦隊相手に 風で嵐を起こして丸ごと沈める。なんて朝飯前だろうな。
Say Fremdelin attempts an invasion by sea, they can conjure a storm and swallow the entire fleet without breaking a sweat. Oberon explanations stirred a distant memory, an old tale of Sif. I asked a question, no trace of doubt in my voice. So those old fairy tales are actually
グラン
true.
ドアルビオン建国の話か。そう。あれは事実だ。
The tale of Grand Abion's founding, yes, indeed, it's
だ
true.
からこそ、今日に至るまでティアの信頼も厚い。攻守に長けた完璧な騎士だからな。
This is why Tia's trust remains so steadfast to this day. Their knights skilled in both attack and defense, perfect in form. I suppose they're best at counterattacks rather than defense. At the moment, I was working on extracting info from 8 years ago by getting closer to Edward, but I might have to fight once it was time to take down the queen. Now that I think about it, Edward carries a sword. I should probably check out how good he is with it. I mulled over my next step, but Oberon's info in mind, the robin suddenly fluttered right in front of me, like he was trying to get my
も
attention.
う一つ面白いことを教えてやろうか。シルフは美しいだろう。あの見目の良さは、心根の純粋さの表れとも言われているんだ。
Are they gorgeous? I don't think so. Want to hear another intriguing detail? Sif's descendants are gorgeous, aren't they? People say their looks are a sign of their pure heart.
そして、その純粋さゆえに、災いをもたらすとも言われている。
However, that purity is also said to bring about misfortune. That sounds like something out of a fairy tale or legend. The robin chirped happily. He was most likely teasing me.
さあな、お前がそう思いたいのなら、それでもいいさ。伝説かどうかは自分の身をもって確かめてみるんだな。
Sure, if that's how you want to see it, then go right ahead. But you have to test it out yourself if you want to learn if it's a mere story or not. Oberon disappeared. His final remark sounded like a parting taunt. Seriously, he's so free-spirited. Edward's face popped into my head as I reluctantly replayed those words. He's definitely got that kind of look that deserves to be called gorgeous, but is he just a pretty face or is there more to him? Those thoughts dwelled on my mind for no reason. In the end, I decided to retire to bed early. I don't think he's gorgeous. That's the problem. I don't think he's gorgeous. Be like, he's so beautiful. He's fine. I'll make use of this chance as well. I've talked things over with John, but I'm not sure if it'll work out. A faint trace of nerves stirred within me. Edward noticed and glanced at me concerned.
緊張している。あまり治安のいい場所とは言えないけれど、私とライナがいるから、君へ危害が及ぶようなことはさせないよ。
Are you nervous? It's not exactly the safest place, but Linus and I are here. I'll make sure you aren't harmed. Thank you. I'll place my utmost trust in you both. I gave a small smile, playing along with Edward's misunderstanding. Linus smiled back at me, bright and cheerful.
頼りにしてくれていいよ。素行の悪い手合いを相手にするのは慣れてるからね。
You can count on us. I'm no stranger to dealing with those unruly type.
エドに言わせると俺はやりすぎらしいけど。でも敵に容赦する意味はないと思うんだけどな。
Ed says I tend to overdo it, but I don't believe there's a point in showing the enemy mercy. As a sharp glint flickered in those charming eyes for a second, startling me. Remembering he was a descendant of the ferocious Susith. I don't think that's how they've been... Is that how they've been typing it? I strengthened my resolve, albeit in a different sense.
それで具体的に何をするつもり？まさか見境なく声をかけていくわけじゃないよね。
So what exactly are you planning on doing? You're not going to go to the people with no plan, are you?
相手の心を開くやり方としては、それはうまくないね。
The methods are far from ideal as far as opening
ここを散歩するよ。
someone's heart goes. For now, I'll just take a walk around the area.
ああ、なるほど。はいはい、了解。じゃあ俺は周りを警戒しながら隣を歩くよ。
Okay, got it. I'll walk next to you and keep an eye out for anything unusual. Had Linus given up on arguing with Edward? He stayed true to his word. I matched my pace to theirs and stole a look at Edward. This is definitely not the kind of place you'd think of taking a walk. What's Edward thinking? The streets were dirty. People stared at us, their eyes cold and harsh. Some sat, others sprawled on the ground. They glared sharp and unfriendly. It almost feels like I can actually hear a voice in my head urging me to leave. Though I wouldn't say that's the best approach either. The air shifted abruptly.
おっと。君はそれが欲しいの？
Do you want that? I glanced over and found Edward grasping the hand of a boy no taller than his waist who clutched a wallet
で
tightly.
もそれは私のものだ。返してくれるかな？
It belongs to me though. Would you mind giving it back?
嫌だ。
No. Edward kneeled and looked the child in the eyes as he spoke kindly. The boy shook his head stubbornly.
ほら、人のものを盗んじゃダメだろ。あんまり悪いことをしてると牢屋行きになっちゃうんだからな。
You can't go around stealing people's things. Keep it up and you might end up in jail, you know. Linus might not have been so severe if the boy hadn't just been a possible anti-royalist. His demeanor opposed Edward's kindness, and he's commanded the boy with his eyes.
実はこれには1枚のコインしか入っていないんだ。
There's only a single coin inside. Do you still want it? Edward motioned for him to open the wallet. The boy turned it upside down and startled.
本当だ。
You're not lying. The child gazed dazedly at the lone coin resting in his hand. Edward persisted determinedly.
君が欲しいと言うなら、そのコインは財布ごとあげよ
I'll give you the coin if you really want it, wallet
う。でも
included.
コイン1枚では今日のご飯には困らないかもしれないが、そこで終わりだ。それでは君も大変だろ。
One coin might be enough for today's meal, but it stops there. That won't be enough for you in the long run, will it?
それはそうだけど。
You have a point.
だからこの財布を私に返してくれたら、今日、明日、それ以降も食事に困らない場所へ君を案内しよう。
If you give me back the wallet, I'll show you a place where you won't have to worry about meals, and not just for today, but in the future
旧
too.
品院へ行く気はあるかい？あるなら私が話をつけるから一緒に来てほしい。
Are you willing to go to the almshouse? I can make the arrangement, but I'd like you to come with me. The child's eyes flickered at Edward's proposal, but he quickly rejected the idea.
今コインが欲しい。
I want the coin now.
そうか。わかったよ。
Very well.
なら持っていくといい。
You can take it with you. Edward didn't push the matter further. He simply handed the wallet to the boy. The latter didn't thank him, just ran off.
なるほど。こういうやり方か。自分から仕掛けるのではなく、仕掛けられたら相手に合わせて対応する。
I get it. Rather than initiating, you wait for the others to act first and respond
おと
accordingly.
なしいけど、ずいぶん先が長そうだね。アルフレッドさんにまた小言を言われない？
That's so typical of you, and it looks like it'll be a long road ahead. Don't you think Alfred will get on your case again?
悠長なやり方だと言われるだろうね。
I'll probably be
でも
called
私には
slow
これ
with
くらい
this
しか思い
approach,
つかな
but
かったんだ。
honestly, this is all I could come up with. What do you think? I do think it's a roundabout way of doing things, but if Edward's the one doing it, this might be the best approach. I paused and gathered my thoughts. Oh wait, I forgot to check. That last choice didn't do anything. I wish that would have just gotten Linus's attention. I believe it's the best course of action. That child will most likely remember your conversation today. I believe that he'll have a different attitude when we meet again. It feels like a response like that will pave the way for the future. It seems you possess the ability to foresee what lies ahead, my lord. I wonder if I'd praised him too much. Part of me was truly impressed by him, however, so I gave him a genuine compliment. Edward's face lit up with a smile. Not load, not load. 1. He only has 5, so I wonder if that's just gonna be 1 is the most you can get anyways.
私に先見の明を持つように教えたのは父だよ。上に立つ者は先を見る力を養わなければいけないと何度も言われたものだ。
My father taught me to think ahead. He always said that those in charge must have the ability to look ahead.
もっとも今では見ている未来が父とは異なるけれどね。それでもこういった考え方を養ってくれたことに感謝している。
The future I envision differs from my father's, but I'm still thankful he instilled that idea in me. I thought Edward disliked his father. Maybe this isn't the case. His expression was both respectful and melancholic. Edward rose to his feet and gently dusted the dirt off his knees. Linus stretched and looked across the street the moment
それじゃあ
The moment
散歩を
gone.
再開しようか。俺の方も成果を上げられるようにしないとね。
Alright, let's get back to our walk. I should make some progress on my end too.
暴走だけはしないでくれよ。怪しいものを見かけたら行動に移す前に私に声をかけてくれ。
Just don't go off on your own. If you spot anyone suspicious, let me know before you do anything.
はいはい。エドって俺のことたまに牛か何かだと思ってない？何でもかんでも突撃しないって。
Yeah, sure. Do you think I'm a bull in a china shop or something? I'm not going to charge ahead blindly or anything, you know? Edward and Linus exchanged some lighthearted banter before resuming their walk. It's about time. I walked along with them, glancing around. Then someone called out to me.
やあローズ、エデンに来るなんて珍しいじゃないか。
Hey, Rose. It's quite rare to see you in Eden. Oh, Alvin. I wasn't aware you frequented Eden as well. When I suddenly struck up a conversation with John, alias Alvin, and the chipmunks, Edward looked back and forth between us with a curious
彼は
expression.
君の知り合い？見たところ商いをされる方のようだね。
Is he an acquaintance of yours? He looks like he's engaged in some kind of commerce. Yes, he works at the butler's shop I frequent, but what brings you here today?
ああ、実は雇っていたやつがここの出だったんだけど、つい最近店から逃げちゃってさ。ここに戻ってないか探しに来たんだよ。
Oh, a person I employ fled the shop not long ago, you see. They're from this area, so I came here in case they returned. I inwardly raised an eyebrow at John's dramatic shrug, pretending it was all for nothing. John casually turned to Edward and Linus took off his hat and bowed slightly.
アルビンと言います。俺の方はあなたをよく知っていますよ。バーンスタイン家のエドワード様ですよね。
He looks like he's fallen for it, honestly. My name is Alvin. I know you well enough. You're Lord Edward from House Bernstein, correct? Oh, that's a laugh. I didn't know he could make that face. I watched John in wonder. He shook Edward's hand with a friendly smile, but this was no time for leisure or to be impressed, because this was the beginning of our plan. Our 10-step plan.
ようやくすると、エデンの住民から情報を得たいってことですね。
Long story short, you're looking to get information from the people living in Eden, yes? We revealed why we were here, and Alvin, John, nodded. His expression troubled. He turned to Edward.
そういうことなら、俺も力になれるかもしれません。ここには顔見知りが何人かいるんです。
If that's the case, I might be able to help. I know a few people around here. You know some of them too, Rose. Oh, who might they
ほ
be?
ら、うちの肉屋の前にたむろしてる子供が何人かいただろう？あの子たちエデンに住んでるんだ。
You know the kids who used to hang around my shop? They actually live in Eden. We conversed briefly, acting natural. John then redirected the conversation to
これから
Edward.
話を通しておけば、顔見知りの彼女には知っていることを話してくれるかもしれません。
If I give
よ
them
けれ
a
ば
nudge,
声をかけておきましょうか。
they might spill what they know. Shall I reach out to them?
ありがとう。とても助かるよ。
Thanks, that'd be a great help. What he said was a mix of truth and lies. John did know some people in Eden, but only due to his previous dealings with Goneril's agent. The part about him working at a butcher is completely a lie. It's a believable way to explain how we know each other. It seemed somewhat rushed, but I couldn't afford to drag my feet. I needed to get Edward's interest and find a way to be involved.
こうなってくると、君にはこれからもエデンでの聞き込みを手伝ってもらった方がいい。
Looks like I could use your help with the inquiries in Eden moving forward. I'd be more than happy to help. It doesn't seem like he suspects me. This gives me a good excuse to stick with Edward for the time being. Honestly, collecting eyewitnesses' accounts about the Winged Hunters incident might not be too hard with John and Goneril's help. John and I had figured we could use this as a way to get closer to Edward, so we decided to take this elaborate route. I suppose I'm just as roundabout as he is. I decided not to bring this up to Edward. Then Linus asked John a question, his eyes sharp.
君さ、落日の渡りガラスについても何か知らない？
Do you know anything about the Twilight Ravens by any
ここにアジ
chance?
トがあるらしいんだ。
I heard rumors they have a base around here.
怪しいやつを見てたら教えてくれないかな？
Could you give me a heads up if you come across anyone suspicious?
怪しいやつですか。そうですね。
Someone suspicious, you say? I
いや、そいつはたく
suppose
さんいますよ。
There's quite a lot of people like that.
何しろここはエデンですからね。あなたのご期待に添えるかはわかりませんが、気になる人を見かけたら連絡します。
This is Eden after all. I can't guarantee I'll meet your expectations, but I will let you know if I come across them. He smiled pleasantly, but there was no way John would hand over any information about the Twilight Ravens and Linus. To Linus, we agreed on one thing, to stay out of the way of the anti-royalist activities as much as we can. I was unsure if the Twilight Ravens were our allies, but we had no reason to get in the way of anyone who opposed the Queen. John wrapped up the conversation, mentioning he had work to do before leaving. Edward watched him go, then looked at the
今日
sky.
のところはここまでかな。
We talked to one
もうす
person,
ぐ日も暮れるし。
and that person
屋
doesn't
敷へ
even live in
戻ろう
Eden.
か。
I think that's enough for today. It's getting late. Let's head back to the mansion.
君のおかげで回り道にも光明を見出せた気がするよ。
Thanks to you, I feel like I found a glimmer of hope in a roundabout
本
way.
当だね。3人で来たのは正解だったかな。
True, coming here was the right decision. I'm pleased to hear you say that. Thank you, my lord, Lord Linus. I feel like that's a weird way to say it. Lord Edward, Lord Linus. My lord and Lord Linus. Like, you know, like I need words in the middle. Edward and Linus smiled satisfactory, but I might have been the one who gotten the most out of the outing.
あんた今日もエデンへ行くんだっけ？あんな物騒なところへ通うなんて。
Are you going to
大変
Eden
だ
again
ね。
today? Being in such a dangerous place must be hard.
怖くはないですか？
Are you not afraid? It had been a few days since I started to going to Eden with Edward and Linus. Evelyn and Charlotte had called me out as I finished getting ready and waited for Edward. I'm not scared with Lord Edward and Lord Linus around. Plus, it's an honor to be able to contribute to the exhibition success, however small.
はあ、物好きだと思ってたけど、立派な心がけで続けてるのね。と、
Oh, oops. Hang on. Sorry. I realized I had way too many little notes down here. I thought you were just curious, but it seems that you truly are dedicated to the cause. I am the cause. It's me. Oh wait, I just realized I haven't put his name in here. Edward Bernstein Bear. Do I know his name? Oh my god. Bernstein. Like that. I thought you were just curious, but it seems you're truly dedicated to the cause. That's what can I say. Evelyn suddenly quieted. When I followed her gaze, I found not Edward, but the butler, Nicholas.
今日もエドワード様のお供を
Are you accompanying Lord Edward again today? Yeah, look at me go. I apologize for having to step away from my duties at the
いや
estate.
構わない。エドワード様のご要望であり、博覧会開催のために必要なことであれば続けるべきだろう。
That's fine. If this is Lord Edward's wish, it is necessary for the success of the exhibition, then you should continue. He said it's fine, but his gaze feels sharp. Did I say something wrong? I was suddenly struck with an unpleasant feeling. I'd been so focused on getting closer to Edward, I wonder if I had made some kind of mistake in how I behave around the mansion. Was I acting weird for a maid? What if he started questioning my true identity? I broke into a cold sweat. Then the person I had been waiting for finally arrived.
ローズ、待たせてね。ニック、彼女に何か用かい？
Sorry for keeping you waiting, Rose. Is there something you need from her, Nick?
いえ、話はもう終わっています。どうぞ気をつけてお出かけください。
No, we just finished talking. Please be careful when you head
あ
out.
あ、行ってくるよ。
I will. We'll be going now. I shall be off. I gave a deeper bow than usual, and trailed behind Edward, but something still felt off. I felt Nicholas's eyes on me until I stepped out of the mansion. A few days later, Goneril. I was out in the city on errands, which hadn't happened for some time, and took the opportunity to visit Goneril's shop. She greeted me happily, a glass of wine in her
いらっ
hand.
しゃい。
It is
今日はジョン
shy.
坊やはいないけどいいのかい？
Look who it is. John Boy is out today, though. Is that okay? That's fine. I've seen his face enough. I had crossed paths with John's dressed as Alvin several more times in Eden. Goneril gave me a knowing
あんた
smile.
たちずいぶん目立ってるみたいだね。まあ上層階級2人に労働者階級2人の取り合わせで一緒に動いてりゃ目立って当たり前だけどさ。
You guys sure know how to attract attention. I mean, you're bound to turn some heads with two blue bloods and two laborers hanging around together.
何よりあんたが噂の的だよ。あのエドワード・バーンスタインが女を連れて歩いてるってね。
And you're causing a real buzz. Everyone's talking about how Edward Bernstein is walking around with a lady on his arm. Maybe we're drawing too much attention. Goneril heaved a sigh.
鈍いね。あたしが言ってるのはエドワードにいい人が現れたって噂になってるってことさ。
You're a bit dense, aren't you? I'm saying people are gossiping that Edward's found himself a special someone.
お嬢ちゃんはお坊ちゃんと懇意になりたかったんだろ？なら大成功じゃないか。
You want to get closer to the little lord, didn't you? Well, you certainly pulled it off. A special someone. Could they have mistaken me for his lover? I do not want to get to know him better. I do want to get to know him better. I'm not aiming for a romantic relationship. Goneril gave another heavy sigh.
バカだねあんた。恋仲になるのが一番手っ取り早くて確実な方法なのに。
You're being foolish. Getting romantically involved is the most straightforward, reliable approach there is. Are you really abandoning it?
まだまだお子様のお嬢ちゃんには荷が重いかもしれないけどさ。せっかくなら噂を本当にする気概を見せなよ。
It might be a little too much for a young woman like you, but if you're going to be gossiped about, at least have the nerve to make it real. I'll consider it. I didn't like being called young, but I figured a rebuttal would make it worse. I simply gave a non-committal answer and let it slide. Honestly, falling in love is the last thing on my mind right now, even if it's an act. It may be a way to grow closer to Edward, but I'm not skilled enough to balance that with my goals.
要件は何だい？世間話をしに来たってわけじゃないんだろ？
So what brings you here? I'm sure you didn't stop in for some casual conversation. Her voice grew kinder. She must have seen my silence as a sign of internal conflict. I thought I'd come by and see if there was any fresh news about the wing hunters. I feel like I'm slowly growing closer to the people in Eden, but no one has given me any definitive information yet. Maybe no one has any information, but I think I could cleverly twist anything I learn here and pass it on to Edward as something from Eden.
なるほどね。でも残念ながら私も新しい情報は持ってないよ。調べろと言われれば調べるけど、どうする？
I see. Unfortunately, I don't have any new information to share. I can poke around if you want me to try, though. What's your plan? I thought for a moment, then remembered something.
じゃあまず一つ。
Goneril, you told me that the wing hunters started about 7 years ago. Could there be any meaning
お
to
嬢ちゃ
that?
んが8年前に強いこだわりがあるのは知ってるよ。そして確かに7年と8年は近いね。
I know you're particularly attached to what happened 8 years ago, and yes, 7 and 8 aren't that far apart. Goneril stared at the ceiling, deep in thought, then she slapped her knee and looked at me.
わかった。その頃から羽狩りが始まった理由をできる限り調べておくよ。お題は
Alright.
そうだね。
I'll see what I can dig up about why the wing hunting started around that time. As for payment, let's see.
お嬢ちゃんとバーンスタインのお坊ちゃんの恋バナでも土産話持ってきてくれたらそれで手を打ってやろうか。
I might settle for you bringing me some juicy gossip about you and that little Bernstein Lord love story. Goneril grinned mischievously. Let me pay with proper money, I frowned. Once I returned from my errands, I took care of the laundry and hung the sheets in the bright sunny garden. The sun is nice, but the wind is so strong. I need to be careful so the laundry doesn't blow away. I was careful, but the wind was stronger than I expected. Oh no. I hurriedly reached out, but it was too late. The sheet soared through the air and got caught in a tree. No one's around. After confirming that nobody was watching, I set my plan into motion. Good, I got it. The sheet got caught in was sturdy, so I figured I could handle it. I climbed up, sat on the branch, and grabbed the sheet. I need to get this down. It's nice up here, though. Maybe I'll stay a little longer just for fun. The strong wind had died down. Now it was pleasantly brushing against my cheeks. I closed my eyes, savoring the breeze's gentle caress on my
ローゼ
skin.
そこで何をしてるんだ
Rose, what are you doing? Do I fall out of dramaticness? The voice caught me off guard. Then I peered down through the branches. Edward looked at me, surprised. Our eyes locked. The sheet got carried off by the wind, so I climbed up here to retrieve it.
もしかして登ってみたものの降りられなくて困っている
Let me guess, you climbed up there, now you can't get down, you're stuck, aren't you? Edward looked confused. For a moment, I thought about pretending to be helpless and saying I couldn't get down, but he probably noticed how relaxed I am. At this point, I wouldn't be able to convince him. No, I can get down. It's just pleasant up here, though. I was thinking of staying a little longer. Edward's face lit up in a wide smile.
うん確かにすごく気持ちよさそうだせっかくだから私も君に習おうかな
It looks quite pleasant up there. Maybe I'll do the same and stay for a while. Huh? Before I could react, Edward placed a foot on the tree trunk. In no time at all, he climbed up beside me.
君が木登りできるとは知らなかったまさか
Here's the
この
bed
場
sheet.
所を発見されるとも思わなかったな
I'm gonna be so real. I don't like this. I don't like how the clothing is moving, and her hand looks like it's pressed into something, but the dress is flowing in a way that it doesn't look like she's pressing it into anything. So why is it like that? Like, you would have had me better if her hand was just not showing, like it was under the ruffles. That's not how your dress would be flowing in a tree. It's flowing in all directions. Like, you'd be sitting on some of it, and if you're not sitting on some of it, that means you're touching a tree with your bare butt almost. Like, even him, he looks like he's sitting in front of the tree. Like, this doesn't look like they're on the tree. I don't like it. I didn't know you were good at climbing trees. I certainly hadn't expected anyone to discover this spot. Are you referring to the tree we are currently in, my lord? I found this somewhat doubtful. Edward's eyes crinkled in amusement.
子供の頃ここは私のお気に入りの隠れ家だったんだよ
I am. This is my favorite secret
父上
spot.
に叱られた時は
When I was a
よく避難
child,
していた
I often hid here when Nick and my father scolded
ここに
me.
上がると風が慰めてくれるような気持ちになったものだ大丈夫元気を出してってね
Whenever I came here, it feels like the wind is holding me close and saying, it'll be alright, stay strong. True to his word, the wind caressed him. Edward closed his eyes, savoring the soothing touch. She must be loved by the wind, my lord. Before I knew it, the words had slipped out. Huh? Edward's eyes widened as he stared at me for some reason. Forgive me if I spoke out of place, but it seems fitting that the wind would be so fond of you, my lord. Embarrassed, I tried to cover up my words with a feeble excuse. Edward shook his head softly.
いやそうじゃないよ昔君と同じ言葉をくれた子がいたから懐かしくなっただけなんだ
Oh no, that's not it. It's just someone said the same thing to me once. It brought back
その
memories.
子も私が風に愛されていてまるで風の妖精のようだと言ってくれた
The girl also said I was loved by the wind as if I were a wind
嬉
fae.
しかったな
It made me so happy. I believe you are a true wind fae, my lord. Did that please you? Edward smiled lightly, then shared a story from his
Ah.
childhood.
シルフの血族という意味では私は風の妖精に違いないけれどその子は私が誰だか知らずに言ったんだ
You're right, I am indeed a wind fae, at least in terms of being a descendant of Sif. But the girl said the same thing without knowing my true identity.
彼女に言われて思い出したんだよ自分がただ純粋に風が好きで愛しているっていうことをね
Her comment reminded me that I've always loved the wind and that my love for it has never
これは
faded.
またシルフの血によるものなのかもしれないけれど
This
風を
might be
愛す
due
る
to my
気持ちは
Sif blood, but the love I
ただ
have
のエドワードのものだ
for the wind is entirely my
エド
own.
ワード・バーンスタインではなくて家や使命から切り離された私だったとしても
Even if I were no
風を
longer
愛し
Edward
てる。
Bernstein, cut off from my family and duties, I would still love the
だから
wind.
優しい風が吹くときはいつもあの子の言葉と一緒にこの気持ちを思い出しているよ。
Whenever the wind blows gently, I always crawl this feeling together with what the girl said to me. His expression was filled with nostalgia and a hint of loneliness. I'd always thought he was the epitome of the young nobleman, someone who took pride in carrying his family's legacy,
バーンス
but
タインの次期当主が干渉に浸るなんて情けないと思った。
do you find it pathetic that the future head of House Bernstein is so sentimental? His question caught me off guard. It sounded as if he had read my thoughts. I decided to be honest since it was already apparent. I don't think it's pathetic. It's just you've always looked somewhat uncomfortable, my lord, almost as if you felt
不自
restricted.
由か。まあ、そうだね。私は家名
Restricted?
や立場に縛られている。
Yes, that's accurate. I'm
今は
bound by
博
my
覧会と
household's
いう
name
大きな事案も抱えているしね。
and status, not to mention that I'm responsible for a large event at the moment.
父上には苦言を呈され、アルさんにも小言を言われ、ライナには呆れられる。
My father scolds me, Al lectures me,
これ
Lynn
は
can't
風
help
に
but
慰
feel
めてもらわない
exasperated.
とやってられないかもしれないな。
I might need the wind's comfort just to survive
し
this.
かし、君は私の心を見抜く名人だね。前は疲れているとバレてしまったし、
You're quite the expert at figuring out my feelings.
私も君の心を当ててみせようか。
You realized I was tired last time. How about I guess what's truly in your heart this time? Edward peered in my eyes, his gaze clear and
君
steady.
もまた不自由に見えるよ。何かに思い悩んで憂いがあるように見え
You
る。
seem restricted too. It looks like something's troubling you, as though your heart is filled with
私
sorrow.
が声をかける前に気持ちよさそうに風に吹かれていた表情が素の君だと私は感じたんだけれど、
Before I called out to you, it felt like the expression you wore as the wind blew over you was your true self. Am I wrong? So I really was being watched, and for longer than I thought. What kind of face was I making? I do have concerns, however, they aren't things I can share. Surprised by the unexpected comment, I let slip words that were close to my true emotion, yet Edward didn't push
話
further.
す必要はないよ。悩みは誰にだってあるものだからね。
You don't need to talk about it. Everyone has their own troubles after all.
そうだな。また風に吹かれたくなったら、今度
If you ever want to
私
feel
の
the wind
特別な
again,
場所へ連れて行ってあげようか。
I can take you to my special place. I tilted my head slightly. Edward smiled. Is there another place like this?
あるよ。その時が来たら、
There is. When the
Mistonia.
time comes, let's go together. A refreshing breeze carrying the scent of greenery swept between us as if responding to Edward's comment. Please take me there. I found myself nodding sincerely, surprising myself. Perhaps it was because he invited me while up in a tree, a place far from ordinary.
本当に手を貸さなくても大丈夫？
Are you sure you don't need any help? No, I'm fine. Both of us easily landed on the ground. We were used to it. I'd never really paid attention before, but Edward looked ever a bit the dignified, flawless future head of the house as I stepped down from the tree. He instantly pulled himself together. Actually, he was being his true self when we were up there. He might have felt like a child again. Edward flashed me his usual bright, cheerful
それじゃあ
smile.
仕事頑張って。私は王宮へ呼ばれているから、
Good luck
今
with
日
your
は
work.
遅くなるよ。
I've been summoned to the palace, so I'll be late tonight. All right, I shall bring you some tea when you return. Edward thanked me for seeing him off, then I resumed hanging the laundry. If you'd like. I felt like I was about to remember something. Could it be a childhood memory? What was that just now? It felt like some long-lost memory. However, it was swept away by a strong wind just as it began to faintly resurface. I wonder what that was. I felt a gaze that seemed to wrap around me as I tidied the parlor after another meeting with the five houses. Oh gosh, after another meeting with the five houses had ended, it had to be one of the five people in the parlor, but Ascot, shouldn't met his eyes. I regretted looking around once I realized he watched me. Ascot approached, his attitude as easygoing as ever. I wasn't sure if he knew how I felt.
やあローズ、
私はこれから陛下のご機嫌を伺いに行くのだけれど。
Hey
君も一緒に来てくれる
Rose,
かい？
I'm about to see how Her Majesty is feeling. Would you like to come along? Why would I need to come with you? I didn't even try to mask my suspicion. Ascot put on a ridiculously feeble-looking expression, clearly playing it up.
最近の陛下はお加減があまり良くなくてね。デビュタントで張り切りすぎた反動のようなんだけど。
Like this, these pants could be tighter. Hear me out. They could be tighter. They could have a shape to them. Her Majesty hasn't felt well lately. Seems like she overdid it at the debutante ball, but there's only so much I can do to cheer her up.
そこで君のことを思い出したんだ。
So I thought of you, me.
そう。君はデビュタントで陛下に気に入られていただろう。顔を見せて差し上げればお喜びになるかもしれない。
Her Majesty seemed rather fond of you at the debutante ball, didn't she? Seeing you again might cheer her up.
どうか陛下のために私と一緒に来てくれないかな。
Please, won't you come with me for Her Majesty's sake? Should I take this at face value or is it some kind of trap? I had my sights set on getting closer to the Queen and striking her down. This was the kind of opportunity I should capitalize on. Sadly, I wasn't ready. To make matters worse, I inexplicably distrusted it due to the fact that it was Ascot who was doing the asking.
マスコットさん、さすがに今すぐ王宮へなんて無茶ですよ。彼女も困りますって。
You can't seriously expect her to go to the palace right now, Ascot. That's ridiculous. You'll only get her in a tough spot. Linus's lighthearted remark relieved me, yet Ascot's crimson eyes glimmered and he didn't look away.
大丈夫。そのままの格好でも君は十分綺麗だし。
Don't
私と
worry.
一緒なら何不自由なく王宮に入ることができる。
You look stunning just as you are. I'll be with you, so we'll get into the palace without a hitch. Just relax. He might have used sweet words, but all I felt was suspicion. Wouldn't Lily be more suitable choice in the first place? She was the Queen's favorite person. I understand, but still. He wouldn't budge even after Linus had stepped in. I wonder what to do.
申し訳ないですが、アスコットさん。彼女には私から大切な仕事を頼んであるんですよ。この後取り掛かってもらうことになっています。
I'm afraid she can't, Ascot. I've already assigned her to an important job. She's supposed to get started on it soon. This time, it was Edward who intervened. Ascot shot him a question back, almost like he was enjoying this.
大切な仕事？陛下よりも優先する仕事があるとは思えないけれど。
Important work? I find it hard to believe there's anything more pressing than Her
陛下よ
Majesty.
り大切というわけではありませんが、博覧会に影響することです。
It's not
博覧会は
not more important than Her Majesty's affairs, but it is something that will affect the exhibition. I'm sure that the Queen's top priority as well.
それに関わる仕事となれば優先すべきだと思いますが、
I believe this should be prioritized as it's connected to that. Don't you agree?
なるほどね。で、君はエド君から何を頼まれているのかな？
I see. What did Ed ask you to do? Why is he asking me this? I opened my mouth reluctantly, feeling Ascot's sharp gaze on me. I promised to report on what I've noticed regarding the wing hunting investigation that I've been conducting with Lord Edward and Lord Linus.
彼女は私やライナとは違う視点を持っていますから、もちろん都度報告はもらっていますが、日が経ってから気づくこともあります。
She sees things differently from me and Linus. I get updates from her now and then, but she catches things after the fact
ですから
sometimes.
エデンの訪問から時間を空けて報告の日を設けているんですよ。
That's
そ
why
して
we set the report
今
for a
日
few
がその日と
days.
いうわけです。
After our visit to Eden, and today is the day, my answer seemed to align with Edward's intention, as he offered some extra help. Even so, I'm sure he'll suggest changing the date for something that simple, and if that happens, I'm not sure how to avoid
なるほ
this.
ど。それなら仕方がないね。
I see, well then I suppose I'll just have to accept it. But my concerns were for nothing in the end. Ascot easily backed down. He put on a pensive look that would probably charm the ladies, then heaved a sigh.
彼女に振られてしまったから、私は一人寂しく陛下のご機嫌を伺ってくるよ。ああ、なんならルー君、君が一緒に来る？
I've been turned down, so I'll just go and try to please Her Majesty on my own. Oh, unless, of course, you want to tag along, Lulu.
断る。僕が言ったところで意味がないだろう。
No thanks, there's no point in me going with you. Lucas refused him as well. Ascot gave a sigh, a light shrug, and exited the parlor before anyone
そ
else.
れで実際、羽刈りの件について 調べは進んでいるのか？
Has the investigation into the wing hunters made any progress? Once Ascot was gone, Alfred directed his attention back to Edward.
先ほどの会議でも少し触れましたが、決定的な情報は得られていません。
As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, we have yet to obtain definitive information. But you did say it happened again last night.
ジョージストリートの裏路地で羽を刈られたとみられるミングルが発見されている。
Yes, a mingle was discovered in the alley off George Street. Seems the victim of the wing hunter. It looks like this is happening more often now.
アルさん、やはり
I feel like at some point they have to get caught. Like 7 years of stealing wings and not even like a silhouette of what they look like. No one has any description. Man, woman, a group of people. Like none of that is in their repertoire after 7 years of this. Like I get that because it's happening in like Eden, it's not as important, but they have people here. And if Edward cares, I feel like they would have like a team on it, wouldn't they? Don't you think the most pressing thing before the exhibition is catching the wing hunter? Is it? Is it? It's been 7 years. Are you sure it's the most pressing? You guys don't seem to press at all.
このままでは被害が拡大していく。そんな気がしてならないんです。
If things continue like
市外での
this,
不安が大きくなれば、
the damage will
博
only
覧会開催
escalate.
にも関わります。
I can't help but feel that the unrest in the city will affect the exhibition if it grows.
そうだな。次の合計会議で。
True. I'll let Ascot know at the next
ライ
meeting.
ナも今度は同意してくれると嬉しいよ。
I'd like you to join me this timeline.
わかった。反対しないよ。今は落日の渡りガラスより羽狩りを優先しよう。
Alright, I won't argue. We should focus on the wing hunters for now instead of the Twilight
彼女が
Ravens.
取り持ってくれたおかげで、あの辺の住民たちの態度も軟化してきてるしね。
It's all thanks to her that the attitude of people in the area have been
随
softened.
分と変わった手を使っているんだな。
That's quite a change in strategy, huh? Lucas seemed to be hearing this for the first time. As he looked at me curiously, Edward intervened, wrapping up the
で
conversation.
はそろそろ次の一手を打ってみます。君ももう少しだけ付き合ってくれるかい？
I'll go ahead and proceed with the next step then. Would you be willing to stay with me a bit longer? Very well. What could Edward's next step be? I couldn't imagine it. I wanted to get closer to him though, so I didn't have any choice but to accept his request. His next step is just eating food and snacks.
こんにちは、エドマンド卿。あなたも陛下のご機嫌を伺いに？
Good afternoon, Lord Edmund. Have you come to check on Her Majesty's mood as well?
残念ながら、アスコット卿がされるような楽しい話をしに来たわけではありませんな。
Unfortunately, I did not come for the sort of light-hearted chat you might indulge in, Lord Ascot.
ああ、なるほど。トツクニの件ですね。
I see. So the issue is with the Fremdelandians.
できれば御家会議の議題にも挙げていただきたいものだが、今の御家にその余裕があるのか甚だ疑問だ。
Ideally, I'd like to see this brought up to the Five Houses conference, but I really doubt there's that
そこ
time
で
for
ト
it.
ツクニの件については、目下のところ私が単独で動いているわけだが。
I'm handling the matter with Fremdelin alone for now. Edmund slammed his cane to the floor, giving Ascot a
特
sharp
に
look.
リンデル家とサリバン家は何をされているのか一度お聞きせねばと考えていたところだ。これもいい機会。
I've been meaning to ask what House Lindell and House Sullivan have been involved in, and it seems this is my chance. Would you care to answer, Lord
も
Ascot?
ちろん、博覧会の開催に向けて全力を注いでいます。そしてリンデル。プーカの役割は陛下の恩義を守ること。
Of course, we're putting our utmost effort into making the exhibition a success, and House Lindell, Puka's duty is to protect Her
シ
Majesty.
ルフが外敵から国を守ろうとしているように、陛下のために誠心誠意尽くしていますよ。
I'm wholeheartedly dedicating myself to Her Majesty just as Sif strove to defend the country from the outside
サリ
enemies.
バン家に関しては、ルーカス卿に直接お尋ねになられるといいでしょう。
As for House Sullivan, it would be
私は残念なこ
best
と
to
に
ask Lord
彼を
Lucas
嫌われてい
directly.
るので。
Unfortunately, he hates me.
ああ、でも彼は彼なりに仕事をしていると私は思っていますよ。アルフレッド卿に小言を言われながらね。
I do believe he's doing his job on his own way, in his own way though, even if Lord Alfred scolds him.
とまあ、 このように我々は適材
Well,
適所で動いていると認識していましたが、
I
まだ
believe
ご不満がおありですか？
we are all working in positions that best suit us. Do you have any concerns?
相変わらず食えない男だ。ならば適材適所で動けているかどうかは不肖の息子に尋ねることとしよう。
You're as elusive as ever. Fine, I'll ask my unworthy son if you're really in the right roles.
そうしてください。ではごきげんよう、エドマンド卿。
Go right ahead. Farewell, Lord Edward.
不肖の息子か。おかしな親子だな。いや、そもそも普通とは何だろうね。
An unworthy son, he said. What an odd father and son they are. Then again, what does normal even mean
あ
anyways?
の親子が普通じゃないのは確かだけれど、あんなことがあれば、まあ無理もないか。
That household is definitely far from normal, but that's understandable considering what they've been through. Chapter 2! It's working out so far. We're doing it, guys. I focused on my work at the estate as there was neither a five houses conference nor a visit to at Eden planned for the day. I feel like Nicholas watched me closely the other day. Perhaps I should make it clear that I'm only a maid around here. With that in mind, I had eagerly taken on tasks since early that morning. Then someone unexpectedly brought a new task my way.
まあ、ちょうどいいところで会えたわ。
Oh, thank goodness I ran into you.
あなたにお願いしたいことがあって。
There's something I need to ask you. What is it, my lady? Lily greeted me cheerfully. I straightened, thinking about the conversation with Goneril.
警戒するのは
I'm not going that far back.
女っていうのはね、男とは違うやり方で、時に男よりも狡猾に立ち回るもん。
なら、当面の間は公爵よりもその女を警戒しろ。息子に取り入るにしても、白百合が近くにいるときは行動を
There's so
控え
many
ろ。
flashbacks. I keep trying to read them, and I'm like, wait, no, I don't wanna. I should probably make it clear to her that I'm just a servant. Like Nicholas, I must avoid my true identity being suspected at all costs. Lily's voice was bright. I only grew more and more on edge.
私と一緒に図書室へ来てくれないかしら。蔵書を整理するのを手伝ってほしいの。
Would you like to come to the library with me? I could use some help sorting the books. I never expected you to personally take on the task of airing out the books, my lady.
あら、私だって貴族の娘よ。旧品院へ寄贈する本を自らの手で整理するのも立派なノブレス・オブリージュでしょ。
I'm a noblewoman, you know. Personally, sorting the books being donated to the almshouse is a fine example of nobleness. Noblesse oblige, isn't it? I believe it's an admirable act. Noblesse oblige, as a child, I thought this phrase simply meant helping people who were in need. I only realized much later that it referred to the duties and responsibilities that come with high status, such as that of a noble. The reason I misunderstood was because my parents, who left a much stronger impression on as good parents rather than nobles, helped others as a matter of course. That's why I never thought it was a term related to
そう
nobility.
そう。この絵本も寄贈するつもりだから、しっかり虫干ししておいてちょうだいね。
I'm planning on donating this picture books as well, so make sure to air them out. The nostalgic memory had nearly pulled me in when Lily called out to me. I blinked, snapping out of it when I saw the picture she handed me. Mary, become a star. Don't you hold this book dear to you, my lady?
まあ、覚えていてくれたのね。そうよ。あなたともお話ししたけれど、私のお気に入りの一冊
You
なの。
remember? Yes, I do. It's one of my favorites. I mentioned it to you
子供
before.
の頃から今まで何度も手に取って読んだわ。
I've read this book over and over again ever since I was a child. The picture book was pretty worn out. There were signs of repair here and there, revealing how much she cherished it. In that case, there's no need to donate this one. I'm sure there are plenty of other books you could part with.
以前はね、亡くなった夫の遺産から寄贈していたの。でもお父様があまりいい顔をしなくて。
I donated books from my late husband's inheritance in the past, but my father wasn't too pleased with that.
お父様は夫ダニエルが私やバーンスタインの家名に傷をつけたと思っているのよ。
My father believes that my late husband Daniel has tarnished both my name and the household's name. A humane businessman and purveyor to the royal court who contributed to the country that's through all kinds of enterprises, Lily's late husband.
ダニエルがしたことは私自身も望んだことなのにね。
What Daniel did was something I myself had desired, and yet I blinked in surprise. I didn't expect her to bring up such a personal matter. How should I respond? I never imagined Lily would mention the incident with her late husband. Instead of focusing on how to hide my identity, I found myself truly at a loss for what to respond. Ah, my eye has something in it. Please. Maybe she's opening up to me more than I expected, or maybe she's just not very guarded with anyone. The way she lowered her eyes looked so pure, almost innocent, but when she looked up again, her eyes sparkled with childlike wonder.
ごめんなさい。あなたを困らせるつもりじゃなかったの。でもその顔だと私の事情を知っているのね。
Sorry about that. I didn't make this awkward, but that look on your face, you must know my circumstances. I've only heard a bit from rumors. I finally managed to respond, but Lily didn't seem to notice my hesitation. She just smiled
その
kindly.
噂は事実よ。だからといってどうか気を使わないでちょうだいね。
The rumors are true, but don't feel as if you need to worry about it.
私はみんなが思っているほど不幸ではないの。だって私の心の中にはずっと彼がいてくれるんですもの。
I'm not as unfortunate as everyone believes because he's always here in my heart.
こんな風に誰かを一途
Oh
に
gosh.
思い続けていられるのはとっても素敵なことでしょ。
Isn't being able to love someone so devotedly like this truly wonderful? I agree, my lady. You truly cherish your late husband, don't you? I thought my response was in line with the flow of the conversation, but Lily stared at me with a peculiar look on her for no reason. Her expression left me bewildered. Lily sighed softly, casting her eyes downward.
今の言葉に反するようだけれど、私ね、一途に思い続けるこの性格を嫌だと思うこともあるの。
Is she the one stealing the wings? She's still in the wings trying to bring her husband back to life. Like she's sending that maid of hers out. I know this contradicts what I just said, but there are moments when I loathe this unwavering devotion of mine.
バーンスタインの血の呪縛なの。
This is the
私は
curse of
お
Bernstein's
父様
blood.
と同じ道をたどっているのよ。
I'm walking the same path as my father. The curse of the Bernstein blood.
ねえ、そう。
Yes, that. Lily lowered her voice slightly and leaned in as if she was sharing a secret.
ずっと忘れられない女性がいるの。その方はもちろん、私とエドのお母様ではないわ。
There's a woman my father can never forget, and no, she isn't me and Ed's mother.
その方が別の男性と結婚して、自分が結婚した後も諦めきれずに思い続けるなんて。
Isn't it
どうか
foolish?
していると思わない？
He still yearns for her even after they both married other people. I always heard that arranged marriages were quite common amongst nobles, but for the Marquess to have loved like that? And why does she want to discuss her father's secret so boldly? I was lost for words. Lily smiled self-deprecatingly.
私とお父様って変なところが似ているのよ。
My father and I are oddly alike in some ways. I really can't stand it. The air grew thick with tension. I couldn't find the right words. Lily clapped her hands, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Her eyes lit up with a youthful
ところ
gleam.
で、あなたにはそういうお相手はいないの？
So do you have someone
私
special?
ね、その相手がエドだったらいいと思っているのだけれど。
I kind of hoped that someone might be Ed. I couldn't possibly. The thought of looking at Lord Edward in such a way is unthinkable given our differences in status. My confusion was obvious, and I responded as a maid would. Lily's eyes only grew brighter.
そうかしら。私はそうは思わないわよ。私とダニエルも身分差はあったし、何よりあなたたちはお似合いに見えるもの。
I don't think so. Daniel and I also had a difference in status. Honestly, you two seem well suited for each other.
そうそう。ティア様も恋のお話は大好きなのよ。 だからあなたとエドのことをお伝えしたらティア様も喜んでくださるんじゃないかと思うの。
Lady Tia absolutely adores love stories. If I mention you and Ed to her, I think she'll be excited and quite pleased for the two of you. Why is she bringing up the Queen and me and Edward being a good match? Was it possible that she knew I was actually the same social status as him? The fact that I can't outright deny the question is what makes me so terrified. Doubt gradually filled my heart, but Lily continued, her smile
だから
unchanging.
ね、
Gonna kill me?
もし本当にエドといい仲になったら私にはこっそり教えてちょうだい。祝福させてね。
If things really get serious with Ed, make sure to tell me quietly, okay? I'll be your biggest cheerleader. Obrion's words came to mind, and I remained wary of the woman before me.
もうそして
Lily looked pure on the outside, but what's really hidden behind that facade? The clock chimed, echoed, and Lily's attention briefly wandered from me.
いけない。すっかり手が止まってしまっていたわね。急いで
Oops.
続きをやりましょう。
We've gotten sidetracked. Let's hurry and get back to it. Of course, my lady. Lily shifted her attention back to me, her smile unwavering as ever. The way her hands reached for the book seemed almost otherworldly. I shivered a little before getting back to work. I helped Lily with her books for a few days, then visited Eden with Edward again. However, Linus didn't accompany us, someone else did.
今日はアルさんに付き合っていただけて助かりました。
I'm really glad you could come with us today, Al. You're a big help. He's got his
私一人でも
wings
よかった
out.
んで
He's
す
just
が、
got his wings out.
スプリガンの力でさらに作業が進むのは確実でしたから。
We couldn't manage on our own, but I knew the work would go much faster with Spirigan's ability.
私もお前たちのしていることに関心はあったからな。一度は来ようと考えていた。
I was curious about what you were up to. I'd already considered coming here at least once.
だがまさかこんなことをさせられるとは思わなかったぞ。
But I never expected I'd end up doing something like this. I couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of sympathy for Alfred as I listened to him grumble. I don't blame Alfred. We did explain what we were going to do today, though. At the moment, the two men were using their abilities to fix a collapsing building. The chain of events leading up to this began several days ago, triggered by Edward's suggestion. Edward, Linus, and I had begun holding quick meetings a few days before visiting Eden. That day, the three of us sat down together to discuss the specific plan for our next move that Eden had mentioned at the end of the most recent that Edward had mentioned at the end of the most recent Five Houses conference.
次にエデンを訪れた時には、もう少し具体的な行動で味方だと見せたいんだ。
Next time we visit Eden, I want to show people that we're on their side with some concrete
具
actions.
体的な行動か。旧品へ案内するだけじゃなくて他にも何かするってこと？
Concrete action. So you're doing more than just guiding them to the almshouse. What else will you be doing?
ああ。できればもっとパフォーマンスとして派手に見えるものがいい。
Ideally, I want something that stands out more, something flashy like a performance.
誰から見ても明らかにエドワード・バーンスタインがエデンのために動いていると分かれば、
If it becomes obvious that Edward Bernstein is doing something for the people of
よ
Eden,
り広く情報を集められるかもしれない。
then we might be able to gather more
ローズ
information.
やアルビンのおかげで私たちと話してくれる人は増えたけれど、情報収集という目的を考えるとまだ不足している。
Rose and Alvin help get more people to talk to us, but we're not quite there yet when it comes to collecting the information we need.
まあそうだね。情報収集をする上で価値ある情報を持つ人物から話を引き出すのは当然として。
You have a point. It's obvious we need to collect information from people who actually have useful knowledge, right?
その前段階では数を集めるのが重要だ。
First, it's all about meeting more people.
だからエドの考えは正しいよ。さすがだね。バーンスタイン次期当主じゃなくてウォードの当主でも務まるんじゃない？
You're spot on, Ed. Impressive. Maybe you can help run House Ward 2 and not just the next heir of House Bernstein. Linus chuckled and patted Edward's shoulders, but the latter just shook his head.
バカを言わないでくれ。ライナが情報収集能力に長けているからこそ、今この話をしたんだ。
Don't be ridiculous. We're having this discussion precisely because you're good at gathering information, Linus.
同意してくれてほっとしているよ。
Frankly, I'm glad we see eye to eye. I was under the impression that Cusith was the Queen's hands and feet, but does this mean they're involved in espionage too? I was quiet, careful not to interrupt, and lost in thought. Edward gentle smile, then welcomed me into the conversation.
君は何が有効なパフォーマンスになると思う？
What kind of performance do you think will have the most impact?
私の見立てでは、食料や衣服の不足の解消が必要だと思っているんだけれど、それを配るだけでは少し地味だ。
Believe easing the shortage of food and clothing is necessary, but simply giving them away feels a little dull.
遠目からでも大勢の目に留まるものがいいと思っているんだけれど、何か案はある？
I figure it needs to be eye-catching even from far off. Got any suggestions? I pictured the streets of Eden, then answered. I suppose something Eden residents are unfamiliar with would be ideal. People are always drawn to the rare and unusual. I believe displaying the abilities of Sif and Q-Sif would attract a great deal of attention. My suggestion wasn't entirely selfish. I also hope for a chance to observe their abilities firsthand. Linus's eyes brightened with excitement.
それはいいね。
Sounds like a good idea.
あ、でも
Oh, but Linus paused and furrowed his brow in thought.
単純に力を出すだけだとただの大道芸と大差ないかもしれない。
Simply displaying power
喜ばれるかな。
might not be much different from a street performance. Do you think the people of Eden will enjoy it?
あと、空シーンの能力は見せ物としては向かないかも。
Also, Cusith's powers might not be the best choice for a display. It might end up scarring people. Edward leaned forward slightly when he saw Linus's confidence start to fade.
つまり、彼らにとって役に立つことと私たちの能力が結びつけば、単なる見せ物にならずに済むということだね。
But if we make our abilities seem useful to them, it won't be a mere show. I think that's the best course of action. I nodded in agreement. Edward then began talking about the streets of Eden.
見たところ、あの辺りは建物の老朽化が激しい。私たちの力を使って資材を運びつつ、
It seems the buildings in the area are badly deteriorated. What if we use our abilities to move supplies and have the craftsmen focus on repairs? I think it's a good idea, and it would benefit people living in Eden as well.
俺も賛成。けどさ、それなら俺よりもっと適任がいるんじゃないかな。
I agree, but don't you think there's someone more suitable for them? Linus's eyes lit up like a kid who had just thought of a prank. Oh my gosh, up a prank. I can speak. I know words.
私はこの資材に鉱石強化を
Blah, 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 blah. Do you want me to use ore to reinforce these materials?
スプリガンの強化を施した資材で建物を補強すれば、劣化を防ぐことができると思うので。
Renovating the building with materials strengthened by Spirigon should stop it from deteriorating. Alfred, who Linus had chose for the job, frowned and didn't seem like he was rejecting the task, though. He placed the barrier on the materials Edward moved with the wind as requested. He didn't mind using his wings either. Their beautiful wings, proof of their demi-fae lineage, remained spread out behind them as they worked. They were doing this for two reasons: to make it easier to use their fae powers and to draw attention. And sure enough,
こりゃ何が始まったんだ？
what's going on here? Just as expected, the pair's work grabbed attention. A guy standing nearby came over to talk to me. We're repairing the building with the help of Edward Bernstein and Alfred Cresswell. Lord Edward always considers this the best for everyone. He's also planning on distributing food and clothing shortly.
そりゃご苦労なことだな。けど、あんたら評判は良くないぜ。
Sounds like a lot of hard work, but just so you know, you guys don't have the best reputation around here. That's odd. I thought they'd been friendlier lately. John, Alvin, hadn't appeared today. Regardless, our activities here should have been gradually accepted since we had stepped in. Why is this coming up now? Just as I was about to voice my concern, a fresh breeze carrying the scent of greenery brushed my cheek. It seemed out of place. I turned to find the source of the breeze and found Edward had quietly joined me at the side. He questioned the man in his usual calm manner.
評判が良くないとは由々しき事態ですね。
Our reputation not being good is definitely a
もしよろしけれ
problem.
ばその評判の内容をお聞かせいただけないでしょうか。
If you could kindly tell me where this bad reputation stems. You're asking me?
ええ。良かれと思ってやっていたことが裏目に出ていたのなら早急に改めなければいけません。
Yes, if my good intentions have led to the wrong outcome, then we need to make adjustments immediately. The man, startled by finding Edward suddenly standing in front of him, became noticeably flustered and struggled to find his words. No, I mean, well...
どうぞ遠慮なくおっしゃってください。どんな批判も受ける
Please don't
覚悟は
hesitate to speak your mind. I'm fully prepared to accept your criticism. Reassured by Edward's gentle gaze and voice, he slowly started talking.
あんたらは子供たちを救貧院へ連れて行っていただろう。
You guys took the children to the almshouse, right?
だが、最近じゃその救貧院で子供が行方不明になってるって噂話で、ここいらは持ちきりだぞ。
There's been gossip about the kids going missing from almshouse recently. Everyone around here is talking about it. Edward and I exchanged a silent look. After a brief pause, Edward spoke, his tone more serious than
その
before.
話は初耳です。おっしゃる通り、私は何人かを救貧院へ連れて行きましたが、彼らはその後、健やかに過ごしていると報告を受けています。
This is the first I'm hearing of this. We did take several people to almhouses, but we've received updates confirming they've been doing well since then. Which children have gone missing? Do you know anything more? Likely Edward. Like Edward said, someone from House Bernstein regularly delivered supplies to the almhouses. If the children under Edward's protection have disappeared, it would have been reported right away, but the man seeing me and Edward looking at him hesitated. When he saw our confusion, he seemed to gather his
俺
thoughts.
は詳しいことは知らねえ。けど、子供たちを世話してたソフィアのやつが、救貧院へ顔を出したらそんな話を聞いたらしいぜ。
I don't know the full story. I heard that Sophia, the one taking care of the kids, picked up the rumor when she went to the
実際あいつ
almshouse.
が面倒見てた子供も何人かいなくなってるって話だ。
Word is, some of the children she was responsible for have vanished.
ソフィアに聞きゃ、もうちょっと詳しいことがわかるかもしれないが、あいつも今どこにいるんだか。
You could try asking Sophia herself if you can find her. Who knows where she is right now,
その
though.
ソフィアさんが面倒を見ていた子供たちが救貧院へ行ったのはいつ頃のことかご存知ですか？
Would you happen to know where the children Sophia was taking care of were sent to the almshouse? The man's eyes drifted at Edward's question as though chasing a fading
確か
memory.
あ、そう、半年くらい前だ。冬が来る前に子供たちを暖かい場所へ連れて行くって言ってたからな。
About half a year ago, she said she wanted to get the children somewhere warm before winter.
最近私たちが救貧院へ連れて行った子供というより、その前からいた子供が行方不明になっている可能性が高い
That
で
would
す
mean the missing children are probably the ones who were at the almshouse before we brought in the recent group. Edward's thoughtful expression caught Alfred's attention. He stopped what he was doing and came over.
どうした？
What happened?
アルさん、
Oh, Al, you see. Let's go over all of that. Alfred's expression grew serious when Edward relayed what he had heard from the man.
あれがりの被害者はエデンで出ているとばかり思っていたが。
I thought the wing hunter's victims only appeared in Eden. Guess I was wrong.
エデンから移った先の救貧院で被害が出ているのか。
Could it be that the dangers have spread from Eden to the almshouse?
私もその線を考えていたところです。ローズ、君が今まで得た情報と矛盾するところはあるかな？
Rose, do you see discrepancies between this and the information you've gathered so far? No, everything matches. I've only heard that the residents of Eden were affected. If it's referring to if it's referring to residents of Eden, then it's consistent with your view, my lord.
そうか。
I see. We thanked the man and said our goodbyes. Then Edward shared his deduction with me and Alfred.
どうやら旧品院へ話を聞きに行った方が良さそうですね。しか
It
し、
seems we should ask
今日の作業は
Almshouse,
ま
but
だ
there's still today's work to consider. Edward looked towards the building materials. It seemed as if he couldn't leave the work unattended just to go ask the almshouse. Noticing Edward's hesitation, Alfred made a suggestion to help nudge him towards a decision.
この件は一刻を争う。急いだ方がいいだろう。
No, the situation can't wait. We need to move
修繕
quickly.
作業は私が引き継ぐ。
I'll take
お
over
前
the
が手配した
repairs.
職人たちもいるから。あと
You,
は私一人でもなんとかなるはず。
you've got the craftsmen sorted, so I can manage on my own.
それは助かりますが、本当にお任せしてもいいんでしょうか。
That's great, but are you really sure you can manage everything on your own?
ああ、構わない。
No need to worry.
それに、エドワード・バーンスタインが力を尽くした。
The Edward Bernstein working hard routine has already been demonstrated enough. Looks like Alfred caught on to what today was all about. He had impressive observation skills. Alfred smiled
だから
faintly.
行け。そのパフォーマンスを旧品院でも見せてくるんだな。
Go on then, take that act to the almshouse and show them what you've
あ
got.
そこもまた、お前にとって大事なフィールドだろ。
That's also an important place to you, right?
その通りです。では、お言葉に甘えて、
Indeed.
私は行かせていただきます。
Then I'll gratefully take you up on that offer and go. He bidded Alfred farewell, then turned to face
君も
me.
一緒に来てくれるかい。
How about coming with
子
me?
供から話を聞くとなると、
I think
女性
having
が
a
一
woman
緒の方
around
がいいと思うんだ。
would make it easier when we speak to the children. Very well, I shall join in. I accepted Edward's invitation. Alfred interrupted when I was getting ready to leave.
待て。
Hold on, Edward.
お前は本
You're
気だ。
taking this seriously, aren't you?
もちろんです。
Of course, I'm fully committed to
私は
stopping the
本気で
wing
羽が
hunter.
いや、それだけじゃない。本気でこの国のあり方を変えたいんだな。弱い者を見捨てない国にしたいと考え動いている。
It's not that. You truly want to change how things are in this country. You're trying to make it a place where the weak aren't left behind.
今回私はここへ来て確信した。建物の修繕のために手配した職人たちも、昨日今日で呼んだものとは思えない。
I realized something since coming here. The craftsmen you arranged for today have been carefully chosen, not hastily
前
assembled.
々からこんな機会が来るのを伺っていたんじゃないのか。
You've been waiting for a chance like this a long time, haven't you? Alfred's comment made me realize how swiftly the preparations for today had come together. The craftsmen seemed to be on good terms with Edward and know exactly what to do. I thought back on their exchange. Edward turned to Alfred, his gaze focused.
アルさんのおっしゃる通りです。エデンに来る機会を得て、私は
You're right,
ずっと
Alfred.
やりたかったことができる
I
と
thought
思い
coming
ま
to
した
Eden would be the perfect chance to do what I've always wanted.
私なりにその準備もしてきたつもりです。と言っても、これはまだ私のやりたいことの第一歩に過ぎませ
I'd
ん。
already made my own preparations, however, this is only the first step towards what I truly want
こ
to
れから
do.
も力を尽くしていくつもりです。
I plan to keep doing my very best here on out. Edward spoke with such a clarity and confidence. I found myself struck by how someone with such strong conviction could shine so brightly. I have my own beliefs too, but I'm sure I don't radiate that same way he does. I was aware I had dark emotions. Perhaps that was why he appeared so dazzling to
エ
me.
ドワード、ご家会議とは別に機会を作って私と話さないか。お前の信念を聞いた上で提案したいことがある。
Edward, could you arrange a separate meeting from the Five Houses conference? I'd like to hear your beliefs before I make a proposal.
バーンスタインっていやクレスウェルのタウンハウスへ来てほしい。
The Bernstein estate. No, come to the Cresswell household. Edward blinked in surprise at Alfred's invitation, but nodded. See, and now this is a good way to do this, because that way we don't find out about him being part of the Ravens right away, I guess.
わかりました。では、都合のつく日がわかり次第、使いの者に連絡させます。
Very well. I'll send word through a messenger once I have a date. Wink, 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 wink. What does Alfred want to propose to Edward? Marriage? A marriage proposal? Could you imagine? Wouldn't that be great? was curious, but intervening would be difficult. Something about Alfred felt off, but I didn't even know if it was relevant to my objection. I wanted to know what pair would be talking. I wanted to know what the pair would be talking about if I could find a way. Upon arriving at the almshouse, Edward declined the offer to enter the building and requested that the director be called. Edward explained to me, perhaps sensing my curiosity about why he wouldn't go inside.
私が中まで入ると萎縮してしまう子もいるから。私が貴族というだけで怯えられたり、
Some of the
距
children
離を
may
取られる
feel
ことは珍しくないんだ。
timid if I enter. It's not rare for them to be scared or shy away because I'm a noble. Fair enough, I guess. I see. Something occurred to me. Do you come here often, Lord Edward? I had assumed you left such visits to your staff. I mean, we came before for him,
最近
though.
は博覧会の準備が忙しくて来られていなかったけれど、前は頻繁に顔を出していたよ。
I've been busy with the preparations for the exhibition, so I haven't been able to come lately, but I used to visit quite often. Huh.
というのも、元はといえば、
This thing is, it all started with... Just as Edward was about to explain, a woman who seemed to be a nun came out of the building. The almshouse were often connected to monasteries, and from the way she approached, she was probably the director.
お久しぶりでございます、エドワード様。こんなところではなく、どうぞ中へ入ってくださいませ。
It's been quite some time, Lord Edward. Please, do come inside instead of standing out here. He's like, no, I want to stand out here.
お久しぶりです、委員長。今日は少し伺いたいことがあって訪ねただけですから。どうぞお気になさらず。
It's been a while, Director. I'm just here today to ask a few questions.
それに、みんなにとっても、私が中に入るのは好ましいことではないでしょう。
Besides, it's probably better for everyone if I don't go inside. Edward gave a restrained smile. The directory nodded after a moment of consideration.
そうでしたね。あなたはそうおっしゃる方でした。ところで、そちらのお嬢様は？
I remember you saying that, but by the way, may I ask about the young lady? Yeah, ask about me. Do it. I greeted the nun with a smile, making sure to be polite. She watched me thoughtfully. My name is Rose. I'm an employee at Bernstein Estate, and I am assisting Lord Edward.
彼女は立場的には我が家の使用人ですが、私は心強いパートナーだと思っています。とても頼りになる女性ですよ。
I regard her as a trusted partner, though her position is that of a servant in our household. She is an incredible woman. Oh, thank you. Partner. Dependable. His affectionate tone made my heart beat loudly. Feeling a bit lost, I noticed the nun glancing between us,
ご挨拶
smiling.
を受けただけでも、良いお嬢様だとよくわかります。あなたが信頼を寄せていらっしゃることも。
Even that greeting made it evident that Edward's route. Yes, run Edward's route. Even that greeting made it evident that she's a lady of fine character. It's clear how deeply you trust her.
それで聞きたいこととは何でしょうか。私にお答えできれば良いのですが。
Is my alarm okay? I got really scared because Delightful subscribed earlier and it didn't make the like subscribe sound, and so I was like, oh my god, are they just broken? I was gonna be so mad. So what is it that you wish to inquire about? I hope I'm about to provide an answer. We're actually on chapter 2 of Edward's Route 2, so we're a little bit into it now. Edward adjusted his expression at the nun's gentle question. Scuff stream. Honestly, I was so worried because it did a pop-up on my screen about how many subs I had. That was the pop-up, and I was like, that's weird. Why would you randomly say how many people are subscribed right now? And then Delightful had said something after she had done it, and so then it suddenly had like the little logo that she had renewed, and I was like, oh wait, I know what this means. I heard a rumor that some children have gone missing from the almshouse.
旧品院にいた子供が行方をくらます事案が発生しているようなら教えていただきたいのです。
I'd like to know if these rumors are true regardless of whether they're children under my protection or
まあ
not.
エドワード様にまでそのような話が伝わっているとは思いもしませんでした。
I must admit, I never expected such a rumor to reach you, Lord Edward. Yeah, but is it real or a rumor? Those are two different things, right?
確かに子供がいなくなることはよくあります。ですが行方不明と言われるようなものではないのです。
Children do indeed disappear from time to time. However, it isn't something that should be described as disappearances. What do you mean when you say it's different from a disappearance? Yeah, I'm confused. Explain. The director paused, confused. However, she gathered her thoughts and resumed not too long afterwards.
いえ、そう結論づけるのは早急だったのかもしれませんね。
I
判断は
suppose. Oh,
エドワード様にお任せした方が良いという気がしてまいりました。
I suppose it was premature of me to draw such a conclusion. I'm starting to feel that leaving the decision to Lord Edward's hands is best. What do you mean when you say it different from disappearances? So, okay, she's like, oh, maybe I'm wrong.
では今までその話が伝わってこなかった理由をお尋ねしても。
Then I may ask why this information hasn't reached me until now. Good, valid question. Edward's question asked with a sense of pure curiosity rather than accusations caused no delay in the director's response.
一度は旧品院へ来たものの、ここでの生活が肌に合わず、出て行ってしまう子は一人二人ではありません。
Many children come to the almshouse. There are always one or two who find life here unsuitable and leave, though.
親身になってくださるエドワード様へ、そのような話を伝えるのは忍びなく、今まではお伝えせずにいました。
Burdening you with such news seemed wrong considering how much kindness you've shown us. That's why I haven't mentioned it. Edward's expression clouded slightly as he listened. He had said earlier that children often shied away from him just because he was noble. Maybe it's the same with the director as well. I'm not sure there are any bad intentions, of course. Class awareness was deep-seated in Grand Albion. Unconscious walls formed in people's hearts within each social class. Though it was something beyond anyone's control, his expression suggested that he wasn't the type to brush it off as inevitable.
お気遣いに感謝いたします。ですが今は正確な事実を知りたいのです。最近いなくなった子供はいますか？
I'm grateful for your consideration. However, what I seek now is the truth. Have any children gone missing recently? Edward didn't show any signs of disappointment in the director and continued with his question. The director didn't seem to notice the subtle change in his expression. Her demeanor remained the
ち
same.
ょうど3日前に男の子が一人いなくなりました。前日に喧嘩をして、こんなところは出ていくと言っていたそうです。
A boy went missing 3 days ago. From what I heard, he had a fight the day before and said he was going to leave.
姿が見えなくなってから職員も周辺を探したのですが、結局見つけられず。
Our staff conducted a search of the surrounding areas after the disappearance, but they couldn't find him in the end.
これまでの子供たちと同じように戻るつもりはなく、自ら出て行ったのだろうと
We had
結論付け
concluded,
たところでした。
like the others, he likely left on his own and had no intentions of returning.
なるほど。
I
この件
see.
についてさらに詳しい話
It's one of those
を
things where it
聞く
could be a
ことができます
mix. I mean, okay, as someone who knows about like people who live in shelters and life that is hard, sometimes people do go missing just naturally. They're just like, I'm leaving, I don't bother telling anyone, we just go away. But there's always the unfortunate other side of that where people get kidnapped and taken and they don't want to leave, but because it's so common for people just to stop showing up or to stop going places. Yeah, it could be a mix of both though. Would it possible to hear more details about this matter? Oh, hit B. Hit B. I'm like, what
例え
happened?
ば、そう。そのいなくなった男の子と仲の良かった子がいれば話を聞いてみたいのですが。
For instance, if there happens to be someone who was friends with the missing child, I'd very much like to hear what they have to say. The director nodded at once as if Edward's words had brought a particular child to mind.
同じ時期にエデンからここへ来た子がいますので連れて参ります。
If that's the case, there's a child from Eden who came in almost the same time. I'll go get them. Edward let out a soft sigh as the director disappeared into the building.
貴族でなければできないこともあるけれど、貴族であるがゆえに足かせとなることも多いな。歯がゆいよ。
Being a noble grants certain privileges, but it holds me back just as often. It's so frustrating. He bit his lip and looked down, looking nothing like the refined noble he usually was. Standing before me was a struggling man burdened with his own position. Life seems really difficult for him. Most nobles treat their status as a weapon, but he grieves over it instead. He is an unusual one. I remember the conversation we had in the tree and found myself offering Edward's words of comfort. Oh God, okay, let's think about it. What kind of comfort? Only you can handle this. Only you can. God, only you can. That seems a bit bold. Let's see. Even so, I believe this is something only you can handle, my lord. I feel as if the director was willing to speak with us because of your influence. So, Edward's blue eyes stared at me in surprise, and I quickly regained my focus. What am I saying? I want to get closer to him for my goal, but I don't need to be comforting him. It's unnecessary. But taking back what I just said would be too weird, so I just went on. I thought that if you stayed true to who you are, without thinking about your noble status too much, then your feelings would surely be understood. I felt like I said something embarrassing and I trailed off, lowering my head, but a cheerful laugh came from above. Does any of his have? He doesn't have 3 choices. So he's not like, that's still weird to me. We had so many more choices in Alfred's thing.
君は不思議だね、ローゼ。バーンスタインの使用人として、私が誰なのか嫌というほど知っているはずなのに。
You're quite an interesting one, Rose. You probably got a pretty good idea of who I am, considering you're a servant of House Bernstein.
私のことをただのエドワードとして見ている稀有な子だ。
I've never met someone like you before, a one-of-a-kind woman who just sees me as Edward. That's because I plan on using you. I haven't really thought too much about it. Now that I thought about it, the mindset I'd had when I first came to the estate no longer matched who I was. Maybe Edward's right. Maybe I'm treating us as equals. If that were true, I'd like to know why my feelings had changed. I lifted my face and our gazes met. My heart fluttered softly as his blue eyes watched me. I am deeply sorry. You are the next head of House Bernstein, someone I should be showing my respect to. I didn't understand my own feelings, so I just went ahead and apologized like a maid would. However, Edward tilted his head in confusion and leaned in to look me in the face.
私は嬉しかったのだから謝らないでほしいな。
I was pleased. There's no need to apologize. The only people who talk to me as equals are Line and Phil.
そこへ君が加わってくれるのならこんなに嬉しいことはないよ。
Phil? Oh, Lily's person. I couldn't be more pleased if you were to join
ぜひこ
them.
れからも同じ目線で話
I'm
を
like,
してほ
who's
しい。
Phil? I can feel my nose starting to run. Hang on. Oh, goodness. As I try to like not show myself. Could be sinuses. We'll never know. You never can be sure when you have them. I'd appreciate if you would continue talking to each other as equals, but how can he say something so direct without embarrassment? How can you say something like, let's be friends and not die from embarrassment? Is he like this with everyone, or is it? I had almost seemed like there was some special emotion hidden in his clear blue eyes. Even in my mind, if my mind only played tricks on me, I still couldn't endure the gaze. It disturbed me. I gave in. I silently tell myself this was the last time it would happen. I will make an effort if you insist, my lord, but I would prefer to hold back in front of Mr. Nicholas. Edward chuckled at my candid remark, looking quite amused.
それは気をつけた方がいいね。私もニックの前では君に対する態度を十分気をつけることにしよう。
That's something we should be careful about. I'll make sure I'm more mindful of how I treat you when Nick's around. By the way, you mentioned you used to come here often. What was the reason? I decided to change the topic, feeling like I might say something I didn't intend. Edward seemed to remember something.
ああ、そういえば話が途中になっていたね。そもそもここは義理の兄が援助をしていた施設なんだ。
We got sidetracked there. This place is a facility my brother-in-law had been helping to support, you see. By brother-in-law, do you mean her ladyships?
夫だった人だよ。私は兄のことをとても尊敬
Yes,
してい
her
たん
late
だ。
husband. I had a lot of respect for him. In fact, I still do.
中流階級の出だけれど、私よりよほどノブレス・オブリージュを体現している人だった。
He came from a noble middle-class background, but he embodied the concept of noblesse oblige far more than I ever
彼
could.
ら弱者に心を砕き、手を差し伸べる姿を見て、
Watching him devote himself to the vulnerable and offer his support makes me want to do the same. So Edward bears no ill will towards Lily's husband Daniel, the very man who tried to kill her sister alongside himself. I wanted to ask how he truly felt about this, but it seemed too soon. I brought up something else instead. So that's why her ladyship has been donating books to the almshouse. Her late husband dedicated himself to such causes. Wait,
姉上が
she does. You didn't know. I was taken aback at Edward's wide-eyed surprise. The vague, unsettling emotion towards Lily stirred within me once again.
姉上は兄がいた頃から慈善活動にはあまり熱心ではなかったんだ。
My sister
亡くなった後もそれは
was
変わら
never
なかった
dedicated to charity, not even with my brother-in-law was alive. That didn't change after he passed.
心境の変化でもあったのかな。何がきっかけなのかさっぱりわからないけれど。
Did she have a change of heart? I have no idea what might have triggered it, though. Even Edward doesn't know the reason. What is it she's really after? An easy silent. Ooh, is she kidnapping kids? Hang on, wait a second. An uneasy silence filled the air. The director returned, bringing a young girl with her.
お待たせしました。いなくなった少年、オリーと親しくしていたハンナを連れてまいりました。
My apologies for the wait. This is Hannah. She was close to Ollie, the boy who went missing. The girl named Hannah was plainly nervous. Her expression suggested she was frightened by something. I don't think it's because Edward is a noble. The girl pulled away from the director's hand on her shoulder and stepped back towards the building. She didn't seem ready to speak. Edward seemed to think the same as I
園長
did.
今日のところはおいとましようと思います。また寄らせていただいても構わないでしょうか。
I'm gonna say it like it's written, but I know it's wrong. Director, I think it's time for me leave. Would it be alright if I visited again?
ええ、もちろんです。ハンナ、その時はエドワード様にお話をして差し上げなさい。
Hannah, please make sure to speak with Lord Edward when he comes again.
無理はしなくていいよ。
You don't have to push yourself,
でも、また会いに来るから。
but I'd love to see you again next time I come by. The girl kept her face turned away even when Edward kneeled to meet her eyes. She's so terrified. I wonder if she knows what happened to the boy. I left the almshouse with Edward, unsettled thoughts on my mind. When we got back to the Bernstein mansion, the first thing I saw when I opened the door was Alfred's back.
アルさん、戻られてたんですね。修繕作
You're
業の方はどう？
How's the prepare work coming? Edward spoke to Alfred cheerfully, then cut himself off, which struck me as odd. But when I stepped into the entrance hall, I understood. Edmund. The entrance hall was thick with tension, and I found myself tensing up as well, unable to avoid the heavy atmosphere. I can't show any weakness in front of him, but this was a rare chance to witness Edmund and Edward's father and son relationship right before my eyes. I waited eager to see what kind of conversation they would have. Edmund broke the silence.
エドワード、今アルフレッド卿からエデンでの行いを伺ったところだが、なぜお前は別行動をとっている？
Edward, Lord Alfred had just informed me of your actions in Eden. Why are you acting on your own?
ノブレス・オブリージを体現するのは大いに結構。だがそれならば、バーンスタインの名が表に出なければ意味がない。
Embodying the essence of noblesse oblige is admirable, but it is a pointless if the Bernstein name doesn't come into play. I started to hit my controller.
しかもお前は、
My keyboard, I meant to
たび
say,
たび
instead
そ
of my
この
controller.
使用人と行動を共にしているとも聞いている。
Moreover, I've heard that you're frequently been spending time with with a servant here. The shame for shame.
まさか本気で身分の垣根をなくそうなどと愚かなことを考えているのではあるまいな。
If you're not seriously considering the absurd idea of erasing the barrier between classes, you're not seriously considering the absurd idea of erasing barriers between classes, are you? My dude. He turned his gaze to me. The coldness in his eyes sent a brief shiver down my spine. Edward stood in front of me protectively, confronting his father. He retorted with unwavering resolve.
まさかです、父上。私はこの国に暮らす者は平等であるべきだと考えています。
Indeed I am, father. I believe everyone in this country should be treated as equals.
誰かを犠牲にして国を築く時代はもういい加減終わりにするべきです。
It's time we put an end of the age of building the nation by sacrificing others.
くだらん。
Nonsense.
階級によって分断されてこそ秩序は保たれる。
It is through the division of classes that the order is preserved.
グランドアルビオンはそうやって長い年月平穏を築いてきた。
Grand Albion has long
そしてこれ
since
からもそうあるべきだ。
Grand Albion has long since established the peace in this matter, and it should remain so, both the present and in the future. Their views are completely opposite. Maybe they may never understand one another if this is the result of their innate personalities. I thought Edward would give up after being told that, but the next moment he said something
どうし
unexpected.
てそう否定されるのです。上に立つ者は先を見据えなければダメだと私に教えたのは
Why are you rejecting this so hard? Was it not
あな
you
たではないですか。
who taught me that leaders must look ahead, father?
私はあなたの教えを受けてこの国の未来を考え、そして結論を出したのです。
I've embraced your
過去に
teachings
は
through
囚われるべきではないと。
thought about the future of this country and came to the conclusion the past should not hold us captive.
過去は起きてしまったことはもうどうすることもできない。
The past, what has happened, cannot be undone.
だからこそ過去とは違う未来を明日を切り開いていくべきではないのですか。
Isn't that why we should carve out a different future, a tomorrow of our own making? Did Edmund's expression change? Is he flustered? No, it's more like he's surprised. Oh gosh. Surprised him, who's always so composed. Edmund's expression returned to one of anger and frustration an instant
これ以上
later.
は話しても無駄だな。行くぞ。
I have like a tiny chip in my nail. There's no point in discussing this further. Let's go, Nicholas. So Nicholas is here. The competent butler who had been standing quietly by Edmund's side only revealed his presence after being called.
旦那様。
Understood, my lord. Edmund paid no attention to Edward as he brushed past and moved to the door, Nicholas trailing behind him like a shadow. It appeared to me as if things were utterly hopeless, and yet Edward still called out, his voice filled with sorrow.
なぜ分かってくださらないのですか。
Why can't you understand, father?
父上。
Father! Edward continued shouting at this point at his father, who wouldn't turn around. His profile looked as though he was holding his pain. I felt a pang in my chest, even though I had no connection to their dispute. A few days after I witnessed the argument between father and son, I met up with John at the park for the first time in a while. Given how often I had met with him as Alvin, being seen together wouldn't raise suspicion, even so I lowered my voice as we spoke.
それで、バーンスタインの息子からは何か情報を引き出せたのか
Did you obtain information for the young Bernstein Lord? Not yet.
けど、エデンであれだけ行動を共にしていたんだから、多少仲は深まってきているだろう。
You spent quite a bit of time together in Eden. Surely you've grown at least a little bit closer, haven't you? I mean, yeah, I think we're closer now. John probably didn't mean anything by it, but I couldn't ignore the fact that his remark had thrown me off. I don't think we've grown closer, but it's not like I was the one who took the first step. Edward worked his way straight into my heart on his own before I'd even had a chance to act. Oh. Every time I sense my closed-off heart begins to open, it made me want to stop everything before I hit the point of no return. Milady? I fell silent. John looked at me concernedly. That made me feel guilty somehow. Sorry, I got caught up in my thoughts. Actually, I saw Edward and Edmund arguing the other day. I quickly shifted the topic, not wanting my inner thoughts exposed, and gave John a brief summary of what had happened recently. Once the door closed behind Edmund, Edward began acting like himself again and quickly turned to Alfred. I'm sorry you had to see something so unpleasant. Besides, my father said something hurtful to you, didn't he, Al? Edward gave him a concerned look. Alfred shrugged slightly. It wasn't anything serious. He just asked why House Cresswell was involved in something House Bernstein started. I told him I was just helping out per his son's request. That's when you two came back. My apologies for making you worry. I wasn't concerned. I was simply stating the facts. That said, after hearing your conversation just now, I've realized I need to talk to you a lot more. All the more. You mean the whole thing about finding a chance to talk, right? How about we do it after this? I need to check in with you about how repairs are going either way. Sure, I don't mind. But can we actually go to the Cresswell townhouse instead? Certainly. Edward paused and looked at me. I'd been standing quietly behind him. I was hoping you'd be able to hear about the repairs too. I can't exactly ask you to come all the way to the Cresswell townhouse though, so I'll fill you in later. You should go back to your work at the estate for today. Understood. There was nothing I could do after he said that, so I bid goodbye to the two of them and left the entrance hall. That said, I did manage to pick up something from the conversation. I never thought the five houses were completely united, but it feels like Edward and Alfred are growing closer much, much faster. John's eyes widened in surprise when I finished recounting the events at the Bernstein Manor. That's unexpected. I had always assumed Ward was the closest to the young Bernstein Lord. They were pretty friendly in Eden, weren't they? I used to think that as well, and it's true, they are indeed close, but Linus is totally obedient to the Queen while Edward seems to question her. And the way this country is governed. Aren't you curious what Edward and Alfred are talking about? I am. It might be worthwhile to see how those two plan to act from now on. I nodded at John's words and brought up something else that had been bothering me. Also, I think we need to re-examine who from the five houses were in... I think we need to re-examine who from the five houses were in Eldbeek that night 8 years ago. Dyslexia is such a trip sometimes. I'm like, how is that wrong? After seeing how Edward acted, I started thinking that not everyone was just following the Queen's orders without question. I wish I could ask Obrion what happened that night 8 years ago.
どうして妖精王に聞く
I asked the Fae King. Huh? I felt a sudden shift in John's gray purple eyes, as if they were filled with caution. A sense of unease lingered in my chest, and I blurted out the words that came to mind. After all, Obrion is the Fae King. The words that came out of my mouth sounded really unsure. Instead of questioning me, John just sighed deeply.
わかった
That was weird. Isn't that weird? Interesting.
聞けたら聞いておいてやるよ。込み入った話になるなら、コマドリを呼び出すんじゃなくて、機会を見て直接会いに行った方がいいだろう。
Alright, I'll ask if I get the chance. If things get complicated, it's best to meet face to face rather than call that bird.
ただ今更すぎる質問だし、妖精王は俺たちの望むまま答えを返すような相手じゃない。
The question is way past due. The Fae King is exactly the type who'll give us the answer we're hoping
あまり
for.
期待しないで待っててくれ。
Don't get your hopes up. Got it. I'll continue to do my best to get information from
そっ
Edward.
ちの方が確実かもな。
That might be the more reliable
もし
option.
エドワードが女王に反旗を翻す気があるなら、こちらの味方に。
If Edward plans to rebel against the Queen,
現実味を帯びてくる。
the idea of him siding with us is starting to make more sense. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about, John. I had the thought after watching Edward recently. It was hard to say if I had definitive proof, though.
何か問題でもあるのか。
Is there a problem? I don't think my reasoning is off base on what we've discussed. That's true, but I'll share it with you later once I've figured more things out. Eventually, I steered the conversation in another direction, then parted from John. Several days passed. Edward, Linus, and I went to the almshouse together. The reason we were here, of course, was to hear what Hannah had to say.
で、エド、今度は何をやる気なの
So, Ed, what's your plan this time?
今日はね、ライナがいるからこそできることをやってみようかと思っているんだ。
Today, I'm thinking of trying something that we can only do because Linus is here.
俺がいるからできることなんだろ
Something can only be done because I'm here? I wonder what it is. I've only heard that he's going to interact with a lot of children. I wonder what Edward has in mind. I have no idea what he was going to do, but Edward had asked me to bring snacks for the children. I was actually going to bake shortbread, but they wouldn't let me because I'm awful.
う。あんた、自分で焼こうとしてるの？
You're planning to bake it yourself? For
子供た
for
ちへの
children?
差し入れで。ねえ、そんなもの渡したら子供が倒れるわよ。
those children will collapse if you bring them your baked goods. Are you saying they'll faint from how touched they are?
どんだけ前向きな捉え方なのよ。いや、そういうことにしておいてあげたいのは山々なんだけど。
How optimistic can you be? I mean, I'd love to let you believe that, but
よければ私がやります。
if you want, I can do it.
今私とてもショートブレッドを焼きたい気分なので。
You see, I'm just really in the mood to bake some shortbread today. This girl has no taste buds, basically, because she'll eat it and she's like, this tastes fine. And everyone else is like, you put only salt instead of sugar. And she's like, it's fine. Because of that, I ended up bringing something Charlotte had made. Both their faces seemed a bit stiff, but well, I have what he asked for, so I guess I won't worry about it. I barely had time to adjust the basket in my arms before the almshouse director came outside, a swarm of children in tow. This is so funny since you played PO40 before. Yeah, she's like the best cook in the world, and everyone's like, I love your cooking, it's so great. And then this one, they're like, don't cook anything, you're going to kill somebody. I caught sight of Hannah among the
エド
children.
ワード様、子供たちを連れてまいりました。みんな、お行儀よくね。
I brought the children as requested, Lord Edward. Now everyone, let's be on our best
ありが
behavior.
とうございます。
Thanks, we'll take it from
あ
here.
とは
はい。
Very well.
では、よろしくお願いします。
Please take good care of them. The children chatted among themselves when the director went back inside, gently nudging one another with their
貴
elbows.
族だ。
They're nobles.
施しに来たのかな。
Think they're here for
くれるって
charity
言
or
うならも
something?
らうけどさ。
I'm not gonna turn down freebies. This isn't exactly a warm welcome. I wonder how he plans on turning things around. I shot Edward a look. He smiled warmly at the children.
こんにちは。
Good afternoon.
私の名はエドワード。
My name is Edward.
ここへはたまに顔を出しているし、私が連れてきた子もいるから、見たことがあるという子も多いかな。
I've stopped by here once in a while and have even brought a few children here myself, so I imagine some of you know who I am.
友人の2人を紹介しよう。まずは、ライナ。君から自己紹介してくれるかい？
Let me introduce my two friends here. Lion, would you introduce yourself first? Linus grinned his usual friendly smile at Edward, prompting and waved at the children. Then he spoke
俺
cheerfully.
はライナス。今日何をするかは、実はまだ聞いてないんだけど、
I'm Linus. Honestly, I haven't heard what we're doing today.
みんなと仲良くなれたらいいと思ってるよ。よろ
But
しくね。
I'm excited to be friends with all of you. Let's have a great time together. The name's Rose. Nice to meet you. As the last one to step forward, I made sure to not make it too formal and gave only a small brief bow. Edward spread his arms wide once he had all the children's attention, almost like he was on
今
stage.
日はみんなに楽しんでもらおうと思っているんだ。そのために、とっておきの出し物を考えてきた。
I'm hoping everyone has fun today, and for that, I've prepared something special for you.
さてみんな、ギャンブルは好きかい？
Tell me, everyone, do you enjoy a good gamble? The question caught me off guard before the children even had the time to react. Linus, who stood beside me, gasped. His eyes widened in disbelief.
ギャンブル？
A gamble?
ああ、嫌いじゃないけど。
I don't exactly hate
で
it.
も何をかけんだよ。
What are we gambling on? Edward gave a mischievous wink and replied to the scattered
か
responses.
けるのは戦いの勝敗だ。
We're betting on who wins the fight.
これから私とライナスの2人がみんなの前で戦ってみせるから、勝つと思う方にかけてくれ。
Linus and I have a little showdown in front of you, so place your bets. Who do you think will win? Huh?
だから聞いてないって。
I didn't hear anything about this.
っていうか、そういうことなら前もって言っておいてほしいんだけど。
If that's how it is, a little heads up would have been nice, don't you think? The children hadn't yet snapped out of their surprise when Linus let out a yelp and clutched his head, acting as if the world were ending. The sight seemed to break the tension. Soon enough, soft giggles could be heard from the children.
自信ねえのかな。
I guess he's not exactly full of confidence,
あ
huh?
っちのエドワードにかけるぜ。
I'm going with him, Edward all the way. Me too.
うわ、ひどい言われようだな。俺、負け確定扱いされてない。
Ouch, that's a bit harsh. Am I being written off as a guaranteed loser here?
ライナが大騒ぎするからだろう。誰だって今の君と私を見たら私にかけようと考えるよ。
It's because you were making such a fuss, Line. Anyone who sees us would probably bet on me.
言ってくれるな。
You sure don't hold back, do you? This is an interesting way to win the children over. It's almost like the competition has already started. The two men exchanged light banter as the children grew excited. Then Edward suddenly shifted his attention to me. How about you?
私とライナ。
Who are you betting on? Me?
聞きたいな。
I'm curious. Which one of us is it? I hesitated for a moment, caught in the gazes of Edward. Edward's clear eyes and Linus's bright ones. This is... Maybe I should pick Linus here. It could help liven things up. I gave my answer after pondering how to enhance the situation Edward had created. I'll bet on Lord Linus.
俺にかけてくれるの？やった
You're betting on me? Yeah. Linus' wide smile made Edward pout at me, though I wasn't sure if he was acting or not.
君には応援してもらえると思ったのに残念だな。でもこれはますます負けられなくなった
Strip
よ。
sweating it. I'm sure you'd be cheering for me. That's a letdown. Now I've got to win more than ever.
感情ダダ漏れだよ、エドワ。貴公子エドワード・バーンスタインのイメージが崩れないようにしないと。
Your feelings are written all over your face, Ed. You've got to be careful if you want to preserve that noble Edward Bernstein persona.
彼女が俺を
But
選ん
hey.
でくれたことで、かえって闘争心に火がついたかな。
Maybe her picking me really lit a spark in me. I can't lose, so I've got to give it my all. Is this the real Edward? I didn't realize he'd be this open with his emotions. I was surprised to discover a new side of Edward. On a separate note, I found myself starting to enjoy the relaxed atmosphere between the three of us. I shouldn't be thinking about this right now. If they're fighting even for fun, then I have to make sure I'm paying attention. I wanted to see Edward's skills with the sword. This was the perfect opportunity, and I steeled myself. Edward and Linus proceeded with their preparations for the contest. The children watched them intently.
武器は何を使う？正直俺は素手の方がありがたいんだけど。
So what weapon are we using? Honestly, I'd prefer if we fought with our bare hands.
それはダメだ。素手と言っても、ライナには爪があるだろう。それじゃあ、君に有利になりすぎる。
That won't do. Actually, the reason I picked that was because if it's about even, we get to that side story, right? There's a side story. I don't know how far away we are from that. It doesn't let me scroll down far enough. Oh gosh. No bad ends though. This is I say this many a times. I do love a flowchart, but like when the flowchart is like this, where it's just like la 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 la. Like why? Why make a flowchart? Why are you doing this? Have I got oh, there's another ending there. I gotta get oh gosh. Oh, you know what that probably is? It's probably I wonder what it is actually. Huh. Maybe Fei Ha? No, we'll figure it out. That won't do. I mean, even if you don't have a weapon, you still have claws, don't you? That would give you too much of an advantage. So the weapon will be this. Edward pulled out a wooden branch about the size of a short sword. Seriously? This makes it easier for you, Ed. I've got no chance against you with a sword. Come on. You've got more than enough skill to surpass my swordsmanship.
いつも使っている獲物より短いし、私であっても扱いづらいよ。
And this isn't even a sword, it's shorter than what I normally use. Even I find it tricky to wield. Linus's main weapon is his claws, while Edward uses a long sword, likely the one he carries around. Edward's weapon is obvious, but what about Linus's claws? They looked like their normal length at first glance. The pair reached the conclusion as I processed the details of their weapons. Fine. I'll use this wooden branch as my weapon instead of my claws. Am I still here? Did that kill me? Was I still on? We're gonna play that again. On my screen it died. In return, you'll have to use a shorter branch than mine. Does that seem fair? That's good. That's good enough for me. Hey, you talked about a bet. What's in it for us if we win? Once the two finished talking, one of the children called out. Edward pointed to the basket I was holding. If you win, I'll treat everyone to a shortbread she brought. It's a real masterpiece from our skilled kitchen maid. It's really delicious, so you can definitely expect something good. Make sure to cheer me on with everything you've got. A noble feast, don't worry, I'll be cheering you on. I'm getting that shortbread, don't you dare lose. I see, so that's why he wanted a snack ready. Just make sure my stream's still going. It keeps saying I have an encoding overload. I don't have that much opened, I don't think. But just in case, I will close some things. Oh gosh, kids, what happens if he loses though? The children all bet on Edward this time, but what would have happened if their bets had been divided? It seems like Linus was wondering the same thing. He whispered so only we could hear. Seems smooth, okay. Thank you for the bet, Bass. Like my thing was just like on my screen and I was like, aight. I'm taking this seriously, you know how boring it gets if we don't put out our all into it. Go all out. I won't go easy on you either.
自信があるのは結構だけど、もし負けたらせっかくのショートブレッドはお預け？
Confidence is good and all, but if you lose, does it mean that they won't get any shortbread?
もし私が負けたらその時は
Not really. If I lose, I'll just ask for a rematch.
ああ、そういうことか。
I get it now. Oh, so he already had a plan in case he loses. Once I understood his plan, Edward gave Linus a serious look.
この勝負、私は本当にどちらが勝つかわからないと思っている。
I honestly don't know who will win this match. You're strong, and I won't
私は
underestimate
決して
you.
舐めてかかったりしないよ。
I underestimate you. Linus sighed at Edward's straightforward words and glanced at the sky.
そういうことをさらっと言えちゃうのがエドだよね。
That's Ed, all right.
正直で
So open and
男でも
honest.
くれるよ。
Even men would be charmed by you.
幼馴染にここまで言われたら、とことん付き合うっきゃないか。
Well, since my childhood friend insists, I guess I have no choice but to play along. Let's make it a real fight, Ed.
あ、
Yes, let's.
よろしく頼む。
They shared a strong handshake and flashed each other confident smiles. Then they stepped back, their branches in hand. And with that, the battle began. That's cute, I guess. Fighting with little sticks. Linus made the first move. He closed the gap with lightning speed and swung the branch at Edward before he could even catch his breath. So fast. In contrast, Edward barely managed to defend himself against Linus's rapid attack.
手を挙げるのか、エド。そんなわけないよな。
No way you're already giving up, right, Ed?
ああ、もちろん違う。
No, not at all. Edward, who had been on the defensive, quickly turned the tables. He pushed back Linus, attack, and knocked the branch out of his hand in one smooth
これで
motion.
勝負あったな。
Guess that's the end of it. Not yet. It's not over yet. Not. Oh gosh, it's slowed. The branch soared into the air, about to fall, but Linus grabbed it mid-air with lightning reflexes.
枝が地面に落ちない限りはセーフ。だよね。
I'm safe as long as the branch doesn't hit the ground, right? Yes, that's correct. I responded as the referee and the battle continued.
では今度は私からだ。
Impressive. Now it's my turn.
攻撃重すぎるだろ。
That's too intense. This branch is gonna break.
見誤らないさ。
I won't misjudge my strength. Edward pressed down on the branch with his weight, then quickly pulled back as soon as he sensed he had put enough of a strain on Linus. In one fluid motion, the branch swung and landed quickly on Linus's dominant hand. That was what I thought. Linus disappeared. Appeared to have been caught off guard, but he seized the small opening caused by Edward's retreat to adjust his position. His speed was so impressive that Linus had already shifted to his attack before I could even react. Linus's sharp kick struck Edward's side. Despite having a size advantage, Edward was flying with little effort.
ライナ、武器は木の枝だと言っただろう。
Did I mention that we were using branches as weapons? Didn't I mention we were using branches as weapons, Linus? Gosh.
だからちゃんとこれも使ってる。それに爪も使ってる。
And I'm using it, just as you said, no claws
でも
involved.
ね、足を使わないとは言ってないよ。
But I never said I wouldn't use my feet.
ま、ずるではないね。だが、同じ手は二度食らわないよ。
I see how it is. It's not exactly cheating, but don't expect me to fall for that twice.
今ので仕留められなかったのは痛いな。しっかり受け身も取られたし。
I figured, missing the chance to finish you stings, you managed to land without a hitch. I didn't see a thing. I couldn't help but tighten my fist as I listened to their light-hearted banter. Both of them are so strong. I don't think I'd stand a chance against them given my lack of physical strength. I should have felt threatened knowing that I could end up fighting both of them one day, but both of them are smiling, clearly enjoying the match from the bottom of their hearts. My own moon brightened as I watched them beam those boyish smiles. After a long exchange of strikes, the battle was nearing its final moment.
これで終わりだ。
This is it. Edward's swift strike cut through the moment. Linus's branch danced into the air once more. This time it hit the ground. It's over. The winner is Lord Edward. The children erupted into cheers the moment the match ended. Told you we'd win. Cop up the shortbread. Here we go. The children rushed towards me as I held out the basket. Hannah caught my eye, though. She didn't approach, but remained where she was. I guess she still doesn't trust me. Should I say something? I had just started walking towards Hannah when I saw the trees beside her swaying violently from the corner of my eyes. A heavy branch broke loose and fell right straight towards her. Of course it would. Hannah! Watch out! Edward and I called out in unison. Linus rushed towards her, but I was nearest to Hannah. I lifted Hannah in my arms without a second thought and tumbled to the ground, using the momentum to roll away. What? Yeah. Yeah. It makes perfect sense. I can see why this is happening. Goodness, still thought millions from us. Are you okay? No, I'm so. Look at me. I'm a tumbler at heart. Rose, Hannah, are you hurt? Daijoubu. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm all right too, by the way. I carefully rose to my feet, holding the trembling Hannah close. Edward stared at me, however, his expression fairly serious. Please. Get a landscaper out here and tend to these branches, unless you did this on purpose. What if Edward, I know this is probably not the case, they usually don't do this. What if Edward is actually just evil? Hear me out. He's just evil. He's pretending to be super nice and caring, and he's like, Dad, you can't be like this. We have to care about people. But he's actually secretly just a yandere. And he came out here and he cut this branch. I know this isn't what happened. And he cut this branch so that it would break because he wanted this moment where this girl would have a near-death experience and tell him what the fuck is going on. He's like, what if I nearly killed this little girl? Because he's crazy. And this was all his plan. What if this was just his entire plan? Imagine. Would that be too cool? If he just is nice and then it turns out that he's not nice at all? Like, yeah? No? I may be blacking out in this story. It's kind of boring. I need something to happen. You took quite a risk. I'm pretty sure that both Lion and I could have reached Hannah before anything serious happened. You saw it in our match, didn't you? Lion's quickness, my precise aim. Why did you get in my way? Like, this is so copy-paste right now. It also has to do with the fact that I just don't like the princely type. I'm not interested in this guy at all. So part of me is just like, yeah, sure, whatever happens, happens. But their first CG sucked. Let me have a fight with you in front of these kids to earn their trust? Is that real? Like, that was also manipulative, wasn't it? Like, he's like, I have to build the towns in Eden up so that people know that I care. I have to come here and, like, stage a little fight so the kids think I'm a hero. Like, that's manipulative. He could be manipulative. I doubt they went that far. But it'd be cool if they did. If he turned out to be just a little Satanist, that'd be so cool. Regardless of the situation, we could have knocked that branch down or changed its trajectory. Well, why didn't you? You still could have. Even with me coming here. Why did you throw yourself into helping Hannah and get in my way? The writers, don't think the writers are the creative. I want, what's his name? Hans? I want Hans from Frozen. I want the guy that you're like, oh, he's such a good guy. And they're like, oh, he's evil. You could have gotten hurt too. The blue eyes watched me wavered as if he was confused. His expression and tone made it clear that he was truly concerned for me. Why does he always wear his heart on his sleeve like this? For him to get so genuinely angry and worried for someone like me, a mere servant, it's odd. His open emotions made me realize how difficult it was becoming to hide my feelings. The words that slipped out next were my true feelings. My body just moved. If I see someone struggling, I just want to help. It's not about logic. It's just how I was feeling inside. I apologize for being reckless. I felt ashamed for making Edward worry. When I looked down, a hushed voice so faint it felt like a dream drifted in my ears. Noblesse oblige. Oblige. Noblesse oblige. There was something familiar about that voice. I lifted my head slowly and looked at Edward. What did you just say, if I may ask? Edward's eyes smiled slightly as, at my question, a trace of nostalgia on his face.
私がこの言葉を意識しだしたのは、君のような少女に出会ってからだと思いました。
Noblesse oblige. That's what it says. Oblige, right? That's how we say this. He's saying oblige, but I don't think that's right. Unless it's French. They do like to do that to me. Strange. I don't think I truly understood those words until I met a girl like you.
その子はまだ幼くてね。言葉の意味を勘違いしていた。
She was young and had the wrong idea about what those words
た
meant.
だ困っている人を助けるのがノブレス・オブリージュだと思っていたんだ。でも私はそれを好ましいと思ったんだよ。
She believed that helping someone in need was what noblesse oblige was all about, and truthfully, I prefer that version.
なぜなら私自身がその子に助けられたから。
That girl helped me once.
懐かしい。
It's a memory I've always cherished.
君のおかげで原点に戻れた気がするよ。
And you've brought me back to who I used to be. I see. A faint tug stirred in the back of my mind, unsettling my heart. Just as I tried to chase it down, Hannah whimpered softly in my arms because I'm holding a child right now. Could you put me down, lady? What is it? Are you hurt somewhere?
ここにいれば安全助けてもらえる
Will I be safe if I stay here? Can you help me? Linus, Edward, and I shared a look, coming to the silent understanding. Seeing that Hannah seemed ready to talk, Linus and Edward gave her comforting smiles, their gazes steady and kind.
安全だよ。
Yeah, you're safe
それ
here.
に俺たちが助けて
We're here to help you.
私たちは頼りになると思う。
You can count on us.
腕に覚えもあるから。
We have the necessary
何があっ
skills,
ても君を守ってあげられるだろう。
so we'll make sure to keep you safe no matter what happens. Their words held all the weight they needed. After having seen that match earlier, Hannah hesitated, then spoke softly.
私本当はオーリーと一緒に
I was actually with Ollie when he left here the other day.
霧が深くて月も出てなくて怖かったから
You can't trust Line. Hannah, you can't trust Line. Don't talk in front of this guy. The fog was so thick and the moon wasn't even out. I was scared, so I told him we should turn back,
オーリー
but
はどんどん先行っちゃって
Ollie kept going on ahead, and then I heard a scream. It was probably Ollie's.
また
I was scared. I ran away alone.
怖くて一人で
I left Ollie behind and came here. That must have been so scary, but you're safe now. Thank you for telling us. My hands rested on Hannah's back, soothing her as she cried. I shared another look at Edward and Linus.
霧に新月か。最も人目につかない。犯罪者にとっては好条件の日だ。
Isn't a new moon a full moon? Wait. Is that the... I'll Google it later. A thick fog and a new moon. That's a perfect night for criminals who want to go
今まで
unnoticed.
羽狩りが起きた日も同じかもしれない。調べてみる価値はあるね。
This might be the pattern for the days that the wing hunters happen. We should look into it. The distant, cheerful sound of children arguing over shortbread reached our ears as we conversed. But the evening's shadows closed in before long, almost as if they wanted to silence those voices. We'd finally found a clue. It should have been a beacon of hope, yet it wasn't. A night with a new moon, thick with fog. Edward's right. It's almost too perfect for wing hunting. It doesn't sit right with me. The ominousness... Oh my god, the children. Yeah, I don't like them. The ominous of... How fucking dare you? Ominousness? Ominousness of those words cast a shadow on my heart, spreading slowly and inevitably like a stain. I got this. A week had passed since we had gathered information from the almshouse. Edward had enlisted the help of Linus and the other 5 house members working together to re-examine the wing hunting's victims. I was told I had done my part and was being removed from the investigation. Wikipedia says noblesse oblige is a French saying. Of course it is. Of course it is. They love France. They love putting French words in here. If you want to learn Japanese, also learn French. It will make them so happy. I haven't managed to get anything out of Edward. Should I wait for the right moment or just ask him now? Had I gotten close enough to him to ask about what happened 8 years ago? Lost in thought, I nearly collided with someone at the corner of the hallway. Oh my. My apologies, my lady. I was preoccupied with my thoughts for a moment.
あらあら、
あらあら。
しっかり者のあなたにしては珍しいわね。
あらあ
でも
ら。
ここで会えてちょうどよかったわ。
Oh dear, it's rare to see someone as dependable as you acting this way, but I'm actually glad we ran into each
あ
other.
なたにまたお願いしたいことがあるの。
I have another favor to ask of you. What is it? To be honest, I didn't want anything to do with her. Okay. There was something about her I couldn't figure out. But I couldn't turn her down when I promised her. Lily smiled and led me to the drawing room. TBH? No.
私、今度は自作のテーブルクロスや膝掛けなどを寄贈しようと思っているの。
I'm thinking of donating some of my homemade tablecloths and lap blankets this time around. Oh
確か
gosh, I need more
あな
lap
たは針
blankets.
仕事が得意なんでしょ？エブリンたちから聞いたわ。
I heard you're quite good at needlework. Evelyn and a few others mentioned it
だ
to
から
me.
ね、私に刺繍を教えてくれない？せっかく寄贈するなら綺麗な模様を入れたいのよ。
Would you be willing to teach me embroidery? I want to be able to add nice designs if I'm donating them. Of course, I'd be delighted to help you if you want me to. I answered sincerely, but my mind wandered back to the conversation about Lily I had with Edward.
姉上は兄がいた頃から新居。
Is she really donating them, or is there another motive
いい
behind
加
it?
減にしろ。
Enough already. Just as I was about to grab the fabric and embroidery flask Lily had brought, I heard raised voices from the hallway. It sounded like a quarrel.
嫌だわ。またエドとお父様が揉めているみたい。
Not again. It sounds like Father and Edward are arguing.
ですから誤解だと言っています。
That's why I keep saying it's a misunderstanding.
私が何も知らないと思っているのか。
You think I'm completely in the dark? She's right. Those are Edward and Edmund's voices. It was pretty much a regular occurrence, so I thought Lily would just carry on with her embroidery, however.
聞いていてあまり気分のいいものではないわ。私、仲裁に行ってくるわね。
This isn't exactly pleasant to listen to. I'll go mediate. Huh? I stood surprised by her unexpected remark. Lily stopped with a poised, elegant motion.
ああ、いいのよ。
Don't
あなた
bother.
はここにいらして。
Just stay here.
不機嫌なお父様の前にわざわざ出ていくことはないから。
You don't need to go out there and deal with my grumpy father. Even so... There was something strange about a servant calmly waiting in the drawing room while her employer argued. I hesitated, then eventually stepped out into the hallway after Lily. I caught up to Lily just as she entered the entrance hall. Edmund and Edward stood apart, eyes locked in a tense glare.
内々にアルフレッド卿と会っていることは把握している。
I'm fully aware you've been seeing Lord Alfred in
それも
secret,
クレスウェルのタウンハウスに出向いてまで話をしていると
and that you went all the way to Cresswell Townhouse just to speak with
な。な
him.
ぜここへ呼ばない？御家会議のリーダーはバーンスタインの代表であるお前のはずだ。
Why didn't you invite him here? You're supposed to be the leader of the Five Houses Conference, a Bernstein representative. Facing Edmund's stern gaze, Edward bit his lip but held his ground and fired
先ほど
back.
も説明した通りです。アルフレッド卿と会ったのは御家会議とは関係のない要件だったと。
As I already stated, my meeting with Lord Alfred was on the matters unrelated to the Five Houses Conference.
若輩の私を案じてアルフレッド卿がわざわざお声掛けくださったのです。こちらから出向くのが礼儀でしょう。
Given that Lord Alfred kindly took the time to contact a mere youth like me, the least I could do was visit him to show my gratitude. I'm guessing this is about when the three of us ran into each other at the entrance hall. Edward's argument makes sense. I can't see any reason to scold him, but... Nevertheless, Edmund didn't seem to agree. He brought his cane down sharply onto the floor.
その考えが甘いと言っている。
I'm telling you, your way of thinking is far too naive.
若輩だと自らを卑下するなどバーンスタインの次期当主としてあるまじき姿勢だ。
You call yourself a mere youth. Such self-deprecation is unbecoming of the next head of the House
恥
Bernstein.
を知れエドワー
Have you no shame, Edward?
ド。年齢の上下など関係なく
Age is
バーン
irrelevant.
スタインでもゴ家でも物を言うのは妖精としての力だ。
The only thing that matters is the power of the Fae involved, whether it's a Bernstein or the Five
そ
Houses.
してクレスウェルよりもバーンスタインの方がはるかに優れた力を有している。そのことを なぜお前は態度で示さない？
House Bernstein holds far greater power than House Cresswell. Why don't you show that through your actions?
力の優劣など関係ありません。それに私はバーンスタインよりクレスウェルが
Power
劣ってい
isn't
る
what
とは
matters here, and I refuse to believe that House Cresswell is inferior to Bernstein.
力が全てだ、エドワード。それがわからないのなら、お前にはこの家を継ぐ資格などない。
Power is all that matters, Edward. If you don't understand that, then you have no business inheriting this household.
私の息子だというのに、なぜお前はこうも真逆の道を行く？
How is it that you walk such a different
な
path
ぜ
despite
思い
being
通
my
りに
son?
ならんのだ？
Why can't things just go the way I want? Edmund stopped speaking. Silence filled the hall, or so it seemed. A voice as faint as a wind on a lake echoed through the stillness. She's laughing. Even though she had said she would intervene, Lily had remained silent for the most part. Now her shoulders shook with laughter as she looked down. The moment I saw that smile, I sensed an overwhelming dread wash over me.
何がおかしい？
What's so funny? Edmund glared at Lily. She walked towards him, her smile twisted and unsettling.
だってお父様は誤解なさっているんですもの。気づいていらっしゃらないの？
You underestimate things, father. Haven't you realized Ed is exactly like you?
そして私も。私たち兄弟は嫌になるほどお父様に似ているのに、何がそんなにご不満なのかしら。
That includes me as well. My brother and I are so much like you, it's almost ridiculous. What could possibly be so disappointing?
どういう意味だ？
What do you mean by that?
何が言いたい、リリー？
What exactly are you trying to say, Lily?
あら、
あ
ご自分が何を求めているのかを考えれば、私の言いたいこともわかるはずですわよ。
If you take a moment to think about what you truly want, you should be able to understand what I'm trying to say.
それに、
Besides,
どの口がバーンスタインの通したる資格を解いていらっしゃるのかしら。
I wonder how that mouth has the audacity to lecture about the qualifications to lead House Bernstein.
ねえお父様、ご自分は清廉潔白だとでも？
Father, do you really believe you're so clean and blameless? I sensed something crucial was about to be disclosed. I grew tense. My eyes stayed on Edmund's, determined not to miss any shift in his expression. I watched his face clearly twist. Lily! It happened in an instant. Enraged, Edmund raised his hand to strike Lily, but before he could, Edward slid between them. The strike meant for Lily squarely landed on Edward's cheek. Which is crazy, because he's taller. Child abuse. Child abuse. Edward took the full blow of the slap, falling to his knees and lowering his head momentarily. When he raised his face again, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, visible even from my distant position. His lip must have been cut just now. It has to be treated immediately, or else it will swell. If I had noticed his wound, Edmund and Lily must have as well. They were right in front of him. Yet no one moved. The entrance hall was filled with silence once again. If a servant like me stepped forward now, it may only provoke Edmund even more. Still, just as I was about to move, Edward's eyes briefly met my own. I stopped frozen in place.
姉上が何を言おうと、そして父上が私をどう思っていようと、
Father, no matter what Lily says or how you feel about me,
私はあなたを尊敬してい
I
ま
have
す。
great respect for
過去
you.
に起きたことで受け入れられないことももちろんあります。
There are things from the past that are difficult to accept, of course. Even
尊
so,
敬の念はあるん
I
です。
still respect you.
私が父上の意に沿わない男だとしても、
Even if I'm not the son you wanted me to be,
つもりはありません。
I will not stain the name of House Bernstein, which you have fought to preserve. Please believe in me. Even after being struck, Edward didn't show a hint of anger or sorrow. He calmly voiced his thoughts to his father. I couldn't remain unmoved for this time. Lord Edward, your lip is bleeding. Please allow me. Oh, girl just ran up in there.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Edward gave a small nod as I imagine getting in the middle of this right now. Like he's having a heated discussion. He just got slapped by his dad. Hey, by the way, you just a little. No. Edward gave a small nod as I pressed my handkerchief to his lip and held him upright, giving steady support. It was then that I realized my arms trembled slightly. I see now. I didn't want to just give him the handkerchief. I wanted to hold his arm to support him. I realized feelings were beginning to blossom within me. The entrance hall was still. No one spoke or moved. Suddenly, a heavy sound resonated. By the time I realized it was the sound of the door opening and had turned to face it, a man had already entered.
おやおや、お取り込み中でしたか？
Oh my, am I interrupting?
エドワード卿へ耳寄りな話を持ってきたんですが、これは出直した方がいいでしょうか？
I've got something Lord Edward might want to hear. Should I return at a more convenient time? Oblivious amusement was in his eyes. Obvious, not oblivious. Obvious amusement was in his eyes. His words dripped with insincere politeness. Edmund and Lily made no effort to hide their displeasure.
これはアスコット卿。話があるというのなら、好きになさればよい。
If it isn't Lord Ascot, if you have something to say, don't let us
利
stop
息
you.
との話はもう済んでいる。私は失礼させてもらおう。
I've said what I needed to say to my son. I'll excuse myself.
私も失礼します。
I shall excuse myself as well. The other two left with cold disregard for Ascot. Edward rose to his feet, straightened and offered a sincere smile, wincing in pain all the while.
どうぞ、アスコットさん。
By all
話して
means,
ください。
Ascot, speak. Or would you
それとも、
prefer we continue
広場へ
this
場所を
in the
移しますか？
parlor?
その精神力の強さには関心を通り越して呆れるんだけれど。
You have strong mental fortitude, so much so that it's honestly a bit absurd.
まあいいか。
Forget it.
話は手短に済ませるからここでいいよ。
I'll make it quick.
金
Her
狩りの件で
Majesty
陛下から伝言を預か
has
っている。
entrusted me with a message about the wing hunters. Ascot started off in his usual lighthearted manner, but the topic was anything but
陛下はこ
trivial.
の件について協力を惜しまないとおっしゃっている。最重要案件として扱ってほしいってさ。
Her Majesty has assured us her full cooperation on this. She insists that it be treated at a high priority.
陛下が
Her Majesty.
今まで無関心に見えたのに、一体どういう風の吹き回しだろうね。
She's been so indifferent until now. What in the world has caused this sudden shift? Ascot posed a question, but his seductive smile suggested that he already knew the answer. I don't get it. The Queen's being interested in an incident that's shaking the nation isn't strange. But why now of all times? Edward's thinking along the same lines responded to Ascot cautiously.
お心遣いには感謝しますが、
I appreciate her consideration. However,
少し検討させてください。
I'd like to take a moment to consider whether I should seek her help. Ascot smiled deepened for a split second upon hearing Edward's answer.
もちろん、いいとも。いい返事を期待しているよ。では失礼。
Certainly, no trouble at all. I'll be expecting a positive response. All right then, see you soon. True to his word, Ascot wrapped up the conversation quickly and turned away without hesitation. He waved at me, as always, but I couldn't bring myself to care about it in the moment. After the quarrel between Edmund and Edward and the events that followed, Ascot's sudden offer left me bewildered. But as I watched him fade into the distance, I felt as if the storm had cleared up. After that, Lily eventually shut herself in her room, and I wasn't able to give her an embroidery lesson, so I returned to my original work. I stepped outside to clean and froze in shock upon seeing Edward leading a horse. My lord, are you all right? Has your injury completely healed? In 5 minutes, no. Edward narrowed his eyes, almost as if dazzled by the light when I rushed towards him.
心配をかけてすまなかったね。ちゃんと冷やしたし、消毒もしたから大丈夫だよ。
I'm sorry for worrying you. I've iced and disinfected it, so it's all taken care of.
ただ、さすがにすぐに仕事に戻る気にはなれなくて、少し気晴らしに行こうと思っているんだ。
I can't bring myself to dive back into work right away. I'm thinking of a little distraction for a while. I see. I breathed a sigh of relief. Edward observed me silently for a while, then spoke slowly.
君も一緒にくれ。
Would you like to come with me? I beg your pardon. I was taken aback by his sudden invitation, but Edward whispered to me softly as though sharing a
前
secret.
に言っただろ。私の特別な場所へ連れて行ってあげるよ。
I told you before, didn't I? I want to bring you to my special place. That's how you get kidnapped. That's where he's taken all the missing children. We're going to be murdered. If this game was fun, that is. I realized he referred to the promise he made when we were in that tree. I hesitated for a moment.
いや、違う。連れて行ってあげる、じゃなくて。私が君と一緒に行きたいんだ。
I suppose bring you isn't quite the right. I want to go there with you. Do you want to come with me, Rose? Very well, let's go together. Should I change out of my maid uniform? Edward's eyes were more desperate than usual, rooting me to the spot. Before I knew it, I'd accepted his invitation. Horseback riding. Oh my. Edward brought me to a small hill on the outskirts of Rowan.
こうやって寝転がると風が気持ちいいんだ。
The wind feels wonderful when you lay down like this.
ほら、君もやってごらん。
Go on, give it a try. Wait, do I have my glasses? I could change my gold ones. She's got gold glasses. Wait, I could be cooler than I already am. Let's see, do I have them? No. They're kind of fun. We'll see. I never really noticed her glasses until now. Whoa. They have like 2 layers to them. They're not like hers at all. Hers are circular. I don't know any circular ones. Oh my gosh, wait, are these like different? No, they shouldn't be. I ordered them at the same time. Give it a try. If you insist, my lord. I hadn't laid on the ground like this since I was a child. I was somewhat embarrassed at first, but laying next to Edward, a gentle breeze on my cheek felt so soothing. I need like so much smaller glasses. These all feel so big. The other ones feel really big too to me. Oh no. We remained silent. All that could be heard was the grass swaying softly in the wind. After a moment, Edward slowly broke the
私
silence.
がここに来た理由は、まあ、言わなくてもわか
I
るだ
guess
ろ
if I
うな。
hadn't bleached my hair would look more like
君には
hers.
一部始終を見られてしまったから。
There's also like a spot of brown over here that I had not noticed prior, so I don't know when that happened or if it like just got brushed in such a way that it's more noticeable now. I'm here because I'm sure you already know. You saw the whole thing,
ああい
didn't
った
you?
いさかいは初めてじゃない。いつの頃からか、会うたびにお互いの意見がぶつかってしまうようになった。
It's not the first time we've had a disagreement like that. Every time we see each other, we end up butting heads at
も
some
うずっ
point.
とだ。
Hydrate.
慣れたというのもおかしいけれど。でも、だからといって、全く答えないというわけじゃない
Getting
よ。
close. We're getting really close. Down the bottom. Just great. I need more water in my body. I just hate it. It's been going on for so long. I guess I've gotten used to it. Funnily enough, though, that doesn't mean it doesn't get to me.
浸透言い争うのは、
Fighting with your family is never easy. Maybe it was because we both watched this guy speaking without meeting one another's eyes that Edward was able to let his guard down. And so I asked the question that had been on my mind for some time now that I didn't have to face Edward directly. My lord, you love him, don't you? Your father?
それは、
Well,
そうだね。
I do love him.
愛しているよ。
I knew it. I didn't notice it when Gonrail first said they didn't get along or when I only paid surface level attention to them, but the more I learned about Edward, the more I began to notice that his every word and gesture carried a deep respect for his
子供の
father.
頃からずっと、私は父上に認められたいと頑張ってきた。
I've tried to prove myself to get my father's approval since I was a
バーンスタ
child.
インの次期当主として認めてもらえるように、
I've made sure to master everything from my
貴族ら
studies
しい振る舞い
and
を
swordmanship
完璧に身につけた。
to behaving like a true noble so that I could be acknowledged as the next heir of House Bernstein.
父上は私を愛さない。
But my father doesn't love me.
私を見つめる眼差しは、
Even when I was a child,
子供の頃も今も
his eyes were cold.
冷たいままだ。
That hasn't changed at all. He murmured his words without emotion, and yet there was a sorrow so deep within him that it made my chest hurt. It was precisely because he spoke so calmly that it became apparent how much he longed for his father's affection. That's why I need to understand as well. Edward and Edmund were at odds. If Edward took a position against the queen, In the end, he wouldn't betray his beloved father. He would never choose me.
ローズ、今何を考えている？
What are you thinking about, Rose? Caught off guard by the sudden question, I briefly closed my eyes. I hope for your happiness, my lord.
私の幸せを。
My happiness? I opened my eyes slowly and faced Edward. He watched me. His eyes met mine. I looked into those sorrowful, clear blue eyes and spoke with deep sincerity. That's right. You are a remarkable person, someone truly rare among the nobility of this nation. I've come to understand that the way you appear is a direct result of the efforts you put in constantly disciplining yourself. That was the way you carry yourself brings joy to the people around you, like the children you gave your coins to, or Hannah and so many others. My lord, you treat everyone with fairness and kindness. That's why a gentle breeze seems to follow you wherever you go.
自分をそんな風に思ったことはないよ。認められたい思いだけでここまで生きてきたから。
I've never seen myself like that.
でも、
Everything I've done
君には私がそう見
has
え
been
る。
to seek recognition, but you see me that way instead. I do. It's not just me either. Everyone sees it. You probably don't feel it because you're at the core of it. I recall the way Edward behaved in Eden and at the almshouse. He was always beautiful and straightforward, no matter the place, and those around him couldn't help but lend him support. You've always worked so hard to make others happy, my lord. I hope that happiness will find its way to you as well. Edward's expression softened at my comment. A fleeting smile crossed his
す
face.
ごいね。君はいつも簡単に私の心を見抜いてくれ。
You always manage to read my heart so
私
easily.
の心の奥までまっすぐに入ってきて、
You reach deep into my heart, and with a single comment,
隠していた弱さや悲しみを。
you bring up the
言葉
hidden
一つで
sadness
救い上げて
and
しまうの
weakness
だ。
within me. It's actually you who does that. I kept that thought to myself, burying it deep inside my heart. Instead, it just stared into his eyes. Edward returned my gaze. Without either of us noticing, we both moved a little closer, but nothing happened
あり
beyond
が
that.
とうローズ。君が私のそばにいてくれてよかった。
Thank you, Rose. I'm glad to have you by my side. Something is blossoming in my heart, but I can't tell him that because I know we'll have to face everything one day. Each time I get closer to Edward, I felt myself being pulled towards him and stopped myself from getting too close. The sight that escaped me was caught by the wind, sweeping across the hill, carrying my sorrows with it. A few days passed. It had been some time since I'd visited Goneril's store. John was there, and both had findings to present to me.
お嬢からの依頼で、ゴネリルが羽刈りの件を調べると言っていたから、バーンスタイン家内部のことは。
Goneril said that she'd take care of the wing hunting issue as per your request. As for House Bernstein, I've already gone through everything
それで
thoroughly.
分かったことがある。
I've discovered something. John hesitated. A trace of unease was in his darkened gaze. I waited quietly, trying to figure out what had made him so wary. Soon he began to speak.
お嬢、公爵はお前の両親と深い関わりが。
My lady, the Marquez has a pretty deep connection to your parents. What? John's finding caught me off guard. I needed a moment to let it sink in, but I've never heard such a thing. Father and mother never spoke of the Bernsteins.
でも事実だ。3人は幼馴染だったんだよ。
I mean, I'm not surprised. I knew this was gonna happen. The moment she said, like, oh, my dad was in love with somebody, but she married somebody else and he married somebody else. Yeah, it was her. That's why her parents were so mad. Why her parents stopped talking to her mom. She's like, you could have been, like, one of the elites. It's true, the three of them were childhood friends. There were probably things they didn't tell you because you were just a child. The Marquez and my parents are childhood friends. No matter how I try to recall it, all that came to mind was the two of them smiling softly. Associating them with Edmund was difficult. I couldn't fully comprehend the news. Then John revealed something even more shocking.
それからあの家の執事、ニコラスだったな。
Then there's the butler Nicholas. He's not the man he appears to be. He's an assassin.
いろいろ調べていくうちに裏の方で名前が上がったよ。
At first, all I found was that he was a skilled butler, but his name started showing up in shady places as I continued investigating shady.
そうだ。あの男は
Exactly. That man used to be an assassin. Him?
ああ。それもかなりの凄腕だったそうだ。今じゃすっかり筋が板についているようだが、暗殺者として現役じゃないとは言い切れない。
I heard he was incredibly skilled back in the day. He certainly looks the part of a butler now, but who's to say he isn't still in the game? Be more careful around him. That butler, my lady. Okay. Come to think of it, something had always felt off. His every move was sharp and calculated. It reminded me of a trained fighter. I rubbed my arms without thinking, then Goneril chimed in.
じゃあ次は私の番だね。お坊ちゃんたちとの調査の中でも見ているかもしれないけど。
I guess it's my turn now. You might have seen it during your investigation with the young lord,
7年
but
前から羽狩りが起きている場所に印をつけてみた。何か気づくことはあるかい？
I've marked all the spots where the wing hunter has taken place over the past 7 years. Do you notice anything? I peered at the map on of Rowan Goneril had laid out. Red marks were scattered around the city. They looked random at first, but something felt off. Are the incidents forming a kind of ring around the Bernstein estate?
ああ、私にもそう見える。最近の羽狩りが起きた場所だけを見るとわからなかったけどね。
It looks that way to me too. It wasn't apparent when I was looking solely at the recent
7
cases.
年前からのものを含めたら、ちょっと不自然なくらいにバーンスタイン邸の周囲で起きてたのさ。
Once you include all the cases from the past 7 years, it starts looking weird how most of them occurred near the Bernstein estate.
でもバーンスタイン邸はローアンの郊外にあって人通りが少ない。
Then again, the estate is on the edge of Rowan, where there's minimal foot
だか
traffic.
ら周辺で事件が起きやすいという見方もできるけどね。
Given that some might say that it makes sense that the incident is happening around this area. See?
確かにそうだな。
I see, you have a point. John and I nodded quietly. Goneril looked at us with a probing gaze.
それか
There's one more
ら
thing.
大事なことがもう一つある。最近被害に遭いかけて運よく免れたってやつを見つけたよ。
I recently came across someone who nearly became a victim but was lucky enough to escape.
そいつは周りにこう吹聴してた。犯人は消えた公爵家ランドルフの血族だってね。
The person was going around saying that the culprit was from House Randolph and the vanished Dulce house. We were rendered speechless by Bonneril's information. I thought I was done with the whole wing hunting thing once I finished assisting Edward. How wrong I was. I couldn't just turn a blind eye now that the Randolph name had been mentioned. I was swept into the center of the case whether I liked it or not. Dun 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 dun. Okay. So her brother. Am I right? It's her brother? Her brother's out here stealing wings. Dun 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 dun. An emergency meeting of the 5 houses was held, though the exhibition wasn't on the agenda. The matter being discussed was how to apprehend the criminal behind the wing hunting incident.
これまでの調べで、今までに起きた羽狩りの被害は、やはり
I'm curious if his has like more twist maybe. We have yet to run into what would be a bad ending on his. That's pretty messed up. Interesting. I wonder if his still has... I don't think I still have her thing open. No. I wonder if his has 4 chapters or more. Because sometimes the end story will have more. So there's a small chance that he has more than that. Because his chapters are kind of short so far. I say feel kind of short. The investigation so far has shown that the wing hunters incidents are indeed concentrated on nights of the new moon. There has been 17 incidents in the past year. 12 of them occurred on the night of the full moon, of the new moon.
残り5回は霧の濃い夜だったことが判明しました。
Additionally, the other 5 cases occurred the night with dense fog.
だからわざわざ今日僕たちを呼んだのか。
So this is why you went to the trouble of calling us all here? Ah! I have a blanket on my legs and it's got caught on my pillow. This is my life.
はい。明日の晩は新月。つまり、羽狩りが起きる可能性が
7 years. It took 7 years for you guys to realize there's a connection between the new moon and wing hunters. 7 years. That's crazy. Do you guys have no law enforcement? Tomorrow night is the new moon. There's a high chance wing hunters will
これまでは
occur.
後手に回っていましたが、今度は
You've been playing catch up until now. This time, I want to strike first.
なるほどね。
Oh, so you're saying we should work together to prevent the incident from happening tomorrow night, huh?
いや、スコットさん。それだけじゃダメですよ。犯人を捕
No,
らえるために
Ascot, that's not enough. It's pointless unless we capture the criminal. Linus raised his index finger to emphasize the point. Alfred, who sat nearby, nodded in agreement.
間違いないな。このような
Absolutely.
事件が二度と起こらないようにするのが
It's the 5 houses' job to make sure something like this never happens again.
2人の言う
I
通り
agree
で
with
す。
them.
国の憂いをなくし、
Eliminating the
博覧会の開催を
nation's
目指すのは
troubles and
我
working
々に
towards
課せられた使命。
towards the exhibition are missions entrusted to us.
そのために、
Therefore, I kindly
ぜ
ask
ひ
for your
皆さんのお
support in this
力をお
matter.
貸しいただきたい。
二言目には務めだの使命だの言うが
You're always going on about duty and missions. In the end, it's just a way to force us into it with no room to refuse. Lucas's face showed clear displeasure, but he didn't turn it down.
で、エドワー
Ed,
ド。ゴ家の使命だと言いながらそいつがここにいるのは
you called it a
エデンに
5
行ってい
houses
た件と
mission,
関係あるのか
but is this the person who... Is this person here because of the Eden thing too? Everyone's gaze shifted to me at Lucas's comment. I wasn't just a maid serving drinks today. I actually sat at the back as a participant in the meeting. Should I explain this myself? I hesitated, but Edward spoke brightly.
ご推察の通りです。
It's exactly as you think.
彼女には羽狩りの被害について調べる過程で
She's been helping me a
尽力してもら
lot
い
with
ま
the
した。
investigation into the wing hunting.
ですから今日は協力者である彼女への報告も兼ねて
So
この
today's
集まりを
meeting
開いたというわけです。
is also an update on our collaborator to update our collaborator on our progress.
へえ。じゃあ明日の晩は彼女も犯人確保に協力してくれるのかな？
Is she going to help tomorrow night? To capture the criminal tomorrow night as well? Ascot's tone was amused. Edward responded decisively.
彼女を危険な場所へ同行させるつもりはありません。
No, I don't plan on making her go to a dangerous place with me.
彼女は確かに我が家に仕えてくれている身。
She may serve our household, but
バー
she's
ンスタイ
not
ン一族ではない。
a member of House
先ほども
Bernstein.
言った通り、これは五家の使命です。我々だけで対処します。
As I mentioned before, this is the 5 houses mission. We will handle it ourselves.
もちろん、
Of
それぞ
course,
れの家から
I'd
一族
appreciate
の
it
協力者を募るのはこちらからお願いしたいぐらいです。
if each household could recruit
ウォード家は頼りに
collaborators
しているよ。
of their own. I'm especially depending on you, Lion and House Ward.
任せてくれ。
Leave it to
明
me.
日の晩はできる限りの人員をローアン市内の巡回に当てるよ。
Tomorrow night, I'll make sure as many people as possible are patrolling Rowan.
うん。
Got it?
了解した。
By the way,
ああ、ところで、陛下がお力を貸してくださるとおっしゃっていた件はどうするか決めたのかな？
have you decided what to do with Her Majesty's offer to help? Oh, right. He did mention that.
陛下はこの件について協力を惜しまないとおっしゃっている。最重要案件として扱ってほしいってさ。
Her Majesty has assured us of her full cooperation on this. She insists that it'll be treated at the highest
今
priority.
まで無関心に見えたのに、一体どういう風の吹き回しだろうね。
She's been so indifferent until now. What in the world has caused this sudden shift? He phrased it so unpleasantly. It seemed like she had another motive and isn't just offering help. I wonder what Edward thinks about this. Edward, who had refrained from responding earlier, exchanged looks with Alfred and Ascot at Ascot's question. Then he answered
ありがたい
determinedly.
申し出でしたが、この件で陛下のお力を借りることはいたしません。
Though I'm grateful for the offer, I'll refrain from involving Her Majesty in the
理由は
matter.
ご協力いただくとしても、 お願いできるのは陛下直属の兵をお借りするぐらいになりそうだということ。
Even with Her Majesty's assistance, our request could go no further than borrowing soldiers from her personal
そし
guard.
てその兵をお借りしてしまうと、今度は陛下の恩義をお守りするという本来の役割が手薄になってしまうからです。
The problem is if we do take those soldiers, Her Majesty's own security would be left
But-
understaffed.
その代わり、陛下には別件でお願いしたいことがありまして。
That said, there is a separate matter I'd like to ask Her Majesty about.
別件？何か面白いことでも思いついたのかな？
A different matter? Did you come up with something fun? Edward met Ascot's probing stare and offered a proposal that could only have come from
博覧
him.
会は国民の気持ちを一つにするという意味でも重要な試みです。
The exhibition is significant in helping foster a sense of unity among the
で
people.
すが、今の状態で開催しても必ず華やかな催しから弾かれてしまう人たちがい
But
ます。
as things stand, there are people who inevitably feel left out of the
すな
celebration.
わち仮想階級
The
です。
lower class, to be precise. Is he seriously bringing up Eden's residents here? He can't possibly mean to invite them to the exhibition, can he? Ascot shook his head.
博覧会に仮想階級をご招待などと考えているのなら答えはノーだ。陛下にお尋ねするまでもなく実現不可だよ。
If you're thinking of inviting the lower class to the exhibition, the answer is no. It's simply impossible. There's no need to bother Her Majesty with it.
仮想階級が会場に入り込むとなったらどうしたって治安は悪くなる。今さら警備体制の見直しも間に合わないだろう。
Letting the lower class into the venue would cause an inevitable breakdown in security. It's far too late to make adjustments to security protocols.
こんな簡単な懸念点がわからない君たちじゃない。随分とらしくもない口頭無形な提案だね。
You're not the type to overlook such a simple concern. This utterly ridiculous proposal is so unlike you. Ascot's gaze shifted with that remark, not only to find Edward but also Alfred. I see I wasn't the only one who caught the look. This must be something those two arranged during their recent meeting. Linus met Edward's gaze, his expression stern.
エド、この話は俺も初耳なんだけど、博覧会の警備体制に不安が出るなら陛下の恩義も危うくなる。
I haven't heard anything about this before, Ed. If the security at the exhibition is at risk, Her Majesty's safety will be jeopardized too.
今の話、俺も賛成できないよ。
I can't agree with your proposal.
僕はどちらでも構わない。ただ面倒事が増えるならそれはやめてくれ。
I don't mind either way, but if it's only going to make things more complicated, then don't do it. The relatively peaceful atmosphere had taken a sharp turn. The four men, aside from Lucas, were locked in confrontation. Edward watched the tense situation unfold as he remained composed as he spoke to Ascot and
も
Linus.
ちろん、そんな無茶な要求をするつもりは私もありません。
I had no intention of making unreasonable demands, of course.
私が提案したいのは、博覧会の前に陛下の名でチャリティーを開くことです。
What I'm thinking is that we host a charity event in Her Majesty's name before the
応急の
exhibition.
一角、前提などで構いません。そちらを開放し、仮想階級を招いたお茶会などを催してはいただけないでしょうか。
A section of the palace would be suitable, perhaps the front garden. Could we open that up and host a tea party or something for the lower class?
チャリティ
A charity event?
ね。なぜ博覧会前にわざわざそんなことを？
Why go through all the trouble before the exhibition? Ascot's concern was perfectly reasonable. Edward gave a quick, unwavering answer.
それが戸塚にへのアピールにもなるからです。
It'll
グラ
help
ンド
us
アルビオン
appeal
の
to the
階級社会と
Fremdelins.
いうのは
They already
戸
know
塚
the
に
fact
知れ
that
渡っているわけですが、
Grand Albion is a class-based society, but it seemed negatively. The rich became richer and the poor stayed poor due to the class differences, and no one ever seems to offer any
国
help.
内の格差はお世辞にもいい印象を与えていない。それは厳然たる事実です。
The disparity within the country doesn't leave a good impression. It says the least. That is an undeniable fact.
ですが、陛下自ら下々の者へ手を差し伸べる姿勢を見せれば、その
If
評判は
her
一変します。
Majesty herself is willing to reach out to the lower class, our reputation will change entirely.
博覧会を前に、グランドアルビオンは階級に関わらず陛下を信頼し、団結している国だと 戸津国へ知らしめることができるでしょう。
We can make it clear to the Fremdelins before the exhibition that Grand Albion is a nation united in our trust of Her Majesty regardless of class. I was honestly impressed by what Edward said. I get it now. Edward is working to maintain his beliefs while avoiding conflict. Even I could see that his words were merely a facade. His real purpose was to create a country of equality no matter the class. I was sure Ascot and Linus understood well, but they wouldn't be able to simply dismiss a proposal like
なる
this.
ほどね。その理屈なら私も反対できないな。ただ陛下が首を縦に振るかは保証しないよ。
I can't really deny that the logic, but I can promise that Her Majesty can't promise Her Majesty will agree either.
あの方は楽しいことがお好きだろう。十中八九、ご了承いただけると踏んでいる。
I believe she's fond of fun things. I'm fairly certain she'll give her approval. Alfred jumped in, supporting Edward in a final nudge. The decision appeared to be nearing a conclusion, but
い
then...
や待ってください、アルフレッドさん。陛下の身に危険が及ぶ可能性は何も解決してないですよ。
Please wait, Alfred. The potential danger to Her Majesty still hasn't been solved.
場所が博覧会から王宮に変わったところで大きな違いはないでしょう。
Changing the location from the exhibition to the palace won't make much of a difference.
それどころか、陛下により近い場所へ仮想階級を招くだなんて、リスクがさらに上がったんじゃないですか。
Isn't this just making things more dangerous, inviting the lower class to so close to Her Majesty?
それにエド、そうなった時に一番負担を強いられるのは俺の一族だ。
Another thing,
話
Ed.
を通してくれなかったんだよ。
When all goes down, my household will be the one that bears the brunt of it. Why don't you talk to me about this? Why didn't you talk to me about this first? Linus turned to Edward with cold, adversarial intensity. All his usual love, charm were gone. I've never seen him make that face before. What's Edward going to do now? Edward quietly listened to Linus's argument and admitted his mistake without
君
hesitation.
の言うことはもっともだ。
What you're saying is entirely valid.
私は君に反対されるということにばかり意識が向いて話すのを避けていたよ。
I got too wrapped up in the idea that
それは
you
間違いだった。
disagree with me, so I didn't mention it to you. That was my
そうね
mistake.
ライナー。この件はバーンスタインが全面的に責任を持とう。ウォードに
My
負担をかけ
apologies,
るような
Linus.
ことはしない。
House Bernstein will assume full responsibility for this matter. I'll make sure House Ward won't be burdened. Edward faced Linus and didn't look away. In turn, the latter stared
バ
back.
ーンスタインがなんて言っていいのかな。公爵もこの件には反対するんじゃないの？
Is it really alright for you to promise that House Bernstein will take responsibility for this? Won't the Marquess be against this?
反対されてもだ。その時はバーンスタインではなく
Even if he
私が
opposes
責任を
it,
持つよ。
I'll be the one taking responsibility, not my household. Edward's straightforward answer didn't seem to soften Linus's attitude in the slightest. However,
いい加減羽狩りの件に話を戻してくれないか。今日はそのための集まりだと言うからわざわざ出向いたんだ。
enough. Can we please get back to the Wing Hunter? I came all the way here because I was told we would be discussing that today. Valid. Lucas tried. Tired words ended the argument.
そうでした。本題は羽狩りでしたね。
That's right. We're here to discuss the Ring Hunter. That's right. The Wing Hunter. I feel like we could have a better name than that. Just because they're stealing wings. I mean, that's so basic. Is it the assassin? Is it the friend of Lily? Is it Lily herself in a rage that her husband is dead because she's sad about that? Like, what is it? Who did it? Who started it? We're here to discuss the Wing Hunter.
この件はまた後できちんと話そう。
We'll go over everything else properly later. Lynn, is that all right with you?
わかったよ。
Sure. Linus backed down reluctantly, perhaps thinking that dragging the subject out would only waste everyone's time.
では話を元へ戻しましょう。あと、その前に。
It sounded like it was upstairs, but also very close. Let's go back to the matter at hand before we do that, though. I'm afraid
君はここまでだ。
this is as much as you can hear, Rose.
情報収集に
So
協
rude.
力してくれた君へ。私たちの調べが実を結びつつあることと、陛下への願いを伝えておきたかったけれど。
You've done so much for us to gather information. I want you to know Things are finally moving forward. We even got our message to the queen, but
先ほど話したように、君を危険に巻き込むつもりはない。だから、この先の話は聞かせたくないん
I
だ。
have no intention of dragging you into danger, so I'd rather you not have you hear the
分かっ
rest.
てくれるね。
I'm sure you understand, right? Certainly, my lord. I'm not surprised they won't tell me their plans for tomorrow night. Doesn't matter to me. I bowed at Edward, then got up from my seat. As I made my way to the parlor door, I couldn't help but think back of my conversation with John the other day. Oh yeah, there's a box there. Thank you! Yay! Thank you very much. It was after Goneril told me that the culprit of the wing haunting case was rumored to have come from House Randolph. John and I moved to the park.
動くつもりなのか。
Oh my gosh, I should have asked her for more water while she was in here. It's good timing because my drink was empty. Are you going to make a move? Like this? John asked, lowering his voice and watching for anyone who might be listening. I answered him firmly. Yes, even if they're not the real deal, I can't allow anyone to use Randolph's name for their own evil
私はわかる
deeds.
けど、下手に首を突っ込むと、こちらの正体がバレる危険も高まるぞ。
I understand how you feel, but getting too involved could increase the risk of our true identity getting
お嬢の
exposed.
狙いは、8年前に村を滅ぼした女王と、それに協力した奴らに復讐することだろう。
Corn dogs. My day is good. It's a good day. Your goal is to seek revenge on the queen who destroyed the village 8 years ago, as well as the one who helped her, right?
それができなくなってもいいのか？
Are you okay with that ends up being impossible to achieve? Nothing's impossible if you believe. John's concerns were valid, but this was a difficult decision for me as well. I clenched my fist, bit my lips, and finally said the thing I couldn't compromise on. I'm not okay with that. But my father, mother, brother were all kind souls who always reached out to the weak. I can't sit back and let someone defile our name and be left
お
alone.
嬢の意志が固いのはよくわかったよ。だとしても、当然バーンスタインの息子たちも犯人確保に躍起になってるんだろう。
Could be the glasses, actually, because they're not glasses I've been wearing. They might be squishing my head a little bit. Do I look like her now? Do I have... I need, like, ruffles. I understand your resolve, but the little lord from House Bernstein must be just as determined to capture the culprit, right?
犯人と接触しようとすれば、奴らと鉢合わせるんじゃないか。
If you go after the culprit, isn't there a chance you'll cross paths with the
もちろん
others?
俺も邪魔するが、あっちは5人だ。
I'll try and stop
全
them,
員
of
は
course,
さす
but
が
there's
に止められ
5
ない
of
かも
them.
しれない。
Technically 4? I may not be able to stop them all. John's reasoning was spot on. All 5 were demi-fae, each hiding a great deal of power. With that in mind, I made my resolve known. I get it. That's why I'll use my Fey Sight hand as well. I'll investigate possible locations for any signs that might lead to the culprit. This is something only I can do. If all goes well, I might be able to reach the culprit before them.
止めてもお嬢はやるんだよな。なら、無茶だけはしないと約束してくれ。危険が迫ったら逃げるのを優先しろ。
I know you'll go ahead with this, even if I try to stop you. Just promise me you won't do anything reckless. If things get dangerous, prioritize getting away. I promise. John reluctantly gave in and accepted it, and so we too decided to wait for the night of the new moon. I stepped out of the parlor and looked at my right hand. I'll have a look at their plans later. Using my Fey Sight hand would be simple enough if I cleaned up the parlor after their meeting. I reassured myself that it wouldn't be a problem. I'm just stealing information then. I cleaned the entrance hall while I waited for the meeting to end. Everyone will pass through here when they leave, so if I stay put, I can go to the parlor as soon as the meeting ends. I begin wiping down the staircase railing when...
やば避けろローズ
Well, this is bad. Watch out, Rose. I heard a sudden shout and looked up to see Philip's alarmed face along with the tray of cloth tumbling towards me. I dodged the tray falling from above me, caught the cloth as it drifted down, and handed them both to Philip as he descended the
いや
stairs.
手が滑っちゃって怪我してない
Oops, my hand slipped. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm alright, but please be careful.
本当にごめん次はないように気をつける
I'm sorry. So sorry. I'll be sure to be careful next time, I promise. Philip apologized, clasping his hand in front of his chest exaggeratively, then he hurried down the hallway and disappeared. Does Philip have a habit of dropping things? I'm pretty sure this has happened before. I watched him leave and thought back to earlier. I sighed and was about to start cleaning again when... that voice. A stifled laugh reached my ears. I turned around. Linus's whose voice I heard stood behind me just as I thought.
笑うつもりじゃなかったんだけど君の身の軽さとフィルの慌てっぷりが面白くてつい笑っちゃった
I didn't mean to laugh, but your quick reflexes and Phil's panic was too funny. I just couldn't help myself. Well, that was an odd moment to get caught in. Since Linus is here, I assume the meeting is over. I was so caught up in my own thought that my answer to his next question came out a little distracted.
ハンナだっけあの子を助けた時にも思ったけど君かなり運動神経がいいというか
That girl from the almshouse, Hannah, was it? I thought the same thing when you helped her. You have really good reflexes, or maybe I should say you're quite athletic?
ダンスの練習でも飲み込みが早かったしもともと普通の人より動ける方でしょ
You learn those dance moves quickly too, and you're pretty agile compared to regular folks, right? I guess I am.
あやっぱり身のこなしがそれっぽいし実は護身術とかできたりする
I knew it. Your moves totally give it away. Do you know any self-defense by any chance? Linus looked at me, his eyes full of curiosity. I was momentarily taken by surprise. Crap, I shouldn't have admitted that. I needed to keep my identity hidden. Then again, it's probably too late for me to try and cover it up, considering what he saw me do at the almshouse. Realizing there was no point now, I responded with the most neutral answer I could think of. I can climb trees. I guess just a little, yes.
頼もしいね
Aren't you reliable? Oh no, he walked closer to me, flashing a big grin and miming a dramatic punch.
どの程度のことができるの
How good are you?
俺の攻撃くらいなら防がれちゃうかな
Could you handle one of my attacks maybe? I appreciate the compliment, but I don't think I could do that though. My mind flashed back to the way Linus moved against Edward at the almshouse. Footsteps then rang out across the entrance hall.
ライナー
Line?
二人でな
Okay, that's not the one I want. It's not that remarkable. I just happen to have better reflexes than most people. Would he be convinced if I was more specific? Wait, then again, I can't always bring up something Edward already knows about. For instances, I'm able to climb trees. I thought I'd gotten my point across, but Linus gave me a thoughtful look and came closer for some reason.
木登りかねえ他は何が得意
Got closer to my
例えば
face.
走るのが速かったり
Crazy man.
する
I got sniffles. I still have sniffles. Climbing trees. So what else are you good at? Are you fast at running maybe? Isn't he a little too close for comfort? And why is he looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Linus didn't simply approach me, but leaned in and stared at my face, startling me. When I tried backing away, he closed the gap.
前から思ってたんだけどさ君って
I've wondered this for a while, but Linus was about to say something. His tone, usually serious, when footsteps rang out at the
ライナ
entrance
ー
hall.
今彼女に何をしていた
Line, what are you doing
それ
here?
に後で話そうと伝えたはずだぞ
I
な
thought I
ぜ帰ろう
told
とし
you.
ているんだ
We'd talk later. Why are you trying to leave? Linus distanced himself from me as soon as Edward made his appearance.
そんな怖い顔するなって彼女とは話をしてただけだ
Don't make that scary face. I was just talking to her, that's all.
それに帰るつもりもなかったよエドと話す前に 外の空気を吸ってこようと思ったんだ。
I wasn't going anywhere. I just wanted to take a moment outside for some fresh air before talking to you, Ed. Edward walked over to us after hearing Linus's reply, looking
そう
relieved.
か。すまない。私の早とちりだったな。
I see. I'm sorry for jumping to
でもせめて
conclusions.
部屋を出ていく前に一声かけてくれ。
At least say something before you
君に
leave the
本気で
room.
見限られたのかと思った。
I thought you'd really given up on me.
見限る。
Given up on you, huh? Linus smiled at Edward, but his expression was far from bright.
ねえエド、俺たちは等しく陛下に忠誠を誓う立場だと思ってたんだけど、
Hey, Ed, I thought we were both supposed to be equally loyal to Her Majesty.
最近の君は違う気がしてならないんだ。君は今何を目指してる？
I felt like you're
何
not
が
the
一
same
番大事なん
lately.
だ？
What are you really after now? What do you value most? Edward's expression darkened
目指す
slightly.
ものは変わっていないよ。私はこの国のことを一番に考えている。
My
その
goals
ため
haven't
になすべき
changed.
ことをなそうとしているだけ
I'm
で。
putting the country first. I'm just trying to do what's necessary
大事な
for
のは
it.
この国と、この国に暮らすすべての人々の幸せを守ることだと考えているよ。
I believe the most important thing is to protect the happiness of this country and everyone living in it. You don't consider the queen important then? Linus must have noticed the same thing. He let out a deep sigh and looked at Edward with a touch of sadness.
よくわかったよ。
I understand very
チ
well.
ャリティーの件だけど、俺一人が反対しても意味はないし、警備はウォードが請け負う。
As for charity, if I'm the only one opposing it, then my opinion doesn't matter. House Ward will handle the
陛下の
security.
敵を排除するのが俺の空シーであるウォードの務めだからね。
Eliminating Her Majesty's enemy is my duty as ward and accuseth.
君は君の信念を貫けばいい。俺も自分の信念に従って行動するよ。
You should stick to your beliefs. I'll do things my way too. The matter was settled. Linus turned his back and Edward called out to him.
待ってくれ、ライナ。
Line,
私も君に
I
聞
need
き
to
たい
ask
こ
you
とがある。
something.
何？
What is it?
君のそれは本当に君自身の信念なのか？
Was that really what you
私には
believe?
それが空しいであるがゆえの。
Or are you only saying that because it's what accuseth would say?
空シーについて口を出すのは余計なお世話だ。
Keep your opinions about
君が
accuseth
公
to
爵と
yourself.
の間に抱えているものについて、
You don't want to talk about what's going on between you and the Marquez after all.
俺にも触れられたくないことはある。
There's things I don't want anyone asking about too. What was Edward going to say? I didn't really understand what they were talking about,
じゃあこれ
but
で話はついたよね。
I guess we're done talking about this. Linus's cold expression made that clear. Edward had said something he shouldn't have, something Line wanted to keep hidden. It seemed like an irreparable rift was open between them, but the next moment Edward spoke from the heart.
ああ。話はこれで終わりだ。いろいろと負担をかけてすまない。
Alright, that's the end of it. Sorry for everything I put you through.
いや、違うな。ここは謝るのではなく、
Actually, no, I owe you my
礼を言わせて
thanks,
くれ。
not an apology.
本当にありがとう、ライナ。
Thank you for
私
putting
の
up
わ
with
が
my
ままを受け
selfishness,
入れて
Lynn.
これから先。
Line. I keep saying Lynn because
たとえ
that's what
何
it
があっても
should be
私にとって君は
in my heart.
変わらず幼馴染で親友だ。
Whatever comes our way from here on out you'll always be my childhood friend and my closest friend. Linus's eyes widened in surprise. He stared at Edward for some time. Eventually, he let out a deep sigh as if realizing everything he had been holding in.
本当に。
Ed, you're so
Edward,
straightforward that it's
まっすぐで
giving me a
ごめん。
headache.
でも、
But you're right. I
そう
feel the
だな。
same.
俺も同じだよ。これからもエドは幼馴染で。
You're always going to be
親友
my
だ。
childhood friend and my best friend. Linus's smiled and waved. He looked as if he were about to burst into tears. This time, Linus didn't leave the entrance hall. Even when it feels like a friendship is about to end, he still speaks with honesty and an open heart. He is sincere. He really meant it when he called Linus his closest friend. Arguing with him must have been difficult, even if their views do differ. I was sure Edward felt relieved when I looked at his face. Huh? Edward's smile was nowhere to be seen.
私たちは同じままではいられない。 ただ笑い合っていられる時はもう過ぎてしまったのかもしれない。
We can't stay the same forever. Maybe the day when we could simply laugh together are behind us. His muttering wasn't directed at me. It was more like his heartfelt emotions were unconsciously spilling out. Therefore, I pretended not to have heard anything and avoided his eyes. Later that night, tomorrow we should try to confront the wing hunters. The day was sure to be tense and sleep refused to come. I can't fall asleep. Maybe I should step outside for some fresh air. I left my room and headed towards the garden. In my jams? Isn't that... When I stepped outside, I noticed someone else wandering around the garden despite how late it was. Edward. The young nobleman standing in the night's wind looked terribly lonely to me. I knew I shouldn't get any closer, but my heart seemed unwilling to listen. His earlier exchange with Linus came to mind as I watched him, and I found myself frozen, unable to move. I shouldn't call out to him. I need to go back. I gathered what little sense I had and tried to turn in the opposite direction, but I stepped on a fallen branch. The sound must have been loud enough to alert him to my presence because Edward immediately noticed me despite the darkness.
ローズ、こんな時間にどうしたの？
Girls, what are you doing at this hour? I knew he had asked something like that. Unable to slip away, I resigned myself and walked over to him. I had trouble sleeping, so I stepped out to get some fresh air. That's when I happened to see you, my lord. The wind was offering you comfort, and I wasn't sure if I should disturb you. I thought that having someone you could talk to besides the wind would be nice once in a while, and as I was lost in thought, I missed my chance to leave. Edward blinked in surprise at my awkward comment, then his face softened into a gentle smile.
たまにじゃない。
I'm like, I thought you'd like to talk to someone
君に
besides
は
the
何
wind.
度も弱音を吐いているよ。男としては情けないことにね。
I've confided in you so many times, not just once in a while. Honestly, it's kind of pathetic as a man.
でもせっかく君が足を止めてくれたのなら、今日も話を聞いてもらおうかな。
You've gone out of your way to check on me, so I guess I'll share my thoughts with you again. He gestured for me to come closer, then leaned against a tree. I followed suit and stood next to him. I listened to Edward's attentively, the damp scent of trees in the
今
air.
日はいつにも増して孤独を感じていたよ。何かを手にしようと思えば、何かを切り捨てる必要があるのかもしれ
I
ない。
felt more alone today than usual. It feels like I need to sacrifice something in order to gain something
け
else.
れど、それが身近な人であるほど、身を切られるように辛い。
It feels like a
自
stab
分
in
の
the
選
heart
択が間違っているの
when
で、
that something is dear to
迷い
me.
が生まれる。
I wonder if I'm making the wrong choice. Is he talking about Linus? Given what I had seen and at the entrance hall, that seemed to be the only conclusion, but Edward turned in the conversation to something completely different for some reason.
ところでローズ、君の家族はどんな人たちか聞いてもいい？
That aside, would you mind telling me a little about your family, Rose? I can't believe he's asking me about my family. I would have been mad under normal circumstances thinking he was being sarcastic, but at that moment, that wasn't the case. After watching him speak of his solitude, I began feeling that opening myself up would be all right. My family was full of kind people. They were kind not only to me, but to everyone they met. My father, my mother, my brother, they were all wonderful and full of love. They're my pride forever and always.
すまない。もしかして、君の家族はもう。
Did she have a fake brother in her story? I know that she mentioned she's an orphan, but like, I feel like you don't want to copy paste your exact family dynamic into your fake story. Could it be that your family is? He must have noticed that I was speaking in past tense. I quietly admitted that he was correct. Yes, they all passed away. I suppose that means I'm alone too, in a sense.
それでは、家族の話をしてくれというのは酷なお願いだったね。どうか許してほしい。
I shouldn't have asked you about your family. I apologize. That was thoughtless of me. Edward's face clouded with regret. I quietly shook my head. No, please don't be sorry. In truth, I want to talk about them. Do you mind if I talk about the kind of people my family were? Honestly, I didn't understand why I felt this way. Am I sharing this with him in some sort of revenge? Do I want to tell him that his family may be responsible for my family's death? Somehow that didn't seem right. All I could see were the smiling faces of my family. I just wanted to talk about them.
君がいいと言ってくれるなら、もちろんだよ。 ぜひ聞かせてほしい。
If you're comfortable with that, then of course, I'd really like to hear about them. Very well. Prompted by Edward, I shared cherished memories, letting them flow freely. My father loved telling jokes. He always said the monsters lived in the forest near our village. He used to gesture dramatically to scare me, but I never believed a word of it. And we had a little deal where we'd hug afterwards.
小さな君がお父上に抱きしめられている情景が目に浮かぶようだ。
I can picture little you being held by your
お母上はどん
father.
な方だった
What
の？
was your mother like? My father was always sweet with me, but my mother was much more strict. Even as a child, I understood that that was her way of showing affection, however. She made soup for me when I was sick and said little charms to help me recover.
おまじない？
What kind of charms? It's an old family tradition from my mother's side. Outsiders aren't taught it, which is why it'll remain a secret now as well, my lord. I gave him a teasing smile. Edward smiled right back.
それは残念だ。
That's unfortunate.
では、兄上は君にどんな優しさをく
What
れたの？
kindness did your brother show? Oh, he loved ripping fey wings off people's backs. Why do you ask? My brother, it may sound strange coming from me, but he felt no shame in telling others how much he loved his sister. We had quite an age gap, so we didn't exactly play together. Instead, I was always seeking his attention. He never once looked displeased and even took initiative to keep me entertained.
例えばどんな風に？
What kind of things did he do exactly? Memories came flooding back at Edward's question. Before I knew it, a smile crept onto my face. That brings back memories. There was a time when I couldn't get enough of practicing this strange dance. My brother found it so amusing that he said he'd join me and give me a try too. He'd lift me up and carry me in his arms. We had so much fun dancing that silly dance
いい
together.
ね。どれもすごく素敵な思い出だ。
That sounds lovely. They're all such beautiful memories. I feel a little embarrassed sharing like this. My chest tightened when I met his gentle eyes. As I struggled to understand my own feelings, Edward continued to gaze at me. His smile faltered as he spoke with a hint of sadness.
私が君の家族の話を聞きたいと思ったのはね。きっと君なら、私が持たないものを持っているだろうと感じたからだよ。
I wanted to know about your family because I felt that you had something I don't possess. Something you don't have, my lord, me? He had beauty, virtue, family, status. What could he be lacking? He already had so much. Seeing I didn't believe him, Edward continued
愛
calmly.
情だよ。
It's love.
旧品院で
Shit.
ハンナを助けた時を覚えてる。とっさに体が動いた君を見て、君は愛情深い人なのだと思った。
Do you remember when you helped Hannah at the almshouse? When I saw how quickly you acted, I realized you were someone full of
それは
love.
きっと君自身が愛されて育ったからなのではと。
I assumed it was because you were raised with love and care. That's how it felt, at least. My lord, you are surrounded by love from many people. You're admired by many. Lacking love doesn't make sense. Edward shook his head, cutting me off.
君の言う通りだとしたら嬉しいけれど、多分それは
Imagine him with a deeper voice right now, right? Imagine him having just this deep, stoic
私が求めている
voice,
のは
but instead they put this
特別な
princely
愛情なんだ。
man with this lackluster, I'm not in love with this voice, and just gave him such a basic, my parents don't love me. Like, at least be depressed about it, like a normal person. I'd be happy if what you said were true, but that's not quite the love I'm looking for. What I want is the love that's truly
こんな風
special.
に思うようになったのは、おそ
Love
ら
is
く
something my family has never
私
had.
の家庭が愛情とは縁遠いものだったことに起因して
I
いる。
believe that's the reason I feel this way. I couldn't bring myself to deny this when I thought about everything I'd seen so far and listened to him quietly.
父上との関係は今更語るまでもないね。
I suppose my relationship with my father is pretty obvious.
子供たちに愛情を傾ける人ではなかったんだ。
My mother wasn't the kind of person to show her children love
彼
either.
女の眼中には父上しか入っていなかった。夫からの愛だけを求め続けていたんだ。
All she saw was
彼は
father.
別の女性を愛していたから。
She constantly sought his love, but he loved someone else, and it only made her heartache worse. Lily told me the same thing. Having heard this before, I wasn't surprised. The fact that both siblings knew there was no love between their parents struck me,
そ
though.
うして姉上もまた 家族には無関心のように私には見えていた。
It seemed like my sister was indifferent when it came to our
家
family
族よりも
too.
別の何かに熱心に心を傾けているような気がして、
I felt that she was
私は
focused on something other than our
その相手
family.
が兄だと思ったこともあったのだけれど、
There was a time when I thought that was my brother-in-law.
思い返すと彼女は子供の頃から浮世離れしていて、つかみどころのない不思議な人だった。自分の姉だというのに
Looking
距離を
back,
感じていたよ。
she has always been detached from the world, mysterious and hard to understand. I always felt an emotional distance even though she was my sister. Edward stared at nothing in particular, his eyes distant and
こう
unfocused.
して話してみると、私の家族は誰もが皆常に別方向を向きながら
Thinking about it feels like everyone in my family is always going in different
構わぬものに
directions.
焦がれているという点ではとても似ているね。
We're quite similar in a sense, all of us longing for something we can never have. Is that the case for you as well, my lord? Edward quietly turned his gaze back to me at my sudden
父上
question.
の愛情を求めているという点ではそうだと言えるだろうね。
If it's about wanting father's affection, then I suppose that's true in a sense,
今は
but
もっと違う愛情を求めているのかもしれない。ただ一人の人から思いを寄せられる唯一無二の
I guess I may be looking for a different kind of love now, a love that only belongs to me, the kind that comes from just one person and no one else. Nightly rendezvous, how scandalous. Honestly, yeah, that's true. Like she's in her jams. Like that's pretty scandalous. I don't think you're supposed to see them in their jams. In the stillness of the night, his blue eyes looked clearer than ever. I froze when they met mine. My whole body felt numb. Edward's eyes crinkled in happiness ever so slightly as he looked at me.
家族や友人、身近な愛情ほど手に入らない私だから余計に欲しいと願ってしまうんだ。
I guess I can't stop wishing for it because I've never really felt love from any family or friends.
ローゼ、君から私に分けてくれるかい？
Sounds like a womanizer. Rose, would you share a little of your love with me? What do you mean?
愛情と思い出を。君が兄上と踊ったというダンスを私とも踊ってほしい。
I want your affection and your memory to remember it by. Will you dance with me as you once did your brother? I didn't see I hadn't seen that coming at all. The real me slipped through. Caught by surprise, I felt Edward's hand gently take my own. He tilted his head slightly and leaned in, gazing into my eyes as we stood facing each other in the quiet of the
どんな
night.
風に踊ったのか
What was the dance
私
like?
に教えてくれ。
Was it
普通の
different
ワ
from
ル
the
ツとは違う
usual
のかな？
waltz? More special, perhaps? He looks a bit crazy here. That'd be great. They're not giving us a yandere, though. I don't think he's yandere. It'd be great if he was, though. I would love that for us. Oh no, I can't quite remember the finer details. The only thing I recall is that I just mentioned.
そうか。では、私が勝手に想像して踊ってみよう。
My Delulu's making me see things. You're like, man, I wish this man would try to stab me. I get it. No, it's boring. This is so like, it's so basic. It's such a basic story. I'm not that intrigued. Let me see. I'll just make up my dance on my own. I think it's also because he's just too perfect. Hear me out. If you make someone too good, like they have no, like his flaw is that his dad sucks. That's his flaw. That's not a flaw. He needs to have something about him that sucks. That's not a flaw. My dad didn't love me. Oh gosh. Tragic. Him being a locked route when it's boring, especially compared to the previous routes. Yeah, I think his is supposed to be locked because he has lore. He's more lore heavy, but like, damn, you made me wait. You made me wait for this. This is going to be my first route. Edward's lips curled into a playful smile as he stumbled through my answer. With a graceful motion, he spread his stunning sky blue wings. Why do you suddenly spread your
そ
wings?
れはね、 こうするからだよ。
Because I wanted to. Simple as that. Girl, do it too. Match him. Match his energy. This bitch threw you in the air? What the hell's going on? How are you falling? The dance began with waltz-like steps. He summoned his scythe power as he turned, and I soared higher above the ground. My lord, this is a little
大
scary.
丈夫。落としたりしないよ。
You're safe. I won't let you fall. True to his words, Edward pulled me close as I floated, catching me gently in his arms and softly lowering me to the ground. After a few more steps, Edward lifted me into the air, matching the rhythm of the turn. The sensation of floating grew more and more delightful. With each repetition, I couldn't help but smile. Seeing me enjoy myself, Edward's face softened into a joyous
よかっ
smile.
た。楽しんでくれているみたいだね。もう怖くはない。
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. You're not scared anymore, are you? My heart was light and I felt carefree. I couldn't help but speak my true feelings. I know what she needs to say. Mention the Wenfei thing. Yeah. I'm fine now. Saying this may be a bit presumptuous of me, my lord, but it's like I've turned into a wind fae. It feels amazing. I broke into a smile, unable to hold back my overflowing emotions. Edward responded with a warm, tender smile of his
私に
own.
もそう見えるよ。君こそが風の妖精に似つかわしい。
I can see that. You most certainly do resemble a wind
前
fae.
に私は君が不自由に見えると言ったね。でも今の君はとても自由だ。
Yeah. Getting close. But when will this turn? Nope. Can't tell. It can have a lock. That's fine. Just let me scroll down, please. For the love of everything. I once said that you looked like you were confined. Now it seems like you're embracing
軽やか
freedom.
でどこまでも飛んでいけそうで。私は憧れを持たずにはいられない。
So light, so graceful. It's as if you could fly anywhere you want. I can't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. If I look as though I'm free, it's because you gave me the sense of freedom, my lord. You helped me remember those kind memories and lightened my heart, allowing me to smile. It dawned on me that what I'd said to Edward was completely genuine. I was shocked. These feelings had taken root so deeply in my heart that they became hard to
もう少し
deny.
このまま踊ろうか。疲れてはいない。
Shall we dance a little longer? Are you tired at all? I'm not tired. I feel like dancing a bit longer too. I locked eyes with Edward as we danced and floated through the air. My troubled heart felt lighter every time his clear blue eyes met mine. I've been so fixated on revenge that I lost sight of the loving memories that with my family. Perhaps I'd been avoiding them. I'm glad I could talk about my family again after so long. Thank you for helping me remember them, my lord.
お礼を言うのは私の方だよ。優しい思い出と愛情を分けてくれて。ありがとう、ローズ。
I should be the one doing the thanking. Thank you for sharing your gentle memories and love, Rose. I leaned into the in and whispered to him. He whispered back. Being with Edward seemed to make my heart grow with warmth. For a fleeting moment, I wondered if there was a future without vengeance. For just a moment. What if I didn't kill everybody? Edmund Bernstein's eyes were devoid of emotion as he observed his son and the maid dancing in the garden, bathed in
あ
moonlight.
の娘にいとまを出すこともできますが、いかがなさいますか？
I could send the girl away if you'd like. What would you have me
い
do?
や構わん。放っておけ。
No need. Let them be. Nicholas, whose excellence excelled at understanding his employer's intent, bowed and turned to leave. Contrary to Nicholas's assumption that he wanted to be alone, Edmund called him back.
ニック。ただ一人の女から思いを寄せられるというのはどんな気分だ？
How does being the object of a single woman's affection feel?
これは珍しいこともありますな。旦那様が私ののろけを聞きたいとは思いませんでした。
Well, this is unexpected. I never thought you'd be interested in hearing me boast about my love life. Nicholas masked his surprise with light-hearted response. Edmund's lip curled into a faintest smile.
たまには聞いても構わんだろう。 奥方はどうしている？
But I suppose it wouldn't hurt once in a while to ask, how is your
オ
wife
リビア
doing?
ならおかげさまで健やかに過ごしております。顔を見せると小言を言われたりもしますが、
We get to meet her. Olivia's doing well, fortunately. Of course, she scolds me whenever I return home,
いつで
though.
も私のことを気にかけてくれる優しい女です。
She's always so thoughtful, a truly gentle soul.
彼女がいるから私も今を生きているのだと、そう思わせてくれる特別な存在なのです。
It's because of her that I can keep living in the present. She's irreplaceable.
ならば私が生きている意味はもうないな。
Then I suppose I have no reason left to live. Nicholas was a model butler, never one to speak out of line, but this time he did.
思いを寄せる者は女性ばかりとは限らないでしょ
Affection isn't something felt by woman alone, my
う。それ
lord.
は分かっていらっしゃるの
I
で。
believe you understand that.
だとしてももう遅い。私たちの道は分かたれた。
Regardless, it's too late. Our paths no longer align. Without so much as a single glance, Edmund turned his eyes back to the garden and flatly rejected Nicholas's
8年
comments.
前のあれが最後の選択の時だったのだ。そして私が選んだものをお前が一番よく知っているはずだ、ニック。
Snape, Severus Snape. Look at you, just over here ruining people's lives. Look at little Harry Potter out there with your child. Severus Snape didn't have a child, but you do. 8 years ago, that was the last time I had a chance, and you know what? I chose better than anyone. Nick. She even has glasses like Harry. Wait, is this just Harry Potter? It's the 5 houses instead of the 4 houses? Wait. In that faithful moment 8 years ago, someone had whispered to him, your wish will come true someday.
私がお前を振り返ることはない。だが、お前は私の前に立ちはだかるつもりなのだな、エドワード。
I mean, doesn't he kind of... Right? There's less characters. So this is like Severus Snape and Lucius. That's why he has a cane. Butler, dedicated butler, assassin butler, Peter Peregrew. There we go. You're preparing to block my path, aren't you, Edward? I won't be looking over my shoulder for you, though.
それをまた私も望んでいるのか。
Is this really what I want, though? Despite how dark the night was, the pair dancing shone as light as the future he had left behind. His gaze lingered on them, though he dwelled on his memories of 8 years ago, when you killed her mama. Her mama? Is that who you murdered? The next day was the night of the new moon. I snuck out of the mansion and met John in a dark alley where no one would see us.
もうそこかしこに5家の奴らの目がある。表の通りでウォードの紋章をつけた奴を見かけたぞ。
The 5 houses have eyes everywhere. I saw someone with the word crest on the main road.
俺たちも見つかるわけにはいかない。
We can't afford to be seen. Just like the criminal, do you think you can fool their watchful eyes? We'll have to make it work, John. I've been trying to come up with a strategy. If it comes down to it, you need to pretend to be Alvin when you join them. That should keep you from drawing suspicion. The problem is me, but I did manage to get a glimpse of their plans with my face-light hands. Like I said before, I'm going to track down the criminal's trail. I'll make sure to reach them before the others do.
よし。
Alright.
ならまずどのあたりを捜索する？
Where do you begin
奴らが
searching
近
then?
づかないように。
I'll stall
俺
them.
が時間稼ぎをする。
That'll give you some time. No. I nodded at his suggestion and focused on the map he had laid out. This alley looks suspicious. The wing hunter hasn't reached this spot yet, but it's fairly close to the Bernstein estate. It's one of the streets they're keeping an eye on, of course, but they have their attention on other places as well.
なら俺は。
Got it.
通りの出入り口で騒ぎを。
She has bangs to hide the scar on her forehead. Saying. I'll be in this spot then. I'll cause a ruckus at the corner of the main road and draw the guards away.
何かあったらすぐに懐中時計
If
に連
anything
絡をくれ。
happens, use the
逃げる
pocket
場合は
watch
決めていた合図を出せ
to
よ。
contact me right away. If you need to escape, use the signal we agreed upon. I will. Be careful, John.
バーカ。それはこっちのセリフだ。
That's my line. Be
お嬢
careful, my lady.
気をつけろよ。
We wrapped things up hurriedly, then we split up and made our way to the designated alleys. Imagine having the more interesting story about the wings being stolen and having such a boring, like, it's just so copy-paste. Meanwhile, on the main road,
エドワード、少しいいか。
Eddie, do you have a moment?
何か不測の事態でも起きま
Has
したか
something unusual happened? Alfred called out, seemingly worried about the eyes around them. Edward approached him, his expression
不
tense.
測の事態というわけではない。だが今のうちにお前の耳に入れておきたいことがある。
The situation's not exactly unexpected, but there is something I want you to know while we still have time.
あの使用人の娘はここへは連れてこないと言っていたの。
Just to be sure, you said the maid wouldn't be coming with us, right?
ローズのことですか？ええ、そうです。今は屋敷にいるはずです。
Are you talking about Rose? Yes, that's right. She should be at the
そう
estate.
だなら使いのものを出して彼女の所在を調べるべきだと進言しておこう。
I see. In that case, I suggest sending someone to investigate her wherabouts.
なぜそんなこと？
Why would I do that? Edward looked confused. Alfred responded, trying to force to. I'm not reading it wrong. It's wrong. Trying to force him to face reality is what it wants to say.
ちょうど今日の昼に私の手の者から連絡が入った。あの娘と行動を共にして
I received news from my people earlier today. The man who's with her, his name was Alvin, if I remember
あ
correctly.
れいろいろと協力をしてくれて助かりましたが、彼が何か？
He's helping us with a lot of things. Is there something wrong with him?
肉屋で働いていると名乗ったそうだな。
Take a
し
shot
かし
every
そ
time
れ
you
らしい
play.
店に
You spot a typo or a grammar mistake. Sometimes I'll take a shot and it'll turn out that it's just my dyslexia, though. That would be funny, actually. Maybe we should plan it with Date Everything, a drinking stream where I take shots. I have to figure out what the shot's for, though. He claimed to be working as a butler, didn't he? However, no one by the name Alvin was at a butler, as a butcher, at that
調
shop.
べたんですか？しかし、どうしてわざわざ彼らのこと
Did you investigate him? Why would you bother doing that,
最
Al?
近私たちの周りを嗅ぎ回っている者がいること
Have you noticed someone prying into our affairs lately?
そちらの件を調べるうちにお前の周辺も探っていたら判明したことだ。
While I was looking into that matter, I happened to come across information about people around you.
アルさんの性格を考えれば、相手が窮地の間柄である私であって、
Given your nature, I can
調
see
べる
how
の
you
は
would
想像に
investigate
難くありませ
me,
んでしたね。
even though we've known each other for a long time.
さすがの手堅さで
You're
す。
always so reliable.
勝手に調べるような真似をしたのは悪かったが、私とお前は今協力関係にある。お互い足元を救われるわけにはいかないからな。
I shouldn't have investigated without your consent, but we're allies now. We both need to keep our footing, no slipping up.
アルさんの懸念はよくわかりました。ただ、私たちの周囲を監視している者については、心当たりが
I did think it was stupid to make him a butcher if he wasn't also fronting as a butcher. I would imagine that to live in this town as he is, he probably had a front job, because obviously working with Goneril would not be it. So that was stupid. That was stupid. I understand your concerns, Al, but I do have some idea about the person who has been
そ
watching
れに
us.
ついてはまた後でお話ししますが、ひとまず、彼女は無関係とだけ言っておきます。
I'll discuss this further with you later. For now, though, just know that she's not connected to this.
そうか。心当たりがあるのなら、そちらはいい。
I see. If you have an idea who it is, then that's
だ
fine
が
by
あの
me.
娘も不審なことには変わりない。もう一つ付け足しておくと、羽刈りの犯人についても、
That girl is still suspicious, and to add to that, I've heard some disturbing rumors about the wing hunter.
噂
Rumors, huh?
普段の羽刈りの犯人は、ランドルフの血族を名乗っているらしい。
It appears that the wing hunter is identifying themselves as a member of House Randolph.
ランドルフ、あの公爵家の名前を語っているのですか？
They're really claiming to come from the Dolka family?
ああ、
They are.
そして私がこの流れで
Duso?
話をした意図
Ducal?
はわかるな。
You understand why I'm bringing this up, right? You
バーンスタイン
need
の名に集まる者に
to watch out for
警戒
those who
心
are
を持つべきだ。
drawn to the Bernstein name. Could you be quiet, Alfred? I'm trying to talk over
あの
you.
娘は この国にとって重要なイベントである博覧会の直前
That girl showed up just before the nation's big event, the exhibition.
今一度洗い直しておいた方がいいだろう。ここに来るまでの経歴、出身地、家族構成
Double checking everything is probably wise. Her personal history, where she's from, her family situation, even her minor habits could give her away.
彼女の経歴や出身地とランドルフ一族とのつながりを確認するのは
It
それ
shouldn't
ほど難しくはないでしょ
be
う。
too hard to dig into her background and see if she really has any connection to House
あ
Randolph.
とは家族構成ですが、ランドルフ公爵の家族は
A mama, a papa, and a brother. Oh my god. That just leaves her family situation. If I recall correctly, Duke Randolph's family consisted of...
公爵夫人の間には長男と
There was a Duke, Duchess, eldest son, and a much younger... While recalling the particular details of the Duke's household, Edward remembered what happened the night before and stopped in his tracks. No
思い
way!
当たる節があるようだな。
Seems like he made a connection.
正直
Honestly,
ランドルフが私たちにとって吉と出るか凶と出るかは
it's hard to tell whether Randolph will work in our favor or against us.
だがどう転ぼうと事の主導権を握るのは私たちでなければ
Whatever happens, we need to stay in control. Just remember that.
忘れ
わかりました。
Right. A dense fog crept along the wide street. The fog was so thick it blurred his figure as if warning of a turmoil about to unfold. Back to me. No one's around. John did a good job. Once I arrived at the alley, I surveyed the area carefully, then I allowed myself a quiet sigh of relief. Whether or not the wing hunters would appear here was still unclear. Either way, I had to search for clues. Considering how skilled the culprit is, it's entirely possible they've already surveyed the area. I'll use my face sight hand to get a better look. I carefully reached out for the nearest wall. What are you doing over there? He's from House Bernstein. I noticed the crest sewn onto the man's coat and considered my next move. He must be one of Edward's men who got assigned to watch over this area. To make matters worse, since he's from House Bernstein, he may recognize me. I'll have to be cautious. There wasn't time to signal John. The only way I could escape the situation was by fabricating an illusion with my face sight hand. I rushed towards the man, ready to use my power. Maybe it was because I was so focused on gathering information, but when I touched the man, I didn't cast an illusion as I intended. Instead, I saw that. That? Won't go cat no more. Please wait, I'll make it work this time, please. The more I collect, the stronger my powers will become. Help me. This child has only one wing. This is far from enough. What are you? Another wing! Finding two in a single night. How lucky. Stop! Stay away! That sounds like our boy. Sounds like Leonardo. You really think he can run away? Doesn't that sound like his dad? Give me your wing! Before I knew it, I had screamed that same scream I'd seen in my vision. The phantom pain hit me, making it feel as if my soul was being ripped to shreds. I was familiar with wing hunting, but I'd never expected it to be so merciless. I didn't know it was so heartless, terrifying, and inhumane. I hadn't truly understood. And this man isn't one of Bernstein's subordinates. I dropped to my knees, breathing heavily. The man kneeled gently before me, his eyes brimmed with tears. Calm down. I'm on your side. Your hands, your face, they remind me so much of her. You look just like your mother. So I changed my hair, I changed my eye color, but my face is exactly the same. I look just the same. This man just recognized me because I look like my mom. You're the young lady from House Randolph, aren't you? I've always believed you were still alive. I'm from a different branch of House Randolph. I was away from the village that day, so I was able to escape. My father owes much to your father. What a rare fortunate to meet you here. This must be the work of late Duke or our ancestors. Let us go, my lady. Let us rise as one to heal our family's wounds. This man is the very wing hunter who claimed to be Randolph. The man silently took my hand and held it tightly as if to reassure me. I knew I should say something or else I had to escape. Instead, I froze in place. The horror of what I'd just seen and my fear of the man who stood there, so composed after such a savage act, overtook me. I was unable to move. I need to pull my hand away. Why can't I move? I was on the verge of losing myself in the helplessness, sinking into despair as my body refused to cooperate. Footsteps then reached my ears, a melody that promised salvation. Rose, that scream. It was you, wasn't it? Lord Edward. Edward emerged from the main street and hurried towards us. His gaze hardened when he looked at the man. Who are you? You wear the Bernstein crest, but you're not one of us. The way you disguised your identity and made a woman scream is highly suspicious. The way you made a woman scream is so suspicious, to say the least. Who are you? Answer me. Edward was about to draw his sword when he noticed that the man held my hand. Instead, he spread his wings. The man caught on and tried to drag me away. Edward moved faster, though, and summoned his scythe power. Wind, grant me your strength. Become a blade of fury to shake the earth. I assume that's how it sounds. Edward's powerful gust cut straight to the man, launching him into the air with unerring precision. The man lay crumpled on the ground, unable to move. Edward pulled me closer and mumbled in my ear. You can tell me why you're here later. For now, don't leave my side. Alright? You're trembling. It must have been terrifying. Even if that man is on my side, I can't help but feel relieved now that Edward's here. Besides, I must look just as questionable as that man in Edward's eyes. Edward's arms tightened around my shoulders, offering comfort. For a moment, tears nearly escaped my eyes. But I couldn't afford to get caught up in my emotions. The man crumbled on the ground, seemed to have regained his strength to speak. He lifted his face and gave me a desperate, pleading look. You. My face was filled with disdain. This might have triggered him in some way as he directed a sharp glare to Edward. Edward. So you're Edward Bernstein, huh? That explains it. That forceful approach must run in the family. You look just like the man who ran from the burning village 8 years ago, or were you there too? 8 years ago, the village. I see now, you are Randolph.
そして無抵抗な被害者から羽を買っていた卑劣な犯人とはお前のことだな。
So were you the vile person hunting the wings of helpless victims? The man wobbled to his feet as Edward interrogated him and sneered. I am a descendant of House Randolph, and yes, I'm the one causing a stir by hunting people's wings in the streets.
8年前にランドルフ家を滅ぼした女王や実際に手を下した呉家に復讐する大義のためだ。
But this is all for a greater cause. You see, I seek revenge on the queen who annihilated House Randolph 8 years ago and the 5 houses who carried out the crime.
私を卑劣だと糾弾する前にお前たちが私の一族にしたことこそ罪などだと思い知れ。
Before you judge me as vile, remember what you did to my house is the true sin. An eerie stillness came over the fog-choked alleyway. It was as though time itself had paused. However, this eerie silence wouldn't last long. I knew it. Edward knew it. And perhaps the man before us knew it as well.
この男がそうだな。
So this is him. The sound of heavy footsteps grew closer. Just as I expected, Alfred was the first to appear in the alley. All 5 houses were on full alert tonight. Or today, I guess. If a commotion broke out, it was only natural for them to come and investigate.
はい。たった今、自らの口で羽狩りを行っていたことを認めました。
Yes, he has admitted to hunting wings on his own volition. He also confirmed that he is a descendant of House Randolph.
そうか。
I see. Following a brief exchange with Edward, Alfred commanded his subordinates to apprehend the man. The man locked eyes with me for a fleeting moment before being swiftly taken away by the Cresswell men without having said a word. Edward called out to Alfred just as he was about to leave.
Alfred卿、ライナス卿たちは今どこに?
I hear Linus. Lord Alfred, may I ask where the others are at the moment?
まだ各自の持ち場で待機中だ。だが先ほど伝令を走らせた。じきにここへ駆けつけるだろう。
They're still standing by their respective posts. I've already sent word, so they should be here soon. It was only then that Alfred's gaze locked onto me. Alfred saw me too. I can't talk my way out of this. I braced myself instinctively. To my surprise, he didn't say a word to me. He simply turned his attention back to Edward.
私はこの男を王宮へ連れて行く。エドワード卿、お前は他の奴らが姿を見せる前に。
I'll take this man to the palace. You'd better finish up your chat before the others get here, Lord Edward. Understood. I owe you. This time, Alfred did leave, taking every last one of his subordinates with him. Now that I was in the alley with Edward alone, I finally understood what they meant by I owe you. Tell me the truth, Rose. Are you also a member of House Randolph? I sighed softly, having anticipated the question. Edward was waiting for us to be alone, at least perhaps as a gesture of mercy. His grip on my shoulder tightened once more. I was certain there was no way of escaping. I'm sorry, John, I failed. I met Edward's gaze head-on, silently apologizing all the while. That's right. Rose Contley is a fake name. My real name is Aprose E. Randolph. I am the only daughter of Duke Randolph. I'm the survivor of Eltbeek, the village that was destroyed 8 years ago. Even though I was trapped in his arms, I still could have used my power to create an illusion escape from him, but Edward had confronted me so directly, and I didn't want to lie or run from him. Not just like. I have morals, sort of, I think. Did you come to House Bernstein for revenge, just like the man earlier? Did you get close to me just to fulfill your goals? Were all your words nothing but lies? It's hard to answer his questions, because there's like more than one question. So no run on questions, please. What he said was partially true and partially false. I thought for some time before responding. Indeed, I wormed my way into House Bernstein as a servant, all for the sake of avenging my fallen family and village. As for whether my actions and the words I've spoken to you were lies, that's up to you to decide, my lord. Up to me. I met Edward's blue eyes. The night was shrouded in darkness, devoid of moonlight, yet it felt as though he could see through me, straight to my buried feelings. Just one last question. Do you hold a grudge against me? Against you? Why would I? I asked in reply, unable to conceal my genuine surprise. Edward's features softened ever so slightly. Yeah, but you weren't the head at the time. I'm a Bernstein. We have become the head of the 5 houses since Randolph's disappearance. I know I'm not without blame for what happened to you happened 8 years
あの当
ago.
時私自身はまだ寄宿学校に通う身で事件には関与していない。
I was still at boarding school
と
back
言っ
then,
ても
far from the
君は
incident
信じら
itself.
れないかもしれない。
But I suppose you might not believe
たと
me.
えそれを信じられたとしてもバーンスタインの次期当主である私は
Even if you
君
were
の
to
恨み
believe
を買う
me,
最たるものではないのか。
would I not be the one most deserving of your hatred at the next head of House Bernstein? I already knew the answer to his question and I answered without hesitation. The ones I hate are those who directly carried out the deeds that day 8 years ago. I've lived for one purpose, to find them and make them pay for what they've done. But you're different, aren't you? I've investigated a lot of things since entering the Bernstein estate, and I've gotten to know the people there. That applies to you too, my lord.
私について
Me? Yeah, I'm certain you have your own thoughts about what happened 8 years ago. That's the impression I've gotten after staying close to you for a while.
そうだね。君の言う通りだ。8年前に何が起きたのか。
You're
真
right.
実を私も知りた
I
い。
wish to uncover the truth about what happened 8 years ago.
そのために独自で調べを進めているところだ。
That's why I've been carrying out my own investigation. I don't harbor any hatred towards you, not for now at least. Whenever the truth of 8 years ago comes to light, I will decide what to do based on your actions. Of course, this is assuming doing so is even possible. I lowered my gaze, knowing my plan was no longer possible. Now that my true identity had been exposed, Edward slowly removed his hand from my shoulder for some reason, my lord.
もうお行き。アプローゼ。ここへは間もなく。
Yeah, but like... No diverge. No diverge. How many parts are in a chapter? 9, maybe?
ライナやルーカスさん。
We are so fair-minded
ア
and
スコットさん
reasonable
もやっ
now.
てくるから。
Yeah, remember how we literally threatened to stab someone last time? You better go Apros, Lucas. Lynn, Lucas, and Ascot will be here soon.
彼らに姿を見られる前に。君は屋敷へ帰るんだ。
You need to go back to the estate before they see you. Not that, like, line can smell really good, but why? I thought I'd be captured here. Once I know the truth, I might turn out to be the sort of woman you'd hurt. Who would hurt you and your family? Edward smiled at me, my confusion, his eyes just as calm as they had been earlier.
そうだね。
True.
ここで君を見逃すのは、エドワード・バーンスタインとしては、
Letting you go here would be foolish of Edward Bernstein.
でも、ただのエドワードは、君のこれまでの言動のすべてが嘘ではないと信じたんだ。
But a man named Edward believes that not everything you've done and said up to this point has been false.
だから、
Okay.
今日は君を見逃すよ。
That's why I'm letting you go today.
たとえこの先。
I wish to be
その
by your
時
side
の
a
日が
little
来ると
longer,
しても
even if there
もう少しだ
does
け
come a time
私が君のそばにいたい
when
と
I
願
can't
ってる。
be anymore. I wished I could laugh off his sweet words, but I couldn't help realizing that what Edward said actually made me happy. Goodness dang. His way of living only causes him pain, and if I do as he says, I fear I may suffer one day too. Even so, I couldn't shake the desire to be by Edward's side just a little longer. The conversation we had in the tree and on the hill, the way we danced together last night, those are important memories, and I can't just get rid of these feelings I have. If he was foolish, then so was I. He's good with words, and I'm a poor sucker for that. Oh my gosh, you're like, dang, alright, he's got you. The prince is working? Don't let it work on you. I knew I should keep my distance, but I wanted to stay close. I nodded at Edward, accepting my conflicting feelings. I understand. Until that time arrives, I will remain a maid at House Bernstein. I turned from Edward with a smile and rushed toward the mansion, trying to stay out of sight. Just ran. I ran.
撤退か。どうやら無事は無事のようだな。
So we're retreating. Looks like she's safe after all. John had received a message through his pocket watch and had grown concerned about Apros. However, he silently turned on his heel and left.
お嬢がいるあたりで 騒ぎが起きた気配はした。きっと何かはあったんだ。でも、撤退するからには向かわない方がいい。
There was some sort of commotion where she was. Something must have happened, but we're retreating, so I better stay away. John clenched his fist tightly, frustrated by his inability to rush over. After a while, the sound of wings reached his ears.
何があったか知りたいって顔をしてるな。俺が教えてやってもいいぞ。
You look like you want to know what happened. I can tell you if you're interested.
自分で聞く。余計なお世話です。
I'll go ask her on my own. It's none of your business anyways.
自分でねえ。
You're gonna ask her yourself, huh? Ooh, the bird cheerful mumble was met with a piercing gaze of cold ash purple eyes. The bird wasn't afraid of that icy gaze. With a light beat of his wings, he then vanished. Ooh. Alright, well, I misquoted. I said I was gonna do 6 hours, but I did the math wrong. It's 5 hours. LOL. That's a good spot to stop. We started a new sub-chapter. That's what I'm gonna go with. Sub-chapter. We're at 5 hours. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. I think we made excellent progress. We're in chapter 3. We're near the end of chapter 3, so I think that's good. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here, Blue. Thank you, Bass. Thank you, Delightful. Thank you, Ninja, all for being in. Let's see who we have to stock. And then I do have a stream this week. Oh, Blurdy. Blurdy's on. What is she playing? Cupid's chat room? Interesting. All right, that's fun. All right. But yes, we'll be back this weekend. I have a stream Saturday, and then hopefully I'll be ready to do my review on Sunday. So we'll be reviewing Tremania, the Lucky Princess, and the Tragic Knights. So there will be more streams to come. Thank you guys for being here. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember I stream about 3 times a week, and you can check me out on Twitch if you want to come by and say hi. We're playing Mistonia right now, and then we're gearing up for Atahari once we reach the end of this one. And we're going to have some little side games at some point too. We are going to be playing Borderlands. We're going to be playing possibly Reanimals. I'm looking into it right now because I want to play that game. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I will see you later. Bye!